Section 16 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 16. Great Puritan Exodus to New England. Founding of Boston, A.D. 1630. John G. Palfrey. Whatever might have been the historic development of New England had it proceeded from the single plantation at Plymouth, it is certain that the growth and character of the new community were vitally affected by the large influx of English Puritans who 10 years later followed the Pilgrims to these shores. Soon after the departure of the Pilgrims from England in 1620, King James I incorporated a successor to that Plymouth Company, under whose patent Plymouth Colony was founded. This new company is known as the Council for New England. The territory granted to the council extended from 40 degrees to 48 degrees north latitude, and from the Atlantic to the Pacific. The land was conferred in absolute property, with unlimited powers of legislation and government. Emigrants to New England were placed wholly under the authority of this corporation. The great privileges conferred upon the monopoly caused indignation among James' subjects, but nevertheless, the council made numerous grants to settlers in New England. Meanwhile, dissatisfaction in England increased. In 1625, James was succeeded by his son, Charles I. At Plymouth, the Pilgrim colony was struggling for existence. At home, the Puritans chafed under the growing despotism of Charles. Out of this unrest came the movement leading to the larger immigration to New England which Palfrey, the New England historian, describes. The immigration of the Englishmen who settled at Plymouth had been prompted by religious dissent. In what manner Robinson, who was capable of speculating on political tendencies, or Brewster, whose early position had compelled him to observe them, had augured concerning the prospect of public affairs in their native country, no record tells, while the rustics of the Scrooby congregation, who fled from a government which denied them liberty in their devotions, could have had but little knowledge and no agency in the political sphere. The case was widely different with the founders of the colony of Massachusetts Bay. That settlement had its rise in a state of things in England which associated religion and politics in an intimate alliance. Years had passed since the severity of the government had overcome the separatists, forcing them either to disband their congregations or flee from the kingdom. From the time when Bishop Williams was made keeper of the Great Seal, 4 years before the death of King James, the High Commission Court again became active, and the condition of Puritans in the church was day by day more uneasy. While some among them looked for relief to a happy issue of the struggle which had been going on in Parliament, and resigned themselves to await and aid the slow progress of a political and religious reformation in the kingdom, numbers, less confident or less patient, pondered on exile as their best resource, and turned their view to a new home on the western continent. There was yet a third class who, through feeble resolution or a lingering hope of better things, deferred the sacrifices which they scarcely flattered themselves they should ultimately escape, and, if they were clergymen, retained their preferments by a reluctant obedience to the canons. The coquetry of Buckingham with the Puritans, inspiring false hopes, was not without effect to excuse indecision and hinder a combined and energetic action. Among the eminent persons who had reconciled themselves to the course of compromise and postponement was Mr. John White, an important name, which at this point takes its place in New England history. White, who since the second year of King James' reign had been rector of Trinity Church in Dorchester, was a man widely known and greatly esteemed, alike for his professional character and his public spirit. The subject of New England colonization, much canvassed everywhere among the Puritans, who were numerous in the part of the kingdom where he lived, was commended to his notice in a special form. Dorchester, near the British Channel, the principal town of the shire, furnished numbers of those who now made voyages to New England for fishing and trade, and they were often several months upon the coast without opportunity for religious worship and instruction. Mr. White interested himself with the ship owners to establish a settlement where the mariners might have a home when not at sea, where supplies might be provided for them by farming and hunting, and where they might be brought under religious influences. The result of the conferences was the formation of an unincorporated joint stock association under the name of the Dorchester Adventurers, which collected a capital of 3,000 pounds. The Dorchester Company turned its attention to the spot on Cape Ann where now stands the town of Gloucester. The Council for New England, perpetually embarrassed by the opposition of the Virginia Company and the reasonable jealousy of Parliament, had recourse to a variety of expedients to realize the benefits vainly expected by its projectors. In carrying out one scheme, that of a division of the common property among the associates, the country about Cape Ann was assigned to Lord Sheffield, better known as a Patriot leader under his later title of Earl of Mulgrave. Of him it was purchased for the people of New Plymouth by Edward Winslow, when in England on the business of that colony, and they in turn conveyed to White and his associates such a site as was wanted for their purposes of fishing and planting. The Dorchester Company had probably anticipated this arrangement by dispatching a party of 14 persons to pass the winter. They carried out livestock and erected a house, with stages to dry fish in vats for the manufacture of salt. Thomas Gardner was overseer of the plantation, and John Tilley had the fishery in charge. Everything went wrong. Mishaps befell the vessels. The price of fish went down. The colonists, quote, being ill-chosen and ill-commanded, fell into many disorders and did the company little service, end quote. An attempt was made to retrieve affairs by putting the colony under a different direction. The Dorchester partners heard of, quote, some religious and well-affected persons that were lately removed out of New Plymouth, out of dislike of their principles of rigid separation, of which number Mr. Roger Conant was one, a religious, sober, and prudent gentleman, end quote. He was then at Nantasket with Lyford and Oldham. The partners engaged Conant to be their governor at Cape Ann, with, quote, the charge of all their affairs, as well as fishing and planting, end quote. With Lyford they agreed that he should be the minister of the place, while Oldham, quote, invited to trade for them with the Indians, end quote, preferred to remain where he was and conduct such business on his own account. The change was not followed by the profits that had been hoped, and the next year, quote, the adventurers were so far discouraged that they abandoned the further prosecution of this design and took order for the dissolving of the company on land and sold away their shipping and other provisions, end quote. Another seemed added to the list of frustrated adventurers in New England. But Mr. White did not despair of its renewal. All along, it is likely, he had regarded it with an interest different from what had yet been avowed. At his instance, when most part of the landmen returned, quote, a few of the most honest and industrious resolved to stay behind and to take charge of the cattle sent over the year before, and not liking their seat at Cape Ann, chosen especially for the supposed commodity of fishing, they transported themselves to Nahumkik, about 4 or 5 leagues distant to the southwest from Cape Ann, end quote. White wrote to Conant, exhorting him, quote, not to desert the business, faithfully promising that if himself with 3 others, whom he knew to be honest and prudent men, viz. John Woodbury, John Bulch, and Peter Palfrey, employed by the adventurers, would stay at Naumkeag and give timely notice thereof, he would provide a patent for them, and likewise send them whatever they should write for, either men or provision or goods wherewith to trade with the Indians. With difficulty Conant prevailed upon his companions to persevere. They stayed to the hazard of their lives. Woodbury was sent to England for supplies. Quote, The business came to agitation afresh in London, and being at first approved by some and disliked by others, by argument and disputation it grew to be more vulgar, insomuch that some men, showing good affection to the work, and offering the help of their purses if fit men might be procured to go over, inquiry was made whether any would be willing to engage their persons in the voyage. By this inquiry it fell out that among others they lighted at last on Master Endicott, a man well known to divers persons of good note, who manifested much willingness to accept of the offer as soon as it was tendered, which gave great encouragement to such as were upon the point of resolution to set on this work of erecting a new colony upon the old foundation." End quote. The scheme on foot was no longer one of Dorchester fishermen looking for a profitable exercise of their trade. It had come to agitation in London, where some men had offered the help of their purses, and a man of consequence, Humphrey, probably from a county as distant as Lincoln, was already, or very soon after, treasurer of the fund. Matters were ripe for the step of securing a domain for a colony, and the dimensions of the domain show that the colony was not intended to be a small one. A grant of lands extending from the Atlantic to the Western Ocean, and in width from a line of latitude 3 miles north of the River Merrimack to a line 3 miles south of the Charles, was obtained from the Council for New England by Sir Henry Roswell and Sir John Young, knights, and Thomas Southcote, John Humphrey, John Endicott, and Simon Whitcomb, gentlemen, for themselves, their heirs, and associates. Roswell and Young were gentlemen of Devon, Southcote was probably of the same county, and Whitcomb is believed to have been a London merchant. Gorges, though not in the councils of the patentees, supposed himself to understand their object. Having mentioned the angry dissolution by King Charles of his second Parliament and his imprisonment of some of the patriot leaders, he proceeds to say that these transactions, quote, took all hope of reformation of church government from many not affecting episcopal jurisdiction, nor the usual practice of the common prayers of the church, whereof there were several sorts, though not agreeing among themselves, yet all of like dislike of those particulars. Some of the discreeter sort, to avoid what they found themselves subject unto, made use of their friends to procure from counsel for the affairs of New England to settle a colony within their limits, to which it pleased the thrice-honored Lord of Warwick to write to me, then at Plymouth, to condescend that a patent might be granted to such as then sued for it. Whereupon I gave my approbation, so far forth as it might not be prejudicial to my son Robert Gorges' interests, whereof he had a patent under the seal of the council. Hereupon there was a grant passed as was thought reasonable. End quote. After 3 months, Endicott, one of the 6 patentees, was dispatched in charge of a small party to supersede Conant at Naumkeag as local manager. Woodbury had preceded them. They arrived at the close of summer. The persons quartered on the spot, the remains of Conant's company, were disposed to question the claims of the newcomers, but the dispute was amicably composed, and in commemoration of its adjustment, the place took the name of Salem, the Hebrew name for peaceful. The colony, made up from the 2 sources, consisted of, quote, not much above 50 or 60 persons, end quote, none of them of special importance except Endicott, who was destined to act for nearly 40 years a conspicuous part in New England history. Before the winter, an exploring party either began or made preparations for a settlement at Mishuom, now Charlestown, with another party. Endicott, during Morton's absence in England, visited his diminished company at Marymount, or as Endicott called it, Mount Dagon, quote, caused their maypole to be cut down and rebuked them for their profaneness and admonished them to look there should be better walking, end quote. The winter proved sickly, and, quote, infection that grew among the passengers at sea spread also among them ashore, of which many died, some of the scurvy, others of an infectious fever, end quote. Endicott sent to Plymouth for medical assistance, and Fuller, the physician of that place, made a visit to Salem. The new Dorchester Company, like that which had preceded it, and like the company of London adventurers concerned in that settlement at Plymouth, was but a voluntary partnership with no corporate powers. The extensive acquaintance of Mr. White with persons disaffected to the rulers in church and state was probably the immediate occasion of advancing the business another step. Materials for a powerful combination existed in different parts of the kingdom, and they were now brought together for united action. The company having been much enlarged, a royal charter was solicited and obtained, creating a corporation under the name of the Governor and Company of the Massachusetts Bay in New England. This is the instrument under which the colony of Massachusetts continued to conduct its affairs for 55 years. The patentees named in it were Roswell and his 5 associates, with 20 other persons, of whom White was not one. It gave power forever to the freemen of the company to elect annually, from their own number, a governor, deputy governor, and 18 assistants, on the last Wednesday of Easter term, and to make laws and ordinance not repugnant to the laws of England for their own benefit and the government of persons inhabiting their territory. 4 meetings of the company were to be held in a year, and others might be convened in a manner prescribed. Meetings of the governor, deputy governor, and assistants were to be held once a month or oftener. The governor, deputy governor, and any 2 assistants were authorized, but not required, to administer to freemen the oaths of supremacy and allegiance. The company might transport settlers not restrained by special name. They had authority to admit new associates and to establish the terms of their admission and elect and constitute such officers as they should see fit for the ordering and managing of their affairs. They were empowered, quote, to encounter, repulse, repel, and resist by force of arms, as well as by sea as by land, and by all fitting ways and means whatsoever, all such person and persons as should at any time thereafter attempt or enterprise the destruction, invasion, detriment, or annoyance to the said plantation or inhabitants, end quote. Nothing was said of religious liberty. The government may have relied upon its power to restrain it, and the immigrants on their distance and obscurity to protect it. The first step of the new corporation was to organize a government for its colony. It determined to place the local administration in the hands of 13 councilors, to retain their offices for 1 year. Of these, 7, besides the governor, in which office Endicott was continued, were to be appointed by the company at home. These 8 were to choose 3 others, and the whole number was to be made up by the addition of such as should be designated by the persons on the spot at the time of Endicott's arrival, described as old planters. A proposal had just been accepted from certain Boston men to interest themselves in the adventure to the amount of £500, being £100 in addition to what, it appears, they had previously promised, and to provide able men to send over. Unfortunately, no letter had been preserved of those sent by Endicott to England at this interesting juncture. There are, however, 2 letters addressed to him by the company, and one by Craddock, appointed in the charter to be its first governor. With various directions as to the details of his administration, they speak of the propagation of the gospel as the thing they do profess above all to be their aim in settling this plantation. They enjoin the keeping of, quote, a diligent eye over their own people, and they live unblameable and without reproof, end quote. They forbid the planting of tobacco, except under severe restrictions. They order satisfaction to be given to the old planters by the offer of incorporation into the company and of a share in the lands. They speak of unsuccessful negotiations with Oldham, who asserted a claim under the patent of Robert Gorges, and give orders for anticipating him in taking possession of Massachusetts Bay. They direct that persons who may prove, quote, not conformable to their government, end quote, or otherwise disagreeable, shall not be suffered to remain within the limits of their grant, but be shipped to England. They prescribe a distribution of the servants among families with a view to domestic order and Christian instruction and discipline. They enjoin a just settlement with the natives for lands, and they transmit a form of oaths to be taken by the governor and members of the council. After the organization under the charter, no time was lost in dispatching a reinforcement of colonists. 6 vessels were prepared, and license was obtained from the Lord Treasurer for the embarkation of 80 women and maids, 26 children, and 300 men with victuals, arms, and tools, and necessary apparel, and with 140 head of cattle and 40 goats. A committee of the company were careful to make plentiful provision of godly ministers. Mr. Skelton, Mr. Higginson, and Mr. Bright, members of the council, with Mr. Smith, another minister, sailed in the first 3 vessels, which reached Salem about the same time, and were soon followed by the residue of the fleet. Mr. Graves, another of the councilors, was employed by the associates as an engineer. Immediately on arriving, he proceeded with some of the company's servants under his care and some others to Mishawum, where he laid out a town. Bright, who was one of his party, returned to England in the following summer, dissatisfied, probably, with the ecclesiastical proceedings which had taken place. Smith went for the present to the fishing station at Nantasket. Higginson wrote home, "When we came first to Naumkeag, we found about 60 houses, and a fair house newly built for the governor. We also found abundance of corn planted by them, very good and well liking. And we brought with us about 200 passengers and planters more, which, by common consent of the old planters, were all combined together into one body politic, under the same governor. There are in all of us, both old and new planters, about 300, whereof 200 of them are settled at Naumkeag, now called Salem, and the rest have planted themselves at Massachusetts Bay, beginning to build a town there, which we do call Charleston or Charlestown. By that which is our greatest comfort and means of defense above all other is, that we have here the true religion and holy ordinances of Almighty God taught among us. Thanks be to God, we have here plenty of preaching and diligent catechizing, with strict and careful exercise and good commendable orders to bring our people into a Christian conversation with whom we have to do withal. And thus we doubt not, but God will be with us. And if God be with us, who can be against us?" Meanwhile, a movement of the utmost importance, probably meditated long before, was hastened by external pressure. The state of public affairs in England in the spring and summer of this year had brought numbers to the decision which had been heretofore approached with sorrowful reluctance, and several persons of character and condition resolved to emigrate at once to the New World. It was necessary to their purpose to secure self-government as far as it could be exercised by British subjects. Possibly events might permit and require it to be vindicated even beyond that line. At any rate, to be ruled in America by a commercial corporation in England was a condition in no sort accordant with their aim. At a general court of the company, Craddock, the governor, quote, read certain propositions conceived by himself, viz., that for the advancement of the plantation, the inducing and encouraging persons of worth and quality to transport themselves and families thither, and for other weighty reasons therein contained, it is expedient to transfer the government of the plantation to those that shall inhabit there, and not to continue the same in subordination to the company here, as now it is. End quote. The corporation entertained the proposal, and in view of, quote, the many great and considerable consequences thereupon depending, end quote, reserved it for deliberation. 2 days before its next meeting, 12 gentlemen, assembled at Cambridge, pledged themselves to each other to embark for New England with their families for a permanent residence, provided an arrangement should be made for the charter and the administration under it to be transferred to that country. Legal advice was obtained in favor of the authority to make the transfer, and on full consideration it was determined, quote, by the general consent of the company, that the government patent should be settled in New England, end quote. The old officers resigned, and their places were filled with persons of whom most or all were expecting to emigrate. John Winthrop was chosen governor, with John Humphrey for deputy governor and 18 others for assistants. Humphrey's departure was delayed, and on the eve of embarkation, his place was supplied by Thomas Dudley. Winthrop, then 42 years old, was descended from a family of good condition, long seated at Groton in Suffolk, where he had a property of £600 or £700 a year, the equivalent of at least £2,000 at the present day. His father was a lawyer and magistrate. Commanding uncommon respect and confidence from an early age, he had moved in the circles where the highest matters of English policy were discussed by men who had been associates of Whitgift, Bacon, Essex, and Cecil. Humphrey was a gentleman of special parts, of learning and activity, and a godly man. In the home of his father-in-law, Thomas, 3rd Earl of Lincoln, the head in that day of the now ducal house of Newcastle, he had been the familiar companion of the patriotic nobles. Of the assistants, Isaac Johnson, esteemed the richest of the emigrants, was another son-in-law of Lord Lincoln and a landholder in 3 counties. Sir Richard Saltonstall of Halifax in Yorkshire was rich enough to be a bountiful contributor to the company's operations. Thomas Dudley, with a company of volunteers which he had raised, had served 30 years before under Henry IV of France, since which time he had managed the estates of the Earl of Lincoln. He was old enough to have lent a shrill voice to the huzzas at the defeat of the Armada, and his military services had indoctrinated him in the lore of civil and religious freedom. Theophilus Eaton, an eminent London merchant, was used to courts and had been minister of Charles I in Denmark. Simon Bradstreet, the son of a nonconformist minister in Lincolnshire and a grandson of a Suffolk gentleman of a fine estate, had studied at Emmanuel College, Cambridge. William Vassall was an opulent West India proprietor. The principal planters of Massachusetts, says the prejudiced Chalmers, were English country gentlemen of no inconsiderable fortunes, of enlarged understandings, improved by liberal education, of extensive ambition, concealed under the appearance of religious humility. But it is not alone from what we know of the position, character, and objects of those few members of the Massachusetts Company who were proposing to emigrate at the early period now under our notice, that we are to estimate the power and the purposes of that important corporation. It had been rapidly brought into the form which it now bore by the political exigencies of the age. Its members had no less in hand than a wide religious and political reform, whether to be carried out in New England or in Old England or in both. It was for circumstances as they should unfold themselves to determine. The leading emigrants to Massachusetts were of that brotherhood of men who, by force of social consideration as well as of the intelligence and resolute patriotism, molded the public opinion and action of England in the first half of the 17th century, while the larger part stayed at home to found, as it proved, the short-lived English Republic and to introduce elements into the English Constitution which had to wait another half-century for their secure reception. Another part devoted themselves at once to the erection of free institutions in this distant wilderness. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Great Puritan Exodus to New England, The Founding of Boston, A.D. 1630, by John G. Palfrey, Part 2. In an important sense, the associates of the Massachusetts Company were builders of the British as well as of the New England Commonwealth. Some 10 or 12 of them, including Craddock, the governor, served in the Long Parliament. Of the 4 commoners of that Parliament, distinguished by Lord Clarendon as first in influence, Vane had been governor of the company, and Hampden, Pym, and Fiennes, all patentees of Connecticut, if not members, were constantly consulted upon its affairs. The latter statement is also true of the Earl of Warwick, the Parliament's admiral, and of those excellent persons, Lord Say and Seal and Lord Brooke, both of whom at one time proposed to emigrate. The company's meetings placed Winthrop and his colleagues in relations with numerous persons destined to act busy parts in the stirring times that were approaching, with Brereton and Hewson, afterward 2 of the parliamentary major generals, with Philip Nye, who helped Sir Henry Vane to cozen the Scottish Presbyterian commissioners in the phraseology of the Solemn League and Covenant, with Samuel Vassall, whose name shares with those of Hampden and Lord Say and Seal the renown of the refusal to pay ship money, and of courting the suit which might ruin them or emancipate England, with John Venn, who at the head of 6,000 citizens beset the House of Lords during the trial of Lord Strafford, and whom, with 3 other Londoners, King Charles, after the Battle of Edgehill, excluded from his offer of pardon, with Owen Roe, the firebrand of the city, with Thomas Andrews, the Lord Mayor, who proclaimed the abolition of royalty. Sir John Young, named second in the original grant from the Council for New England, as well as in the charter from King Charles, sat in Cromwell's second and third parliaments. Others of the company, as Vane and Adams, incurred the Protector's displeasure by 2 uncomplying principals. 6 or 7 were members of the High Court of Justice for the King's trial, on which occasion they gave a divided vote. 4 were members of the Committee of Religion, the most important committee of Parliament, and 1, the Councillor John White, was its chairman. A question had been raised whether the company had a right and was legally competent to convey the charter across the ocean and execute on a foreign soil the powers conferred by it. Certain it is that no such proceeding is forbidden by the letter of the instrument, and a not disingenuous casuistry might inquire if the business of the company may be lawfully transacted in a western harbor of Great Britain, why not under the king's flag in a ship at sea or on the opposite shore? It cannot be maintained that such a disposition of a colonial charter would be contrary to the permanent policy of England, for other colonial charters, earlier and later, were granted. Sir William Alexander's, William Penn's, Lord Baltimore's, and those of Rhode Island and Connecticut, to be kept and executed without the realm. As to the purpose of the grantor, those were not times for such men as the Massachusetts patentees to ask what the king wished or expected, but rather how much of freedom could be maintained against him by the letter of the law or by other righteous means. And no principle of jurisprudence is better settled than that a grant is to be interpreted favorably to the grantees, inasmuch as the grantor, being able to protect himself, is to be presumed to have done so to the extent of his purpose. The eminent Puritan counselor, John White, the legal adviser of the company in all stages of this important proceeding, instructed them that they could legally use the charter in this manner. Very probably it had been drawn by his own hand, in the form in which it passed the seals, with a care to have it free from any phraseology which might interfere with this disposition of it. Certainly Winthrop and his coadjutors may be pardoned for believing that it was legally subject to the use to which they put it, since such was the opinion of the crown lawyers themselves, when, in the second following generation, the question became important. In the very heat of the persecution which at length broke down the charter, the chief justices, Rainsford and North, spoke of it as making the adventurers a corporation upon the place, and Sawyer, Attorney General in the next reign, expressed the same opinion. Quote, "The patent having created the grantees and their assigns a body corporate, they might transfer their charter and act in New England." End quote. He who well weighs the facts which have been presented in connection with the principal emigration to Massachusetts, and other related facts which will offer themselves to notice as we proceed, may find himself conducted to the conclusion that when Winthrop and his associates prepared to convey across the water a charter from the king which, they hoped, would in their beginnings afford them some protection both from himself and through him from the powers of continental Europe, they had conceived a project no less important than that of laying, on this side of the Atlantic, the foundations of a nation of Puritan Englishmen, foundations to be built upon as future circumstances should decide or allow. It would not perhaps be pressing the point too far to say that in view of the thick clouds that were gathering over their home, they contemplated the possibility that the time was near at hand when all that was best of what they left behind would follow them to these shores, when a renovated England, secure in freedom and pure in religion, would rise in North America, when a transatlantic English empire would fulfill in its beneficent order the dreams of English patriots and sages of earlier times. If such were the aims of the members of the Massachusetts Company, it follows that commercial operations were a merely incidental object of their association. And in fact, it does not appear that, as a corporation, they ever held for distribution any property except their land, or that they ever intended to make sales of their land in order to a division of the profits among the individual freemen, or that a freeman, by virtue of the franchise, could obtain a parcel of land even for his own occupation, or that any money was ever paid for admission into the company, as would necessarily have been done if any pecuniary benefit was attached to membership. Several freemen of the company, among others the three who were first named in the charter, as well as in the patent from the Council for New England, appear to have never so much as attended a meeting. They were men of property and public spirit, who, without intending themselves to leave their homes, gave their influence and their money to encourage such as were disposed to go out and establish religion and freedom in a new country. The company had no stock in the sense in which that word is used in speaking of money corporations. What money was needed to procure the charter, to conduct the business under it, and carry out the scheme of colonization was obtained neither by the sale of negotiable securities nor by assessment, but by voluntary contributions from individuals of the company, and possibly from others, in such sums as suited the contributors respectively. These contributions made up what is called in the records the joint stock, designed to be used in providing vessels and stores for the transportation of settlers. It is true that these contributors, called adventurers, had more or less expectation of being remunerated for their outlay, and for this purpose 200 acres of land within the limits of the patent were pledged to them for every 50 pounds subscribed, in addition to a proportional share of the trade which the government of the company was expecting to carry on. But a share of the profits of trade, as of the land, was to be theirs, not because they were freemen, but because they were contributors, which many of the freemen were not, and perhaps others besides freemen were. When the transfer of the charter and of the government to America had been resolved upon, it was agreed that at the end of 7 years a division of the profits of a proposed trade in fish, furs, and other articles should be made among the adventurers agreeably to these principles, and the management of the business was committed to a board consisting of 5 persons who expected to emigrate and 5 who were to remain in England. But this part of the engagement appears to have been lost sight of, at least never to have been executed. It is likely that the commercial speculation was soon perceived to be unpromising, and the outlay had been distributed in such proportions that the loss was not burdensome in any quarter. The richer partners submitted to it silently, from public spirit, the poorer as a less evil than that of a further expense and risk of time and money. From the ship Arbella, lying in the port of Yarmouth, the governor and several of his companions took leave of their native country by an address, which they entitled, quote, "The humble request of His Majesty's loyal subjects, the governor and the company late gone for New England, to the rest of their brethren in and of the Church of England," end quote. They asked a favorable construction of their enterprise and good wishes and prayers for its success. With a tenacious affection which the hour of parting made more tender, they said, "We esteem it our honor to call the Church of England, from whence we rise, our dear mother, and cannot part from our native country where she specially resideth, without much sadness of heart and many tears in our eyes, wishing our heads and hearts may be as fountains of tears for your everlasting welfare, when we shall be in our poor cottages in the wilderness, overshadowed with a spirit of supplication through the manifold necessities and tribulations which may not altogether unexpectedly nor, we hope, unprofitably befall us, and so commending you to the grace of God in Christ, we shall ever rest your assured friends and brethren." End quote. The address is said to have been drawn up by Mr. White of Dorchester. The incidents of the voyage are minutely related in a journal begun by the governor on shipboard off the Isle of Wight. Preaching and catechizing, fasting and thanksgiving were duly observed. A record of the writer's meditations on the great design which occupied his mind while he passed into a new world and a new order of human affairs would have been a document of the profoundest interest for posterity. But the diary contains nothing of that description. On the voyage, Winthrop composed a little treatise which he called A Model Christian Charity. It breathes the noblest spirit of philanthropy. The reader's mind kindles as it enters into the train of thought in which the author referred to, quote, "the work we have in hand. It is," he said, "by a mutual consent, through a special overruling providence, and a more than an ordinary approbation of the churches of Christ, to seek out a place of cohabitation and consortship under a due form of government, both civil and ecclesiastical." End quote. The forms and institutions under which liberty, civil and religious, is consolidated and assured were floating vaguely in the musings of that hour. The Arbella arrived at Salem after a passage of 9 weeks, and was joined in a few days by 3 vessels which had sailed in her company. The assistants, Ludlow and Rossiter, with a party from the West Country, had landed at Nantasket a fortnight before, and some of the laden people, on their way to Plymouth, had reached Salem a little earlier yet. 7 vessels from Southampton made their voyage 3 or 4 weeks later. 17 in the whole came before winter, bringing about 1,000 passengers. It is desirable to understand how this population, destined to be the germ of a state, was constituted. Of members of the Massachusetts Company, it cannot be ascertained that so many as 20 had come over. That company, as has been explained, was one formed mainly for the furtherance, not of any private interests, but of a great public object. As a corporation, it had obtained the ownership of a large American territory, on which it designed to place a colony which should be a refuge for civil and religious freedom. By combined counsels, it had arranged the method of ordering a settlement, and the liberality of its members had provided the means of transporting those who should compose it. This done, the greater portion were content to remain and await the course of events at home, while a few of their number embarked to attend to the providing of the asylum, which very soon might be needed by them all. It may be safely concluded that most of the persons who accompanied the emigrant members of the company to New England sympathized with them in their object. It may be inferred from the common expenditures which were soon incurred that considerable sums of money were brought over, and almost all the settlers may be presumed to have belonged to one or another of the 4 following classes. 1. Those who paid for their passage and who were accordingly entitled on their arrival to a grant of as much land as if they had subscribed £50 to the common stock of the company. 2. Those who, for their exercise of some profession, art, or trade, were to receive specified remuneration from the company in money or land. 3. Those who paid a portion of their expenses, and after making up the rest by labor at the rate of 3 shillings a day, were to receive 50 acres of land. 4. Indented servants, for whose conveyance their masters were to be remunerated at the rate of 50 acres of land for each. All Englishmen were eligible to the franchise of the Massachusetts Company, but until elected by a vote of the existing freemen, no one had any share in the government of the plantation or in the selection of its governors. The reception of the newcomers was discouraging. More than a quarter part of their predecessors at Salem had died during the previous winter, and many of the survivors were ill or feeble. The faithful Higginson was wasting with a hectic fever, which soon proved fatal. There was a scarcity of all sorts of provisions, and not corn enough for a fortnight's supply after the arrival of the fleet. The remainder of 180 servants, who in the 2 preceding years had been conveyed over at heavy cost, were discharged from their indentures to escape the expense of their maintenance. Sickness soon began to spread, and before the close of autumn had proved fatal to 200 of this year's emigration. Death aimed at the shining mark he is said to love. Lady Arbella Johnson, coming from, quote, a paradise of plenty and pleasure, which she enjoyed in the family of a noble earldom, into a wilderness of wants, end quote, survived her arrival only a month, and her husband, singularly esteemed and beloved by the colonists, died of grief a few weeks after. He was a holy man and wise, and died in sweet peace. Giving less than a week to repose and investigations at Salem, Winthrop proceeded with a party in quest of some more attractive place of settlement. He traced the Mystic River a few miles up from its mouth, and after a few days' exploration returned to Salem to keep the Sabbath. When 10 or 11 vessels had arrived, a day of public thanksgiving was observed in acknowledgment of the divine goodness which had so far prospered the enterprise. After a sufficient pause for deliberation and conference concerning the forms of organization of the new society, the subject of an ecclesiastical settlement was the first matter to receive attention. On a day solemnized with prayer and fasting, the Reverend Mr. Wilson, after the manner of proceeding in the year before at Salem, entered into a church covenant with Winthrop, Dudley, and Johnson. 2 days after, on Sunday, they associated with them 3 of the assistants, Mr. Knoll, Mr. Sharp, and Mr. Bradstreet, and 2 other persons, Mr. Gager and Mr. Colburn. Others were presently added, and the church, so constituted, elected Mr. Wilson to be its teacher, and ordained him to that charge at Mishawum. At the same time, Mr. Knoll was chosen to be ruling elder, and Mr. Gager and Mr. Aspinwall to be deacons. From the promptness of these measures, it is natural to infer that they had been the subject of consideration in concert before the landing, but there was some lingering scruple respecting the innovation on accustomed forms, and either for the general satisfaction or to appease some doubters, the imposition of hands was accompanied with, quote, this protestation by all, that it was only as a sign of election and confirmation, end quote. In the choice of a capital town, attention was turned to Mishawum, now Charlestown. Here, 10 weeks after the landing, the first court of assistants on this side of the water was convened. The assistants present were Saltonstall, Ludlow, Rossiter, Noel, Sharp, Pynchon, and Bradstreet. 3 others were in the country, Johnson, Endicott, and Coddington. The question first considered was that of provision for the ministers. It was, quote, ordered that houses be built for them with convenient speed at the public charge. Sir Richard Saltonstall undertook to see it done at his plantation, Watertown, for Mr. Phillips, and the governor at the other plantation for Mr. Wilson, end quote. Allowances of £30 a year to each of these gentlemen were to be made at the common charge of the settlements, those of Mattapan and Salem exempted, as being already provided with the ministry. Provision was also made for Mr. Gager as engineer and Mr. Penn as beadle. It was ordained that carpenters, joiners, bricklayers, sawyers, and thatchers should not take above 2 shillings a day, nor any man should give more, under pain of 10 shillings to taker and giver. And sawers were restricted as to the price they might take for boards. The use or removal of boats or canoes, without the owner's leave, was prohibited, under penalty of fine and imprisonment. Saltonstall, Johnson, Endicott, and Ludlow were appointed to be justices of the peace, besides the governor and deputy governor, who were always to have that trust by virtue of their higher office. And, quote, it was ordered that Morton of Mount Wollaston should presently be sent for by process. And, quote, Morton had lately been brought back to Plymouth by Allerton, who incurred much censure on that account, and, repairing to Mount Wollaston, had resumed his old courses. A recital of the action of the Board of Assistants at their first meetings on this continent will explain the early exigencies of their administration and the view entertained by them of their duties and powers. At a second court, held at Charlestown, the following business was transacted. It was agreed that every third Tuesday there should be a court of assistants held at the governor's house. It was, quote, ordered that Thomas Norton of Mount Wollaston should presently be set into the bilboes, and after sent prisoner to England by the ship called the Gift, now returning thither, that all his goods should be seized upon to defray the charge of his transportation, payment of his debts, and to give satisfaction to the Indians for a canoe he unjustly took away from them, and that his house should be burned down to the ground, in sight of the Indians, for their satisfaction for many wrongs he had done them from time to time, end quote. Mr. Clark was directed to pay to John Baker the sum of 38 shillings for cheating him in a sale of cloth. A stipend was granted to Mr. Patrick and Mr. Underhill as military instructors and officers. The names of Boston, Dorchester, and Watertown were assigned to the places which still bear them, and it was ordered that no plantation should be made within the limits of the patent without permission from a majority of the Board of Governor and Assistants, and that, quote, a warrant should presently be sent to Agawam, Ipswich, to command those that are planted there forthwith to come away, end quote. At a third court, also held at Charlestown, regulations were enacted against allowing the Indians the use of firearms, and against parting with corn to them, or sending it out of the jurisdiction without a license. Constables were appointed for Salem and Dorchester. The wages of common laborers were fixed at 6 pence a day, and those of mechanics were employed in building at 16 pence, in addition to meat and drink. Order was given for the seizure of, quote, Richard Clow's strong water, for his selling great quantity thereof to several men's servants, which was the occasion of much disorder, drunkenness, and misdemeanor, end quote. The execution of a contract between certain parties for the keeping of cattle was defined and enforced. Sir Richard Saltonstall was fined 4 bushels of malt for absenting himself from the meeting. Thomas Gray, for, quote, diverse things objected against him, was ordered to remove himself out of the limits of this patent before the end of March next. For the felony committed by him, whereof he was convicted by his own confession, end quote, John Goldburn as principal and 3 other persons as accessories were sentenced to be whipped and afterwards set in the stocks. Servants, either man or maid, were forbidden to give, sell, or truck any commodity whatsoever without license from their master during the time of their service. An allowance was made to Captains Underhill and Patrick for quarters and rations, and for their maintenance a rate of 50 pounds was levied, of which sum Boston and Watertown were assessed 11 pounds each, and Charlestown and Dorchester 7 pounds each, Roxbury 5 pounds, and Salem and Mystic each only 3 pounds, a sort of indication of the estimated wealth of those settlements respectively. The public business proceeded at the next two courts after the same manner. A restriction, which it seems had existed under Endicott's administration on the price of beaver, was removed. A bounty was offered for the killing of wolves, to be paid by the owners of domestic animals in sums proportioned to the amount of their stock. Encouragement was given by a legal rate of toll to the setting up of a ferry between Charlestown and Boston. A servant of Sir Richard Saltonstall was sentenced to be whipped for his misdemeanor toward his master, and bonds were taken for good behavior in a case of strong suspicion of incontinency. Sir Richard Saltonstall was fined £5 for whipping two persons without the presence of another assistant. A man was ordered to be whipped for fouling on the Sabbath day, another for stealing a loaf of bread, and another for breaking an engagement to pilot a vessel, with the privilege, however, of buying off the punishment with 40 shillings. The employers of one Knapp, who was indebted to Sir Richard Saltonstall, and of his son, were directed to apply half of their wages to the discharge of the debt. An assessment of £60 was laid on 6 settlements for the maintenance of Mr. Wilson and Mr. Phillips, of which sum Boston and Watertown were to pay £20 each, and Charlestown half as much, and Roxbury, Mystic, and Winnisimmett were charged with £6, £3, and £1 respectively. An epidemic sickness at Charlestown was ascribed to the want of good water. An ample supply of it being found in Boston, a portion of the people removed to that peninsula, and there for the first time after their arrival on this continent was held one of those quarterly general courts of the Company of Massachusetts Bay, which were prescribed in a provision of the Charter. End section 17.
Section 18 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. Triumph and Death of Gustavus Adolphus at Luetzen, A.D. 1632. Benjamin Chapman. No actor in the 30 Years' War left a more brilliant name than Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden. His military reputation, which rests on solid achievement, was much enhanced by the victory at Luetzen, although the king early fell on the field. That triumph, which was won largely through the inspiration of his spirit and the shock of its ultimate departure, contributed to the remarkable advancement of Sweden, which his reign had already inaugurated. Before the interference of Gustavus in the war, the Catholic party had defeated the Protestants in almost every engagement. The Protestant leaders, Christian IV of Denmark, Count Mansfeld, and Christian of Anhalt, had been no match for Tilly, commanding the force of the Holy League, and Wallenstein, leader of the imperial army. When Gustavus joined the conflict, Wallenstein had quitted the service of the Emperor Ferdinand II, and the great Swede's first opponent was Tilly, the imperial generalissimo. Tilly's ruthless sack of Magdeburg in 1631 brought many hesitating Protestants to the side of Gustavus, and on the field of Leipzig, or Breitenfeld, September 7, 1631, he completely overcame his strong enemy. In April following, Tilly, the victor in 36 battles, fell in another conflict with Gustavus. The Swedish king continued his campaign in Germany, and November 16, 1632, he met Wallenstein, who again commanded the imperial forces, and his lieutenant, Count Pappenheim, on the fatal but glorious field of Luetzen. The king had gathered his forces at Erfurt, and there he bade farewell to his queen, tenderly commending her to the care of the city magistrates. On October 30th, Gustavus sent Bernhard, Duke of Saxe-Weimar, forward with 11,000 men to observe Pappenheim. The duke took the road by Buttstadt to Freiburg, and from thence, after crossing the Saale, to Naumburg, where he arrived just in time to anticipate the enemy. The next day the king gave the military command at Erfurt to Dupadel, and proceeded himself to Naumburg. Here the joy and confidence which his presence inspired, as if he had been a god, far from elating him, awakened only in his mind a feeling of humility and a sorrowful presentiment that some disaster to himself would soon convince the Naumburgers of the frailty of the idol in whom they trusted. On Sunday, November 14th, he learned by an intercepted letter that Pappenheim had been sent to Halle, and that the next day the imperial army was to leave Weissenfels. He would now have attacked Wallenstein at once, but the dissuasions of the Kniphausen, it is said, prevailed, and he agreed to defer the hazard of the battle until he should have been reinforced by Duke George of Lüneburg and the Elector of Saxony. Accordingly, having written to the Elector, who lay at Torgau, to meet him at Eilenberg, he was himself marching at Pugau in that direction, when some gentlemen and peasants of the neighborhood brought him word that Wallenstein's troops were still quartered in the villages around Luetzen, and that he was not aware of the king's army being on the march. "Then," exclaimed Gustavus, "I verily believe the Lord has delivered him into my hand," and instantly darted toward his prey. Luetzen was now in sight. The peasants said it was close at hand, but it proved more distant than this indefinite expression, or the measure of their own eager gaze, had led the Swedes to calculate. Moreover, a small river, the Rippart, that lay between the king and Luetzen, whose narrow bridge could only be passed by one or two at a time, impeded the advance full 2 hours. A skirmish with Isolani's cavalry, who were quartered at a village near the bridge, may also have occasioned some little loss of time, so that when the Swedish army had reached the fatal field it was nightfall, and too late to begin the battle. Wallenstein made good use of the delay. On the first intelligence of the king's approach, he had written to Pappenheim. The letter is still preserved in the archives of Vienna, stained with Pappenheim's blood, apprising him of the danger, and requiring him to join at daybreak with every man and gun. During the night and early in the morning, which proved very misty, he mustered his troops and made his dispositions, deepening the drains by the high roads to form entrenchments for his musketeers. The king passed the night in his carriage, chiefly in conversation with his generals. Early in the morning he had prayers read to himself by his chaplain, Fabricius. The rest of the army sang Luther's hymn, "Our God is a strong tower," and Gustavus himself led another hymn, "Jesus Christ our Savior, he overcame death." The king mounted his horse without having broken his fast. He wore a plain buff coat without armor. Replying, it is said, to some remark on this deficiency, that God was his harness, he addressed a few words of encouragement, first to the Swedes, then to the Germans of his army, and to this effect: "My brave and beloved subjects," he said to the Swedish regiments, "now is the time to prove your discipline and courage, confirmed in many a fight. Yonder is the enemy you have sought so long, not now sheltered by strong ramparts, nor posted on inaccessible heights, but ranged in fair and open field. Advance, then, by God's help, not so much to fight as to conquer. Spare not your blood, your lives, for your king, your country, your God, and the present and eternal blessing of the Almighty, and an illustrious name throughout the Christian world awaits you. But if, which God forbid, you prove cowards, I swear that not a bone of you shall return to Sweden. The Lord preserve you all." To the Germans he said, "My brave allies and fellow soldiers, I adjure you by your fame, your honor, and your conscience, by the interest temporal and eternal now at stake, by your former exploits, by the remembrance of Tilly and the Breitenfeld, bear yourselves bravely today. Let the field before you become illustrious by a similar slaughter. Forward! I will this day not only be your general, but your comrade. I will not only command you, I will lead you on. Add your efforts to mine. Extort from the enemy by God's help that victory of which the chief fruits will be to you and your children. But if you shrink from the contest, remember that religion, liberty, all will be lost, and that by your remissness." Having finished his addresses, to which both Swedes and Germans responded by hearty cheers and acclamations, the king cast his eyes to heaven and said, "O my Lord Jesus, Son of God, bless these our arms and this day's battle for thine own glory and holy name's sake." Then drawing his sword and waving it over his head, he advanced, the foremost of all his army. The numbers of the two armies at this moment were probably nearly equal. Diodati, indeed, who carried to the emperor from Wallenstein a verbal report of the battle, which by Ferdinand's order he afterward drew up in writing, stated the Swedish army to have been 25,000 strong, the imperial 12,000 only. This is to be understood as referring to the beginning of the engagement, before Pappenheim had come up, at which time, on the other hand, Harte and Mauvelen estimate the imperial force at from 28,000 to 30,000 men, Groffer at 25,000, estimates which are certainly exaggerations as Diodati's diminution of the truth. Gustavus would not only have departed from his avowed maxims and previous practice, he would have run counter to every sound strategical principle had he attacked without necessity an army numerically so superior. For that the Swedish force amounted in all to not more than 18,000 men, there is as much proof almost as it is possible to attain in such a matter. A rough calculation would make Wallenstein and Pappenheim's whole united force not more than 27,000, unless any reinforcements took place which have not been recorded, or which have escaped my notice. If we estimate Pappenheim's division at 10,000, this will give 17,000 imperialists on the field before he joined again on the day of the battle. But the Swedish intelligencer, whose information was derived from English officers about the person of Gustavus, conceives that Wallenstein must have had at this time full 20,000, or as he afterward modifies his opinion, that he must have had 30,000 in all, of whom 10,000 or 12,000 were with Pappenheim. According to these estimates, then, we may conclude that there were in the imperial camp at Luetzen on November 5th from 15,000 to 18,000, or perhaps even 20,000 men. Such numbers offered to Gustavus, especially under the circumstances, a strong temptation to attack them, and the imperial army being so divided, he had a reasonable hope, a hope by which he was justified in forcing the engagement, that he should be able to defeat successively both divisions. Even as it was, Pappenheim's foot not arriving soon enough to support contributed in no small degree to the loss of the battle. The field, which was intersected by a canal that unites the Saale and the Elster, called the Flossgraben, was almost a level, but of all the accidents afforded by such ground, Wallenstein had taken advantage. Luetzen lay to his right a little in front. Between it and 3 windmills close to his right wing intervened some mud-walled gardens. These he made use of as forts, throwing into them little garrisons and loopholing the walls. The mill hills he converted into batteries, and the dry ditches by the roadside into breastworks for his musketeers. The fog having cleared off for a season, at 10 o'clock the battle began. The wind and the sun were in the king's favor, but Wallenstein had the advantage in weight of artillery and position. Gustavus did not long sustain the cannonade of the enemy before he gave the order to charge toward the highway and dislodge the musketeers who occupied the ditches on the side of it. This being effected, the whole line continued to advance, and the 3 infantry brigades of the center took the batteries on their other side of the high road, but, not being supported in time by their cavalry, who had been impeded by the wayside ditches, lost them again, and were compelled to fall back. When the king knew that the first battery was taken, he uncovered his head and thanked God. But soon after, learning that the center had been repulsed, he put himself at the head of the Smolen cavalry and charged the imperial cuirassiers, the Black Lads, with whom he had just before told Salhowski to grapple. Piccolomini hastened to support the cuirassiers, and the Swedes, being overmatched, retreated without perceiving, the fog having again come over, that they had left the king in the midst of the enemy. A pistol ball now broke his arm, and as the Duke of Lauenburg was supporting him out of the battle, an imperial cuirassier came behind him and shot him in the back. He then fell from his horse, and, other cuirassiers coming up, one of them completed the work of death. It is added on the testimony of a young gentleman named Lobelfing, the son of Colonel Lobelfing of Nuremberg, and page to the Lord Marshal Crailsham, that being near when the king fell, and seeing that his charger, wounded in the neck, had galloped away, he dismounted and offered him his own horse. Gustavus stretched out his hands to accept the offer, and the page attempted to lift him from the ground, but was unable. In the meantime, some cuirassiers attracted to the spot demanded who the wounded man was. Lubelfing evaded the question or refused to answer, but the king himself exclaimed, "I am the King of Sweden," when he received 4 gunshot wounds and 2 stabs, which quickly released him from the agony of his broken arm, the bone of which had pierced the flesh and protruded. The imperialist soldiers about the king, each anxious to possess some trophy, had stripped the body to the shirt, and were about to carry it off when a body of Swedish cavalry, charging toward the spot, dispersed them. His death was immediately communicated by one of the few who were about his person when he fell, to the Swedish generals. His charger, galloping loose and bloody about the field, announced to many more that some disaster had befallen him. The whole extent of the calamity, however, was not generally known, but a burning desire ran through the ranks to rescue him if living, to avenge him if dead. The noble Bernard of Saxe-Weimar sustained and animated the enthusiasm. Having whispered to Kniphausen that Gustavus was dead, he asked him what was to be done. Kniphausen answered that his troops were in good order, and that retreat was practicable, to which the fiery Duke answered that it was not a question of retreat, but of vengeance and victory. This said, he assumed the command, and, upon Stenbach's lieutenant colonel hesitating to advance when he ordered him, passed his sword through his body, and led on to the attack 3 other regiments, after a few words which gave fresh fuel to their ardor. Again the lost ground is won, the lost batteries are recovered, Wallenstein's ammunition explodes, and 7 of his guns are captured. Stauhansky rallies his Finlanders, drives back the imperial cuirassiers, and bears away the king's body, easily distinguished from the rest of the slain by its heroic stature. But many still are the vicissitudes of that memorable day. Pappenheim brings fresh masses and fresh courage into the field. He is slain, content to die, since Gustavus, the foe of the emperor and of his faith, breathes no longer. But Piccolomini and Terzi have inherited his spirit. The Swedes are beaten back. Several standards and royal banners are won by the imperialists. Count Brize is mortally wounded, and of his division the flower of the army, the brave veterans who have been so long accustomed to conquer that they knew not how to yield, there remains but an inconsiderable fraction. During all these vicissitudes, the cool intrepidity of Kniphausen had kept the second line of the center unbroken, and when between 3 and 4 o'clock the fog cleared off, the Duke Bernard, who had expected a very different appearance, saw it standing firm and in good order. He raised his voice once more to renew the assault. This charge again changed the aspect of the battle, but the mist again spreading, again the Swedes are baffled when within a grasp of victory. The fifth and decisive charge was made just before sunset, when the arrival of Pappenheimer's foot encouraged the Imperialists to take a final and desperate struggle. Kniphausen's fresh troops were now brought into action. The sharp ring of the musketry, the shouts of those full of fire and hope, stifled once more the groans of the wounded comrades, in whom life was expiring and hope was dead. Both sides fought bravely, admirably, and, had strength and courage alone determined this last agony, doubtful indeed would have been its issue, but the Swedish cannon now again opened their flaming mouths upon the right flank and front of the Imperialists, and the effect was terrible. Rank upon rank and file upon file fell beneath that crushing fire, so that when darkness thickened around the still contending armies, taking advantage of its cover and leaving behind him the guns which had not been already captured, Wallenstein gave the signal to retreat and drew off from the field. Thus ended this day of mingled glory and sadness, the mists and confusion of which have in a great measure obscured its history. The numbers engaged, the order of the battle on the side of the Imperialists, the number of the slain, the period of Pappenheim's arrival, what part of his force were actually engaged, above all the circumstances of the king's death, are perplexed amid the contrariety of contemporary narrations, representing partly the imperfection of human testimony and partly the different interests, jealousies, and suspicions of the times. Among the last to be mentioned, the imputation cast upon the Duke Francis Albert of Lauenburg, of having, according to previous compact with the Imperialist, murdered the king on the field of battle. This he is said to have effected as he was leading him away wounded, by placing a pistol behind him and shooting him in the back. The Duke, who was now about 32 years of age, had served during the Mantuan War in the Imperial army, but, from some impression that he had been neglected, joined Gustavus 2 or 3 weeks before the Battle of Luetzen as a volunteer. After the king had fallen, supposing that all was lost, he ran away to Weissenfels, and did not appear again among the Swedish ranks until next morning, when the cool reception he received from the generals induced him probably to leave and go to Dresden, where he obtained from his relation, the Elector of Saxony, the rank of field marshal under Arnim. Wallenstein courted his friendship by restoring him without ransom some of his attendants captured at Luetzen. The Duke was not ungrateful, and took a zealous part in the negotiations between Wallenstein and the Elector of Saxony, and Duke Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar in January and February 1634. On the night of Wallenstein's assassination, he was arrested by Gordon and sent to Vienna, where he remained a year in imprisonment, but at the expiration of that time, by embracing the Roman Catholic faith, obtained at once his freedom and a command in the imperial army at Silesia. In the Battle of Schweidnitz, May 30, 1642, he was wounded and taken prisoner. Torrenson rescued him with difficulty from the vengeance of the Swedish soldiers, and the next day he died of his wounds. The story that he had murdered the king had at one time taken such a hold upon the Swedes that no historian of that nation could venture to treat it as a fable, but a full examination of the facts by Forster shows upon how slight a foundation the charge was rested. The motive of personal animosity arising out of a blow given by the king to the duke is destroyed by the fact that the quarrel in which the insult is supposed to have been given was not with Duke Francis but with his brother. The corroboration of his guilt that he wore the device of Wallenstein's officers in the field, a green scarf, is annihilated by the answer that Wallenstein's officers did not wear green scarfs but crimson. and the only direct evidence of his crime falls to pieces against counter-evidence of still greater weight. Even the Swedes themselves, if they still retain the convictions of their forefathers, have grown tolerant of opposite convictions, and Geiger has not scrupled to intimate, with tolerable plainness, that he considers the charge against the Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg unproved. Gustavus's body was brought on a powder wagon to the hamlet of Moichen, where it was placed for the night in the church before the altar. The next day it was carried to the schoolmaster's house, until he, being joiner of the village also, constructed the simple shell in which it was conveyed to Weissenfels. There the body was embalmed by the king's apothecary, Caspar, who counted in it 9 wounds. The heart, which was uncommonly large, was preserved by the queen in a golden casket. A trooper, who had been wounded at the king's side, who remained at Moichen until his wound was healed, assisted by some peasants, rolled a large stone toward the spot where he fell. They were unable, however, to bring the stone, now called the Swede stone, to the exact spot, from which it stands some 30 or 40 paces distant. The death of Gustavus Adolphus cast a gloom over the whole of Europe. Even foes could lament the fall of so noble an enemy. To his subjects, to his allies, to the bondmen who looked to him for redress and deliverance, his loss was a heart-rending sorrow. Grave and aged senators wrung their hands and sobbed aloud when intelligence reached Stockholm. In the unfortunate Frederick of Bohemia, it produced, as we have seen, a depression that contributed probably to his death. Nor was the grief shown by the many merely political or selfish, excited because the public or individual hope centered in the king seemed to have perished with him. A heartfelt loyalty, a strong personal admiration and attachment, intermingled with other sources of regret and dignified the sorrow. It would have been strange had it been otherwise. There were in Gustavus most of the advantages and amenities of person and character which make a popular king, a man admired and beloved. In his latter years, indeed, he no longer possessed the graceful form that had belonged to him when he was an ardent and favored suitor of Ebba Brahe, but the slight inclination to corpulency that grew with him as he advanced toward middle age detracted probably little, if at all, from the commanding dignity of his person. His countenance to the last retained its captivating sweetness and expressive variety. It was a countenance of which the most accomplished pencil could give in one effort only an inadequate idea, and which Van Dyck, to whose portrait of the king none of the engravings which I have seen probably do justice, has represented only in repose. But in the varying play of Gustavus's features men could read his kindness of heart, his large powers of sympathy, his quick intelligence, his noble, chivalrous nature, and these were infinitely attractive. There, too, it must not be concealed, they could often discern the flash of anger, to be followed quickly by the rough speech which gave pain and offense where a little self-control and consideration might have spared a pang and prevented a quarrel. This propensity to anger diminished in some degree both the popularity and merit of Gustavus, yet he rarely permitted his anger to rage beyond a harsh expression, and with generous instinct he knew how to open the door of reconciliation, not only by frankly confessing his irritability, and by conferring fresh favors, but also by demanding fresh services from those noble natures which in his heart and rashness he had injured or pained. In the field he shared the dangers of his soldiers with courage liable, doubtless, to the charge of temerity, but to which no less than to his participation in their hardships, his sympathy with their feelings, and his great military talents, he owed, under God, his success and renown. That his military fame was well founded, that no series of accidents could have produced success at once so splendid and so uniform, we must have believed, though all professional authorities had been silent. but the special merit of no other commander has been more generally acknowledged by those of his own craft. His most celebrated living rival and the greatest conqueror of modern times have both set their seals to it. Wallenstein on 2 separate occasions pronounced him the greatest captain of his age, and among the 8 best generals whom, in his judgment, the world had ever known, Napoleon gave place to Gustavus Adolphus. End of section 18. Read by Leah MacKenzie, Longview, Washington, January 21st, 2023.
Section 19 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in March 2023. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Recantation of Galileo, A.D. 1633, by Sir Oliver Lodge. From Socrates to Galileo, as from the Church's early martyrs to its latest victims, runs the same story of conflict between the free human spirit and the repressive environment of custom, acting through personal will or through constituted power. When in 1633 Galileo, standing before the Inquisition at Rome, denied his own great work and swore that earth stood still, science staggered under the heavy blow. Galileo was being punished, not directly for the great astronomical discoveries he had made with his telescope, but for asserting that they proved, or that he believed in, the Copernican system. This declared that the earth moved, while the churchmen had interpreted the Bible to mean that it did not. Thus science, threatened in the person of its greatest leader, terrified by his sufferings, no longer dared proclaim the thing it saw. Descartes and many another thinker, though throbbing with the eagerness of the new dawning light, hushed their voices, hid their views. They were philosophers, not martyrs. What this newly roused vigor of thought might have accomplished, except for the repressive hand of the Church, we cannot tell. As it was, the supremacy of intellect passed away from Catholic Italy, turned from the south to the north, from Galileo to Newton and Leibniz. The forced recantation of the great astronomer thus stands out as one of the events which have changed the course of destiny. In 1615, Pope Paul V wrote requesting Galileo to come to Rome to explain his views. He went, was well received, made a special friend of Cardinal Barberino, an accomplished man in high position who became, in fact, the next pope. Galileo showed cardinals and others his telescope, and to as many as would look through it, he showed Jupiter's satellites and his other discoveries. He had a most successful visit. He talked, he harangued, he held forth in the midst of 15 or 20 disputants at once, confounding his opponents and putting them to shame. His method was to let the opposite arguments be stated as fully and completely as possible, himself aiding, and often adducing, the most forcible and plausible arguments against his own views. And then, all having been well stated, he would proceed to utterly undermine and demolish the whole fabric, and bring out the truth in such a way as to convince all honest minds. It was this habit that made him such a formidable antagonist. He never shrank from meeting an opposing argument, never sought to ignore it or cloak it in a cloud of words. Every hostile argument he seemed to delight in, as a foe to be crushed, and the better and stronger they sounded, the more he liked them. He knew many of them well, he invented a number more, and, had he chosen, could have out-argued the stoutest Aristotelian on his own grounds. Thus did he lead his adversaries on, almost like Socrates, only to ultimately overwhelm them in a more hopeless rout. All this in Rome too, in the heart of the Catholic world. Had he been worldly wise, he would certainly have kept silence and unobtrusive till he had leave to go away again. But he felt like an apostle of the new doctrines, whose mission it was to proclaim them even in this centre of the world and of the Church. Well, he had an audience with the Pope, a chat an hour long, and the two parted good friends, mutually pleased with each other. He writes that he is all right now, and might return home when he liked. But the question began to be agitated whether the whole system of Copernicus ought not to be condemned as impious and heretical. This view was persistently urged upon the Pope and College of Cardinals, and it was soon to be decided upon. Had Galileo been unfaithful to the Church, he could have left them to stultify themselves in any way they thought proper, and himself had gone, but he felt supremely interested in the result, and he stayed. He writes, quote, "So far as concerns the clearing of my own character, I might return home immediately, but although this new question regards me no more than all those who for the last 80 years have supported those opinions both in public and private, yet as perhaps I may be of some assistance in that part of the discussion which depends on the knowledge of truths ascertained by means of the sciences which I profess, I, as a zealous and Catholic Christian, neither can nor ought to withhold that assistance which my knowledge affords, and this business keeps me sufficiently employed." End quote. It is possible that his stay was the worst thing for the cause he had at heart. Anyhow, the result was that the system was condemned, and both the book of Copernicus and the epitome of it by Kepler were placed on the forbidden list, and Galileo himself was formally ordered never to teach or to believe the motion of the earth. He quitted Rome in disgust, which before long broke out in satire. The only way in which he could safely speak of these views now was as if they were hypothetical and uncertain, and so we find him writing to the Archduke Leopold, with a presentation copy of his book on the tides, the following. Quote, "This theory occurred to me when in Rome, while the theologians were debating on the prohibition of Copernicus's book, and of the opinion maintained in it of the motion of the earth, which I at that time believed, until it pleased those gentlemen to suspend the book and declare the opinion false and repugnant to the Holy Scriptures. Now, as I know how well it becomes me to obey and believe the decisions of my superiors, which proceed out of more knowledge than the weakness of my intellect can attain to, this theory which I send you, which is founded on the motion of the earth, I now look upon as a fiction and a dream, and beg your Highness to receive it as such. But as poets often learn to prize the creations of their fancy, so in like manner I do set some value on this absurdity of mine. It is true that when I sketched this little work I did hope that Copernicus would not, after 80 years, be convinced of error, and I had intended to develop and amplify it further, but a voice from heaven suddenly awakened me, and at once annihilated all my confused and entangled fancies." End quote. This sarcasm, if it had been in print, would probably have been dangerous. It was safe in a private letter, but it shows us his real feelings. However, he was left comparatively quiet for a time. He was getting an old man now, and passed the time studiously enough, partly at his house in Florence, partly at his villa in Arcetri, a mile or so out of the town. Here was a convent, and in it his 2 daughters were nuns. One of them, who passed under the name of Sister Maria Celeste, seems to have been a woman of considerable capacity. Certainly she was of a most affectionate disposition, and loved and honored her father in the most dutiful way. This was a quiet period of his life, spoiled only by occasional fits of illness and severe rheumatic pains, to which the old man was always liable. Many little circumstances are known of this peaceful time. For instance, the convent clock won't go, and Galileo mends it for them. He is always doing little things for them, and sending presents to the Lady Superior and his 2 daughters. He was occupied now with problems in hydrostatics and on other matters unconnected with astronomy, a large piece of work which I must pass over. Most interesting and acute it is, however. In 1623, when the old Pope died, there was elected to the papal throne as Urban VIII Cardinal Barberino, a man of very considerable enlightenment, and a personal friend of Galileo's, so that both he and his daughters rejoice greatly, and hope that things will come all right, and the forbidding edict be withdrawn. The year after this election he manages to make another journey to Rome to compliment his friend on his elevation to the pontifical chair. He had many talks with Urban and made himself very agreeable. Encouraged, doubtless, by marks of approbation, and reposing too much confidence in the individual goodwill of the Pope, without heeding the crowd of half-declared enemies who were seeking to undermine his reputation, he set about, after his return to Florence, his greatest literary and most popular work, Dialogues on the Ptolemaic and Copernican Systems. This purports to be a series of 4 conversations between 3 characters: Salviati, a Copernican philosopher; Sagredo, a wit and scholar, not specially learned, but keen and critical, and who lightens the talk with chaff; Simplicio, an Aristotelian philosopher, who propounds the stock absurdities which served instead of arguments to the majority of men. The Aristotelians were furious, and represented to the Pope that he himself was the character intended by Simplicio, the philosopher whose opinions get alternately refuted and ridiculed by the other 2, till he is reduced to an abject state of impotence. The infirm old man was instantly summoned to Rome. His friends pleaded his age, he was now 70, his ill health, the time of year, the state of the roads, the quarantine existing on account of the plague. It was all of no avail, to Rome he must go, and on February 14th he arrived. His daughter at Assetri was in despair, and anxiety and fastings and penances self-inflicted on his account dangerously reduced her health. At Rome he was not imprisoned, but he was told to keep indoors and show himself as little as possible. He was allowed, however, to stay at the house of the Tuscan ambassador, instead of in jail. By April he was removed to the chambers of the Inquisition and examined several times. Here, however, the anxiety was too much, and his health began to give way seriously, so before long he was allowed to return to the ambassador's house, and after application had been made was allowed to drive in the public garden in a half-closed carriage. Thus in every way the Inquisition dealt with him as leniently as they could. He was now their prisoner, and they might have cast him into their dungeons, as many another had been cast. By whatever they were influenced, perhaps the Pope's old friendship, perhaps his advanced age and infirmities, he was not so cruelly used. Still, they had their rules. He must be made to recant and abjure his heresy, and, if necessary, torture must be applied. This he knew well enough, and his daughter knew it, and her distress may be imagined. Moreover, it is not as if they had really been heretics, as if they hated or despised the Church of Rome. On the contrary, they loved and honored the Church. They were sincere and devout worshippers, and only on a few scientific matters did Galileo presume to differ from his ecclesiastical superiors. His disagreement with them occasioned him real sorrow, and his dearest hope was that they could be brought to his way of thinking and embrace the truth. This condition of things could not go on. From February to June the suspense lasted. On June 20th he was summoned again, and told he would be wanted all next day for a rigorous examination. Early in the morning of the 21st he repaired thither, and the doors were shut. Out of those chambers of horror he did not reappear till the 24th. What went on all those 3 days no one knows. He himself was bound to secrecy. No outsider was present. The records of the Inquisition are jealously guarded. That he was technically tortured is certain. That he actually underwent the torment of the rack is doubtful. Much learning has been expended upon the question, especially in Germany. Several eminent scholars have held the fact of actual torture to be indisputable, geometrically certain, one says, and they confirm it by the hernia from which he afterwards suffered, this being a well-known and frequent consequence. Other, equally learned commentators, however, deny that the last stage was reached. For there are 5 stages all laid down in the rules of the Inquisition, and steadily adhered to in a rigorous examination, at each stage an opportunity being given for recantation, every utterance, groan, or sigh being strictly recorded. The recantation so given has to be confirmed a day or 2 later, under pain of a precisely similar ordeal. The 5 stages are: 1. The official threat in the court. 2. The taking to the door of the torture chamber and renewing the official threat. 3. The taking inside and showing the instruments. 4. Undressing and binding upon the rack. 5. Territio realis. Through how many of these ghastly acts Galileo passed, I do not know. I hope and believe not the last. There are those who lament that he did not hold out and accept the crown of martyrdom thus offered to him. Had he done so, we know his fate, a few years languishing in the dungeons, and then the flames. Whatever he ought to have done, he did not hold out, he gave way. At one stage or another of the dread ordeal he said, "I am in your hands. I will say whatever you wish." Then was he removed to a cell, while his special form of perjury was drawn up. The next day, clothed as a penitent, the venerable old man was taken to the convent of Minerva, where the cardinals and prelates were assembled for the purpose of passing judgment upon him. The judgment sentences him: 1. To the abjuration. 2. To formal imprisonment for life. 3. To recite the 7 penitential psalms every week. 10 cardinals were present, but, to their honour be it said, 3 refused to sign, and this blasphemous record of intolerance and bigoted folly goes down the ages with the names of 7 cardinals immortalized upon it. This having been read, he next had to read word for word the abjuration which had been drawn up for him, and then sign it. The abjuration of Galileo. I, Galileo Galilei, son of the late Vincenzio Galilei of Florence, aged 70 years, being brought personally to judgment, and kneeling before your most eminent and most reverend Lords Cardinals, General Inquisitors of the Universal Christian Republic against heretical depravity, having before my eyes the Holy Gospels, which I touch with my own hands, swear that I have always believed, and now believe, and with the help of God will in future believe, every article which the Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church of Rome holds, teaches, and preaches. But because I have been enjoined by this holy office altogether to abandon the false opinion which maintains that the sun is the centre and immovable, and forbidden to hold, defend, or teach the said false doctrine in any manner, and after it hath been signified to me that the said doctrine is repugnant with the Holy Scripture, I have written and printed a book in which I treat of the same doctrine now condemned, and adduce reasons with great force in support of the same, without giving any solution, and therefore have been judged grievously suspected of heresy. That is to say, that I held and believed that the sun is the centre of the universe and is immovable, and that the earth is not the centre and is movable. Willing, therefore, to remove from the minds of your eminences and of every Catholic Christian this vehement suspicion rightfully entertained toward me, with a sincere heart and unfeigned faith, I abjure, curse, and detest the said errors and heresies, and generally every other error and sect contrary to Holy Church. And I swear that I will never more in future say or assert anything verbally or in writing which may give rise to a similar suspicion of me, But if I shall know any heretic or any one suspected of heresy, that I will denounce him to this holy office, or to the inquisitor or ordinary of the place where I may be. I swear, moreover, and promise, that I will fulfill and observe fully all the penances which have been or shall be laid on me by this holy office. But if it shall happen that I violate any of my said promises, oaths, and protestations, which God avert, I subject myself to all the pains and punishments which have been decreed and promulgated by the sacred canons and other general and particular constitutions, against delinquents of this description. So may God help me, and his holy Gospels which I touch with my own hands. I, the above-named Galileo Galilei, have abjured, sworn, promised, and bound myself as above, and in witness thereof with my own hand have subscribed this present writing of my abjuration, which I have recited word for word. At Rome, in the convent of Minerva, June 22nd, 1633. I, Galileo Galilei, have abjured as above with my own hand. Those who believe the story about his muttering to a friend, as he rose from his knees, "Eppur si muove," and yet it does move, do not realize the scene. There was no friend in the place. It would have been fatally dangerous to mutter anything before such an assemblage. He was by this time an utterly broken and disgraced old man, wishful of all things to get away and hide himself and his miseries from the public gaze, probably with his senses deadened and stupefied by the mental sufferings he had undergone, and no longer able to think or care about anything, except perhaps his daughter, certainly not about any motion of this wretched earth. Far and wide the news of the recantation spread. Copies of the abjuration were immediately sent to all universities, with instructions to the professors to read it publicly. At Florence, his home, it was read out in the cathedral church, all his friends and adherents being specially summoned to hear it. For a short time more he was imprisoned in Rome, but at length was permitted to depart, never more of his own will to return. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Educational Reform of Comenius, A.D. 1638, S.S. Laurie. John Amos Comenius, 1592 to 1671, is now generally recognized as the founder of modern education. Just what his work has been is best left to Mr. Laurie, the leading authority upon his life. What the schools were before his time is almost too dreary a picture to attempt to draw. Everything was hopelessly haphazard, almost hopelessly uninteresting. Only in the schools of the Jesuits was anything approaching skill employed to stimulate the learner. If a child did not advance, the teacher held himself no way responsible. The lad was adjudged a dullard and left to remain in his stupidity with the rest of the blockhead world. The chief work of Comenius, the Didactica Magna, was probably finished about 1638 and was shown in manuscript to many persons at that time. Its ideas as to education were widely accepted, and its influence and that of its author spread rapidly over much of Europe. The publication of his works was delayed until 1657. In the history of education, it is important to recognize the existence of the two parallel streams of intellectual and spiritual regeneration. The leaders of both, like the leaders of all great social changes, at once bethought themselves of the schools. Their hope was in the young, and hence the reform of education early engaged their attention. The improvements made in the grammar schools under the influence of Melanchthon and Sturm, and in England of Colet and Ascham, did not endure, save in a very limited sense. Pure classical literature was now read, a great gain certainly, but this was all. There was no tradition of method, as was the case in the Jesuit order. During the latter half of the 16th century, the complaints made of the state of the schools, the waste of time, the barbarous and intricate grammar rules, the cruel discipline, were loud and long, and proceeded from men of the highest intellectual standing. To unity in the Reformed churches they looked, but looked in vain, for a settlement of opinion, and to the school they looked as the sole hope of the future. The school, as it actually existed, might have well filled them with despair. Even in the universities, Aristotelian physics and metaphysics, and with them the scholastic philosophy, still held their own. The reforms initiated mainly by Melanchthon had not indeed contemplated the overthrow of Aristotelianism. He and the other humanists merely desired to substitute Aristotle himself in the original for the Latin translation from the Arabic, necessarily misleading, and the Greek and Latin classics for barbarous epitomes. These very reforms, however, perpetuated the reign of Aristotle, when the spirit that actuated the reformers was dead, and there had been a relapse into the old scholasticism. The Jesuit reaction, also, which recovered France and South Germany for the Papal See, was powerful enough to preserve a footing for the metaphysical theology of St. Thomas Aquinas and the schoolmen. In England, Milton was of opinion that the youth of the universities were, even so late as his time, still presented with an, quote, asinine feast of sow thistles, end quote. These retrogressions in school and university serve to show how exceedingly difficult it is to contrive any system of education, middle or upper, which will work itself when the contrivers pass from the scene. Hence the importance, it seems to us, of having in every university, as part of the philosophical faculty, a department for the exposition of this very question of education. Surely a very important subject in itself as an academic study, and in its practical relations transcending perhaps all others. How are the best traditions of educational theory and practice to be preserved and handed down if those who are to instruct the youth of the country are to be sent forth to their work from our universities with minds absolutely vacant as to the principles and history of their profession, if they have never been taught to ask themselves the question, what am I going to do? Why? And how? This subject is one worthy of consideration both by the universities and the state. It was the want of method that led to the decline of schools after the Reformation period. It was the study of method which gave the Jesuits the superiority that on many parts of the continent they still retain. In 1605, there appeared a book which was destined to place educational method on a scientific foundation, although its mission is not yet, it is true, accomplished. This was Francis Bacon's Advancement of Learning, which was followed some years later by the Organum. For some time, the thoughts of men had been turning to the study of nature. Bacon represented this movement and gave it the necessary impulse by his masterly survey of the domain of human knowledge, his pregnant suggestions, and his formulation of scientific method. Bacon was not aware of his relations to the science and art of education. He praises the Jesuit schools, not knowing that he was subverting their very foundations. We know inductively that was the sum of Bacon's teaching. In the sphere of outer nature, the scholastic saying, nihil est in electu quod non prius fuerit in sensu, was accepted, but with this addition that the impressions on our senses were not themselves to be trusted. The mode of verifying sense impressions and the grounds of valid and necessary inference had to be investigated and applied. It is manifest that if we can tell how it is we know, it follows that the method of intellectual instruction is scientifically settled. But Bacon not only represented the urgent longing for a coordination of the sciences and for a new method, he also represented the weariness of words, phrases, and vain subtleties which had been gradually growing in strength since the time of Montaigne, Ludovicus, Vives, and Erasmus. The poets also had been placing nature before the minds of men in a new aspect. The humanists, as we have said, while unquestionably improving the aims and procedure of education, had been powerless to prevent the tendency to fall once more under the dominion of words, and to revert to mere form. The realism of human life and thought, which constituted the raison d'etre, had been unable to sustain itself as a principle of action because there was no school of method. It was the study of the realities of sense that was finally to place education on a scientific basis and make reaction, as to method at least, impossible. The thought of any age determines the education of the age which is to succeed it. Education follows, it does not lead. The school and the church alike march in the wake of science, philosophy, and political ideas. We see this illustrated in every epoch of human history, and in none so conspicuously as in the changes which occurred in the philosophy and education of ancient Rome during the lifetime of the elder Cato, and in modern times during the revival of letters and the subsequent rise of the Baconian induction. It is impossible, indeed, for any great movement of thought to find acceptance without its telling to some extent on every department of the body politic. Its influence on the ideas entertained as to the education of the rising generation must be, above all, distinct and emphatic. Every philosophical writer on political science has recognized this and has felt the vast significance of the educational system of a country both as an effect, the consequence of a revolution in thought, and as a cause, a moving force of incalculable power in the future life of a commonwealth. Thus it was that the humanistic movement which preceded and accompanied the Reformation of religion shook to its center the medieval school system of Europe, and that subsequently the silent rise of the inductive spirit subverted its foundations. Bacon, though not himself a realist in the modern and abused sense of that term, was the father of realism. It was this side of his teaching which was greedily seized upon and even exaggerated. Educational zeal now ran in this channel. The conviction of the churches of the time that one can make men what one pleases, by fair means or foul, was shared by the innovators. By education, rightly conceived and rightly applied, the enthusiasts dreamed that they could manufacture men, and in truth, the Jesuits had shown that a good deal could be done in this direction. The new enthusiasts failed to see that the genius of Protestantism is the genius of freedom, and that man refuses to be manufactured except on suicidal terms. He must first sacrifice that which is his distinctive title to manhood, his individuality and will. That the prophets of educational realism should have failed to see this is not to be laid at their door as a fault. It merely shows that they belonged to their own time and not to ours. They failed then, as some fail now, to understand man and his education because they break with the past. The record of the past is with them merely a record of blunders. The modern humanist more wisely accepts it as the storehouse of the thoughts and life of human reason. In the life of man, each individual of the race best finds his own true life. This is modern humanism, the realism of thought. Yet it is to the sense realists of the earlier half of the 17th century that we owe the scientific foundations of educational method, and the only indication of the true line of answer to the complaints of the time. In their hands, sense realism became allied with Protestant theology, and pure humanism disappeared. They were represented first by Wolfgang von Ratisch, a native of Holstein, born in 1571. Ratisch was a man of considerable learning. The distractions of Europe and the want of harmony, especially among the churches of the Reformation, led him to consider how a remedy might be found for many existing evils. He thought that the remedy was to be found in an improved school system, improved in respect both of the substance and method of teaching. In 1612, accordingly, he laid before the Diet of the German Empire at Frankfurt a memorial in which he promised, with the help of God, to give instruction for the service and welfare of all Christendom. The torch that fell from Ratisch's hand was seized, ere it touched the ground, by John Amos Comenius, who became the head, and still continues the head, of the sense-realistic school. His works have a present and practical, and not merely a historical and speculative significance. Not only had the general question of education engaged many minds for a century and more before Comenius rose, but the apparently subsidiary, yet all-important, question of method, in special relation to the teaching of the Latin tongue, had occupied the thoughts and pens of many of the leading scholars of Europe. The whole field of what we now call secondary instruction was occupied with the one subject of Latin, Greek and occasionally Hebrew having been admitted only in the beginning of the 16th century, and then only to a subordinate place. This of necessity. Latin was the one key to universal learning. To give to boys the possession of this key was all that teachers aimed at until their pupils were old enough to study rhetoric and logic. Of these writers on the teaching of Latin, the most eminent were Sturm, Erasmus, Melanchthon, Lubinus, Vossius, Sanctius, the author of the Minerva, Ritter, Helvicus, Bodinus, Valentinus André, and among Frenchmen, Coecilius Frey. Nor were Ascham and Mulcaster in England the least significant of the critics of method. Comenius was acquainted with almost all previous writers on education, except probably Ascham and Mulcaster, to whom he never alludes. He read everything that he could hear of with a view to find a method, and he does not appear ever to have been desirous to supersede the work of others. If he had found what he wanted, he would, we believe, have promulgated it, and advocated it as a loyal pupil. That he owed much to the previous writers is certain, but the prime characteristic of his work on Latin was his own. Especially does he introduce a new epoch in education by constructing a general methodology which should go beyond mere Latin and be equally applicable to all subjects of instruction. Before bringing his thoughts into definite shape, he wrote to all the distinguished men to whom he could obtain access. He addressed Radich, among others, but received no answer. Many of his letters also were returned because the persons addressed could not be found. Valentinus André wrote to him in encouraging terms, saying that he gladly passed on the torch to him. His mind became now much agitated by the importance of the question and by the excitement of discovery. He saw his whole scheme assuming shape under his pen, and was filled, like other zealous men before and since, with the highest hopes of the benefits which he would confer on the whole human race by his discoveries. He resolved to call his treatise Didactica Magna, or Omnis Omnia Docendi Artificium. He found a consolation for his misfortunes in the work of invention, and even saw the hand of Providence in the coincidence of the overthrow of schools through persecutions and wars, and those ideas of a new method which had been vouchsafed to him, and which he was elaborating. Everything might now be begun anew, and untrammeled by the errors and prejudices of the past. Some scruples as to a theologian and pastor being so entirely preoccupied with educational questions he had, however, to overcome. Quote, "Suffer, I pray, Christian friends, that I speak confidentially with you for a moment. Those who know me intimately know that I am a man of moderate ability and of almost no learning, but one who, bewailing the evils of his time, is eager to remedy them. If this in any be granted me to do, either by my own discoveries or by those of another, none of which things can come save from a gracious God. If then anything be here found well done, it is not mine, but his, who from the mouths of babes and suckling hath perfected praise, and who, that he may in verity show himself faithful, true, and gracious, gives to those who ask, opens to those who knock, and offers to those who seek. Christ my Lord knows that my heart is so simple that it matters not to me whether I teach or be taught, act the part of teacher of teachers or disciple of disciples. What the Lord has given me I send forth for the common good." End quote. His deepest conviction was that the sole hope of healing the dissensions of both church and state lay in the proper education of youth. When he had completed his great didactic, He did not publish it, for he was still hoping to be restored to his native Moravia, where he proposed to execute all his philanthropic schemes. Indeed, the treatise was first written in his native Slav or Czech tongue. In 1632 there was convened a synod of the Moravian brethren at Lissa, at which Comenius, now 40 years of age, was elected to succeed his father-in-law, Cyrillus, as bishop of the scattered brethren, a position which enabled him to be of great service, by means of correspondence, to the members of the community who were dispersed in various parts of Europe. Throughout the whole of his long life he continued this fatherly charge, and seemed never quite to abandon the hope of being restored, along with his fellow exiles, to his native land, a hope doomed to disappointment. In his capacity of pastor-bishop he wrote several treatises, such as a history of the persecutions of the brotherhood, an account of the Moravian church discipline and order, and polemical tracts against a contemporary Socinian. Meanwhile, his great didactic treatise, which had been written in his native Czech tongue, was yet unpublished. He was, it would appear, stimulated to the publication of it by an invitation he received in 1638 from the authorities in Sweden to visit their country and undertake the reformation of their schools. He replied that he was unwilling to undertake a task at once so onerous and so invidious, but that he would gladly give the benefit of his advice to anyone of their own nation whom they might select for the duty. These communications led him to resume his labor on the great didactic and to translate it into Latin, in which form it finally appeared. Humanism, which had practically failed in the school, had, apart from this fact, no attractions for Comenius, and still less had the worldly wisdom of Montaigne. He was a leading Protestant theologian, a pastor and bishop of a small but earnest and devoted sect, and it was as such that he wrote on education. The best results of humanism could, after all, be only culture, and this not necessarily accompanied by moral earnestness or personal piety. On the contrary, probably disassociated from these and leaning rather to skepticism and intellectual self-indulgence. At the same time, it must be noted that he never fairly faced the humanistic question. He rather gave it the cold shoulder from the first. His whole nature pointed in another direction. When he has to speak of the great instruments of humanistic education, ancient classical writers, he exhibits great distrust of them, and if he does not banish them from the school altogether, it is simply because the higher instruction in the Latin and Greek tongues is seen to be impossible without them. Even in the universities, as his Pansophic scheme shows, he would have Plato and Aristotle taught chiefly by means of analysis and epitomes. It might be urged in opposition to this view of the anti-humanism of Comenius that he contemplated the acquisition of a good style in Latin in the higher stages of instruction. True, but insofar as he did so, it was merely with a practical aim, the more effective and, if need be, oratorical enforcement of moral and religious truth. The beauties and subtleties of artistic expression had little charm for him, nor did he set much store by the graces. The most conspicuous illustration of the absence of all idea of art in Comenius is to be found in his school drama. The unprofitable dreariness of that production would make a reader sick were he not relieved by a feeling of its absurdity. The educational spirit of the Reformers, the conviction that all, even the humblest, must be taught to know God and Jesus Christ whom he has sent, was inherited by Comenius in its completeness. In this way, and in this way only, could the ills of Europe be remedied and the progress of humanity assured. While, therefore, he sums up the educational aim under the threefold heads of knowledge, virtue, and piety or godliness, he in truth has mainly in view the last two. Knowledge is of value only insofar as it forms the only sound basis, in the eyes of a Protestant theologian, of virtue and godliness. We have to train for a hereafter. In virtue and godliness, Comenius did not propose to teach anything save what the Reformed religion taught. His characteristic merits in this department of instruction were, 1. Morality and godliness were to be taught from the first. Parents and teachers were to begin to train at the beginning of the child's conscious life. 2. Parents and teachers were to give milk to babes and reserve the stronger meat for the adolescent and adult mind. They were to be content to proceed gradually, step by step. 3. The method of procedure was not only to be adapted to the growing mind, but the mode of enforcement was to be mild, and the manner of it kind and patient. Had Comenius done nothing more than put forth and press home these truths, he would have deserved our gratitude as an educationalist. But he did more than this. He related virtue and godliness to knowledge. By knowledge, Comenius meant knowledge of nature and of man's relation to nature. It is this important characteristic of Comenius' educational system that reveals the direct influence of Bacon and his school. To the great Verulum, he pays reverence for what he owed him, but he owed him even more than he knew. In this field of knowledge, the leading characteristic of the educational system of Comenius is his realism. We have pointed out, in contradiction of the assumptions of the modern sensationalist school, that the humanists were in truth realists, and it may be safely said that there can be no question among competent judges as to the realism which ought to characterize all rational and sound instruction. The question rather is as to the field in which the real is to be sought, in the mind of man or in external nature. As the former may be called humanistic realism, so the latter may be called sense or naturalistic realism. Of the latter, Comenius is the true founder, although his indebtedness to Radich was great. Mere acquisition of the ordered facts of nature and man's relation to them was with him the great aim, if not the sole aim, of all purely intellectual instruction. And here there necessarily entered the governing idea, encyclopedism or pansophism. Let all the sciences, he said, be taught in their elements in all schools, and more fully at each successive stage of the pupil's progress. It is by knowledge that we are what we are, and the necessary conclusion from this must be, let all things be taught to all. It is at this point that many will part company with Comenius. The mind stored with facts, even if this be ordered facts, will not necessarily be much raised in the scale of humanity as an intelligence. The natural powers may be simply overweighted by the process, and the natural channels of spontaneous reason choked. In education, while our main business is to promote the growth of moral purpose and of a strong sense of duty, we have to support these by the discipline of intelligence and by training to power and work rather than by information. On the other hand, only those who are ignorant of the history and the recognized results of education will wholly abjure realism in the Comenian sense, but it has to be assigned its own place, and nothing more than this, in the education of a human being. The sum of the matter seems to be this, that while a due place in all education is to be assigned to sense-realistic studies, especially in the earlier years of family and school life, the humanistic agencies must always remain the most potent in the making of a man. Comenius and his followers again confound knowledge with wisdom. He affirms that, quote, all authors are to be banished from school except those that give a knowledge of useful things, end quote. Wisdom is certainly not to be opposed to knowledge, but it depends more on a man's power of discrimination, combination, and imagination than on the extent of his mental store of facts. Were it not so, our whole secondary education and all the purely disciplinal part of our university instruction would be very far astray. If the ancient tongues are to be learned simply with a view to the sum of knowledge they contain, it would be absurd to waste the time of our youth over them. It would be better to impose on our universities the duty of furnishing guaranteed translations for the use of the public. We shall not, however, involve ourselves in controversy here, as our object is merely to point out, generally, the strong and weak points of our author. Next in importance to pansophy, or encyclopedism, and closely connected with it, is the principle that a knowledge of words and of things should go hand in hand. Words are to be learned through things. properly interpreted and under due limitations, this principle will, we presume, be now generally accepted. We say, under due limitations, because it is manifest that the converse preposition, that things are learned through words, is easily capable of proof, and is indeed, in our opinion, the stronghold of humanistic teaching in its earlier or school stages. It is in the department of method, however, that we recognize the chief contribution of Comenius to education. The mere attempt to systematize was a great advance. In seeking, however, for foundations on which to erect a coherent system, he had to content himself with first principles, which were vague and unscientific. Modern psychology was in its infancy, and Comenius had little more than the generalizations of Plato and Aristotle, and those not strictly investigated by him, for his guide. In training to virtue, moral truth, and the various moralities were assumed as if they emerged full-blown in the consciousness of man. In training to godliness again, Christian dogma was ready to his hand. In the department of knowledge, that is to say, knowledge of the outer world, Comenius rested his method on the scholastic maxim, nihil est in intellectu quod non prius fuerat in sensu. This maxim he enriched with a Baconian induction, comprehended by him, however, only in a general way. It was chiefly, however, the imagined harmony of physical and mental process that yielded his method. He believed that the process of the growth of external things had a close resemblance to the growth of the mind. Had he lived in these days, he would doubtless have endeavored to work out the details of his method on a purely psychological basis. But in the then state of psychology, he had to find another thread through the labyrinth. The mode of demonstration which he adopted was thus, as he himself called it, the syncretic or analogical. Whatever may be said of the harmony that exists between the growth of nature and of mind, there can be no doubt that the observation of the former is capable of suggesting, if it does not furnish, many of the rules of educational method. From the simple to the complex, from the particular to the general, the concrete before the abstract, and all step by step, and even by insensible degrees, these were among his leading principles of method. But the most important of all his principles was derived from the scholastic maxim quoted above. As all is from sense, let the thing to be known be itself presented to the senses, and let every sense be engaged in the perception of it. When it is impossible, from the nature of the case, to present the object itself, place a vivid picture of it before the pupil. The mere enumeration of these few principles, even if we drop out of view his other contributions to method and school management, will satisfy any man familiar with all the more recent treatises on education, that Comenius, even after giving his precursors their due, is to be regarded as the true founder of modern method, and that he anticipates Pestalozzi and all of the same school. When we come to consider Comenius' method as applied specially to language, we recognize its general truth, and the teachers of Europe and America will now be prepared to pay it the homage of theoretical approval at least. To admire, however, his own attempt at working out his linguistic method is impossible, unless we first accept his encyclopedism. The very faults with which he charged the school practices of the time are simply repeated by himself in a new form. The boy's mind is overloaded with a mass of words, the name and qualities of everything in heaven, on the earth, and under the earth. It was impossible that all these things, or even pictures of them, could be presented to sense, and hence his books must have inflicted a heavy burden on the merely verbal memory of boys. We want children to grow into knowledge, not to swallow numberless facts made up into boluses. Again, the amount that was to be acquired within a given time was beyond the youthful capacity. Any teacher will satisfy himself of this who will simply count the words and sentences in the Juana and Orbis of Comenius, and then try to distribute these over the school time allowed them. Like all reformers, Comenius was over-sanguine. I do not overlook the fact that command over the Latin tongue as a vehicle of expression was necessary to those who meant to devote themselves to professions and to learning, and that Comenius had his justification for introducing a mass of vocables now wholly useless to the student of Latin. But even for his own time, Comenius, under the influence of his encyclopedic passion, overdid his task. His real merits in language teaching lie in the introduction of the principle of graduated reading books, in the simplification of Latin grammar, in his founding instruction in foreign tongues on the vernacular, and in his insisting on method and instruction. But these were great merits, too soon forgotten by the dull race of schoolmasters, if indeed they were ever fully recognized by them till quite recent times. Finally, Comenius's views as to the inner organization of a school were original and have proved themselves in all essential respects correct. The same may be said of his scheme for the organization of a state system, a scheme which is substantially mutatis mutandis, at this moment embodied in the highly developed system of Germany. When we consider, then, that Comenius first formally and fully developed educational method, that he introduced important reforms into the teaching of languages, that he introduced into schools the study of nature, that he advocated with intelligence, and not on purely sentimental grounds, a milder discipline, we are justified in assigning to him a high, if not the highest, place among modern educational writers. The voluminousness of his treatises, their prolixity, their repetitions, and their defects of styles have all operated to prevent men studying him. The substance of what he has written has been, I believe, faithfully given by me, but it has not been possible to transfer to these pages the fervor, the glow, and the pious aspirations of the good old bishop. End section 20.
Section 21 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The first free constitution in the world, A.D. 1639. Earliest union among American colonies, A.D. 1633. By Gideon H. Hollister. That a colonizing people should, almost at the moment of their arrival in a new home, proceed to enact the fundamental law of a civil state is a remarkable fact in history. The manner in which this was done in Connecticut, and the character of the constitution there made in 1639, 6 years after the first English settlement, render it a memorable event in the development of the American government. As the Connecticut Constitution was not only the first instrument of its kind, but also formed, in many respects, a pattern for others which became the organic laws of American states, so the first union of colonies, in 1643, is important not alone as being the first, but also as foreshadowing the later confederation and the final union of the states themselves. This model of an American Union, following so closely upon the earliest creation of an American civil constitution, is concisely described by the great Chief Justice Marshall. G. H. Hollister. We read, in treatises upon elementary law, of a time antecedent to all law, when men theoretically are said to have met together and surrendered a part of their rights for a more secure enjoyment of the remainder. Hence, we are told, human governments date their origin. This dream of an enthusiast has applied to ages past, in Connecticut for the first time, and upon the American soil became a recorded verity. Here at last we are permitted to look on and see the foundations of a political structure laid. We can count the workmen, and we have become familiar with the features of the master builders. We see that they are most of them men of a new type. Bold men they are, who have cut loose from old associations, old prejudices, old forms, men who will take the opinions of no man unless he can back them up with strong reasons, clear-sighted, sinewy men, in whom the intellect and the moral nature predominate over the more delicate traits that mark an advanced stage of social life. Such men as these will not, however, in their zeal to cast off old dominions, be solicitous to free themselves and to posterity from all restraints, for no people are less given up to the sway of unbridled passions. Indeed, they have made it a main part of their business in life to subdue their passions. Laws, therefore, they must and will have, and laws that, whatever else they lack, will not want the merit of being fresh and original. As it has been, and still is, a much debated question what kind of men they were, some having overpraised and others rashly blamed them, let us, without bigotry, try if we cannot look at them through a medium that shall render them to us in all their essential characteristics as they were. That medium is afforded us by the written constitution that they made of their own free will for their own government. This is said to give the best portrait of any people, though in a nation that has been long maturing, the compromise between the past and present, written upon almost every page of its history, cannot have failed in some degree to make the likeness dim. Yet of such a people as we are describing, who may be said to have no past, who live not so much in the present as in the future, and who forge as with one stroke the constitution that is to be a basis of their laws, are we not provided with a mirror that reflects every lineament with the true disposition of light and shade? If it is a stern, it is yet a truthful mirror. It flatters neither those who made it, nor those blear-eyed maskers, who, forgetful of their own distorted visages, look in askance, and are able to see nothing to admire in the sober, bright-eyed faces of their fathers who gazed down upon them from the olden time. The preamble of this constitution begins by reciting the fact that its authors are, under Almighty God, inhabitants and residents of Windsor, Hartford, and Wethersfield, upon the river of Connecticut. It also states that, in consonance with the word of God, in order to maintain the peace and union of such a people, it is necessary that there should be an orderly and decent government established, that shall dispose of the affairs of the people at all seasons. We do, therefore, say they, associate and conjoin ourselves to be as one public state or commonwealth. They add, further, that the first object aimed at by them is to preserve the liberty and the purity of the gospel, and the discipline of their own churches, and, in the second place, to govern their civil affairs by such rules as their written constitution and the laws enacted under its authority shall prescribe. To provide for these two objects, the liberty of the gospel as they understood it, and the regulation of their own civil affairs, they sought to embody in the form of distinct decrees substantially the following provisions. 1. That there shall be every year 2 general assemblies or courts, one on the second Thursday of April, the other on the second Thursday of September. That the one held in April shall be called the Court of Election, wherein shall be annually chosen the magistrates, one of whom shall be the governor, and other public officers who are to administer justice according to the laws here established, where there are no laws provided to do in accordance with the laws of God, and that these rulers shall be elected by all the freemen within the limits of the Commonwealth who have been admitted inhabitants of the towns where they severally live, and who have taken the oath of fidelity to the new state, and that they shall all meet at one place to hold this election. 2. It is provided that after the voters have all met and are ready to proceed to an election, the first officer to be chosen shall be a governor, and after him a body of magistrates and other officers. Every voter is to bring in, to those who are appointed to receive it, a piece of paper with the name of him whom he would have for governor written upon it, and he that has the greatest number of papers with his name written upon them was to be governor for that year. The other magistrates were elected in the following manner. The name of all the candidates were first given to the secretary for the time being, and written down by him in the order in which they were given. The secretary was then to read the list over aloud and severally nominate each person whose name was so written down, in its order, in a distinct voice, so that all the citizen voters could hear it. As each name was read, They were to vote by ballot, either for or against it, as they liked. Those who voted in favour of the nominee did it by writing his name upon the ballot. Those who voted against him simply gave in a blank ballot, and those only were elected whose names were written upon a majority of all the paper ballots handed in under each nomination. These papers were to be received and counted by sworn officers appointed by the court for that purpose. 6 magistrates, besides the governor, were to be elected in this way. If they failed to elect so many by a majority vote, then the requisite number was to be filled up by taking the names of those who had received the highest number of votes. 3. The men thus to be nominated and balloted for were to be propounded at some general court held before the court of election, the deputies of each town having the privilege of nominating any 2 whom they chose. Other nominations might be made by the court. 4. No person could be chosen governor oftener than once in 2 years. It was requisite that this officer should be a member of an approved congregation, and that he should be taken from the magistrates of the Commonwealth. But no qualification was required in a candidate for the magistracy, except that he should be chosen from the freemen. Both governor and magistrates were required to take a solemn oath of office. 5. To this court of election the several towns were to send their deputies, and after the elections were over the court was to proceed, as at other courts, to make laws or do whatever was necessary to further the interests of the Commonwealth. 6. These 2 regular courts were to be convened by the governor himself or by his secretary, by sending out a warrant to the constables of every town, a month at least before the day of session. In times of danger or public exigency, the governor and a majority of the magistrates might order the secretary to summon a court, with 14 days' notice, or even less if the case required it, taking care to state their reasons for so doing to the deputies when they met. If, on the other hand, the governor should neglect to call the regular courts, or with the major part of the magistrates should fail to convene such special ones as were needed, then the freemen, or a major part of them, were required to petition them to do it. If this did not serve, then the freemen, or a majority of them, were clothed with the power to order the constables to summon the court, after which they might meet, choose a moderator, and do any act that is lawful for the regular courts to do. 7. On receiving the warrants for these general courts, the constables of each town were to give immediate notice to the freemen, either at a public gathering, or by going from house to house, that at a given place and time they should meet to elect deputies to the General Court, about to convene, and to agitate the affairs of the Commonwealth. These deputies were to be chosen by vote of the electors of the town who had taken the oath of fidelity, and no man not a freeman was eligible to the office of deputy. The deputies were to be chosen by a major vote of all the freemen present, who were to make their choice by written paper ballots, each voter giving in as many papers as there were deputies to be chosen, with a single name written on each paper. The names of the deputies, when chosen, were endorsed by the constables on the back of their respective warrants, and returned into court. 8. The 3 towns of the Commonwealth were each to have the privilege of sending 4 deputies to the General Court. If other towns were afterward added to the jurisdiction, the number of their deputies was to be fixed by the court. The deputies represented the towns, and could bind them by their votes in all legislative matters. 9. The deputies had power to meet after they were chosen and before the session of the General Court, to consult for the public good, and to examine whether those who had been returned as members of their own body were legally elected. If they found any who were not so elected, they might seclude them from their assembly and return their names to the court, with their reasons for so doing. The court, on finding these reasons valid, could issue orders for a new election, and impose a fine upon such men as had falsely thrust themselves upon the towns as candidates. 10. Every regular General Court was to consist of the governor and at least 4 other magistrates, with the major part of the deputies chosen from the several towns. But if any court happened to be called by the freemen, through the default of the governor and magistrates, That court was to consist of a majority of the freemen present, or their deputies, and a moderator chosen by them. In the General Court was lodged the supreme power of the Commonwealth. In this court the governor, or moderator, had power to command liberty of speech, to silence all disorders, and to put all questions that were to be made the subject of legislative action, but not to vote himself unless the court was equally divided, when he was to give the casting vote. But he could not adjourn or dissolve the court without the major vote of the members. Taxes also were to be ordered by the court, and when they had agreed upon the sum to be raised, a committee was to be appointed of an equal number of men from each town to decide what part of the sum each town should pay. This first constitution of the New World was simple in its terms, comprehensive in its policy, methodical in its arrangement, beautiful in its adaptation of parts to a whole, of means to an end. Compare it with any of the constitutions of the Old World then existing. I say nothing of those libels upon human nature, the so-called constitutions of the continent of Europe. Compare it reverently, as children speak of a father's roof, with that venerated structure, the British Constitution. How complex is the architecture of the latter, here exhibiting the clumsy work of the Saxon, there the more graceful touch of later conquerors. The whole colossal pile, magnificent with turrets and towers, and decorated with armorial devices and inscriptions, written in a language not only dead, but never native to the island. All eloquent, indeed, with the spirit of ages past, yet haunted with the cry of suffering humanity and the clanking of chains that come up from its subterranean dungeons. Mark too the rifts and seams in its grey walls, traces of convulsion and revolution. Proud as it is, its very splendour shows the marks of a barbarous age. Its tapestry speaks a language dissonant to the ears of freemen. It tells of exclusive privileges, of divine rights, not in the people but in the king, of primogeniture, of conformities, of prescriptions, of serfs and lords, of attainder that dries up like a leprosy the fountains of inheritable blood. And lastly, it discourses of the rights of British subjects, in eloquent language, but sometimes with qualifications that startle the ears of men who have tasted the sweets of a more enlarged liberty. Such was the spirit of the British Constitution and Code of the 17th century. I do not blame it that it was not better. Perhaps it could not then have been improved without risk. Improvement in an old state is the work of time, but I have a right to speak with pride of the more advanced freedom of our own. The Constitution of Connecticut sets out with the practical recognition of the doctrine that all ultimate power is lodged with the people. The body of the people is the body politic. From the people flow the fountains of law and justice. The governor and the other magistrates, the deputies themselves, are but a kind of committee, with delegated powers to act for the free planters. Elected from their number, they must spend their short official term in the discharge of the trust, and then descend to their old level of citizen voters. Here are to be no interminable parliaments. The majority of the General Court can adjourn it at will. Nor is there to be an indefinite prorogation of the legislature at the will of a single man. Let the governor and the magistrates look to it. If they do not call a General Court, the planters will take the matter into their own hands and meet in a body to take care of their neglected interests. One of the most striking features in this new and at the same time strange document is that it will tolerate no rotten borough system. Every deputy who goes to the legislature is to go from his own town, and is to be a free planter of that town. In this way he will know what is the will of his constituents and what their wants are. This paper has another remarkable trait. There is to be no taxation without representation in Connecticut. The towns, too, are recognized as independent municipalities. They are the primary centres of power older than the Constitution, the makers and builders of the State. They have given up to the State a part of their corporate powers, as they received them from the free planters, that they may have a safer guarantee for the keeping of the rest. Whatever they have not given up they hold in absolute right. How strange, too, that in defining so carefully and astutely the limits of the government, these constitution makers should have forgotten the king. One would but suppose that those who indited this paper were even aware of the existence of titled majesty beyond what belonged to the King of Kings. They mention no supreme power save that of the Commonwealth, which speaks and acts through the General Court. Such was the Constitution of Connecticut. I have said it was the oldest of the American constitutions. More than this, I might say it is the mother of them all. It has been modified in different states to suit the circumstances of the people and the size of their respective territories, but the representative system peculiar to the American republics was first unfolded by Ludlow, who probably drafted the Constitution of Connecticut, and by Hooker, Haynes, Walcott, Steele, Sherman, Stone, and the other far-sighted men of the colony, who must have advised and counselled to do what they and all the people in the three towns met together in a mass to sanction and adopt as their own. Let me not be understood to say that I consider the framers of this paper perfect legislators, or in all respects free from bigotry and intolerance. How could they throw off in a moment the shackles of custom and old opinion? They saw more than 2 centuries beyond their own era. England herself at this day has only approximated, without reaching, the elevated tableland of constitutional freedom, whose pure air was breathed by the earliest planters of the Connecticut. Under this constitution they passed, it is true, some quaint laws that sometimes provoke a smile, and in those who are unmindful of the age in which they lived, sometimes a sneer. I shall speak of these laws in order, I hope with honesty and not too much partiality. It may be proper to say here, however, that for one law that has been passed in Connecticut of a bigoted or intolerant character, a diligent explorer into the English court records or statute books for evidences of bigotry and revolting cruelty could find 20 in England. Kings have been dethroned, says Bancroft, the eloquent American historian, recalled, dethroned again, and so many constitutions framed or formed, stifled or subverted, that memory may despair of a complete catalogue. But the people of Connecticut have found no reason to deviate essentially from the government as established by their fathers. History has ever celebrated the commanders of armies on which victory has been entailed, the heroes who have won laurels in scenes of carnage and rapine. Has it no place for the founders of states, the wise legislators who struck the rock in the wilderness, and the waters of liberty gushed forth in copious and perennial fountains? End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The First Free Constitution in the World, A.D. 1639. Earliest Union among American Colonies, A.D. 1643. By John Marshall. About this period, many evidences were given of a general combination of the neighboring Indians against the settlements of New England, and apprehensions were also entertained of hostility from the Dutch of Manhados. A sense of impending danger suggested the policy of forming a confederacy of the sister colonies for their mutual defense, and so confirmed had the habit of self-government become, since the attention of England was absorbed in her domestic dissensions, that it was not thought necessary to consult the parent state on this important measure. After mature deliberation, Articles of Confederation were digested, and in May 1643 they were conclusively adopted. By them, the United Colonies of New England, Massachusetts, Plymouth, Connecticut, and New Haven entered into a firm and perpetual league, offensive and defensive. Each colony retained a distinct and separate jurisdiction. No 2 colonies could join in one jurisdiction without the consent of the whole, and no other colony could be received into the Confederacy without the like consent. The charge of all wars was to be borne by the colonies respectively, in proportion to the male inhabitants of each between 16 and 60 years of age. On notice of an invasion given by 3 magistrates of any colony, the Confederates were immediately to furnish their respective quotas. These were fixed at 100 from Massachusetts and 45 from each of the other parties to the agreement. If a larger armament should be found necessary, commissioners were to meet and ascertain the number of men to be required. 2 commissioners from each government, being church members, were to meet annually on the first Monday in September. 6 possessed the power of binding the whole. Any measure approved by a majority of less than 6 was to be referred to the general court of each colony, and the consent of all was necessary to its adoption. They were to choose annually a president from their own body, and had power to frame laws or rules of a civil nature and of general concern. Of this description were rules which respected their conduct toward the Indians, and measures to be taken with fugitives from one colony to another. No colony was permitted, without the general consent, to engage in war, but in sudden and inevitable cases. If, on any extraordinary meeting of the commissioners, their whole number should not assemble, any 4 who should meet were empowered to determine on a war, and to call for the respective quotas of the several colonies, but not less than 6 could determine on the justice of the war or settle the expenses or levy the money for its support. If any colony should be charged with breaking an article of the agreement, or with doing an injury to another colony, the complaint was to be submitted to the consideration and determination of the commissioners of such colonies as should be disinterested. This union, the result of good sense and of a judicious consideration of the real interests of the colonies, remained in force until their charters were dissolved. Rhode Island, at the instance of Massachusetts, was excluded, and her commissioners were not admitted into the Congress of Deputies, which formed the Confederation. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. Abolition of the Court of Star Chamber. Popular revolt against Charles I, A.D. 1641. Henry Hallam, Lord Macaulay. Before the accession of Charles I in 1625, the separation between the Church of England and the Puritans, which had been slowly widening for half a century, had become so serious as to be a menace to the peaceful stability of the kingdom. Charles began his reign with repressive measures against the Puritan influences. His use of the Star Chamber and similar tribunals is an important subject of study in connection with the preliminary steps on both sides which led at last to the Great Civil War. From the first, Charles aimed at despotic power, which he was wont to seek in dark and crooked ways. The House of Commons stood against him on the popular side. He dissolved his first parliament and levied taxes by his own will, dissolved another parliament, and did the same, adding other acts of usurpation and oppression. His third parliament showed increased opposition to his methods, and accordingly he decided to change them. The parliament passed 1628 the Petition of Right, the second English Magna Carta, and Charles ratified it. By this act the king was bound to raise no more moneys without consent of Parliament, not to imprison anyone contrary to law, not to billet the military in private houses, and to subject none to martial law. From 1629 to 1640 Charles governed without a Parliament, replenishing his exchequer by various extraordinary means. In the following accounts of the previous workings of the Star Chamber, Charles's Star Chamber methods, his illegal procedures, his violations of the Petition of Rights, and the consequent changes in the religions of his person and government to the people, a very significant period of transition in English history is summarized by the ablest hands. Henry Hallam. The levies of tonnage and poundage without authority of Parliament, the exaction of monopolies, the extension of the forest, the arbitrary restraints of proclamations, above all, the general exaction of ship money, form the principal articles of charge against the government of Charles, so far as relates to its inroads on the subject's property. These were maintained by a vigilant and unsparing exercise of jurisdiction in the Court of Star Chamber. It was the great weapon of executive power under Elizabeth and James, nor can we reproach the present reign with innovation in this respect, though in no former period had the proceedings of this court been accompanied with so much violence and tyranny, but this will require some further explication. I hardly need remind the reader that the jurisdiction of the ancient Concilium Regis Ordinarum, the Court of Star Chamber, continued to be exercised more or less frequently, notwithstanding the various statutes enacted to repress it, and that it neither was supported by the act erecting a new court in the 3rd of Henry VII, nor originated at that time. The records show the Star Chamber to have taken cognizance both of civil suits and of offences throughout the time of the Tudors. But precedents of usurped power cannot establish a legal authority in defiance of the acknowledged law. It appears that the lawyers did not admit any jurisdiction in the council except so far as the statute of Henry VII was supposed to have given it. The famous Plowden put his hand to a demurrer to a bill, says Hudson, because the matter was not within the statute, and although it was then overruled, yet Mr. Serjeant Richardson, 30 years after, fell again upon the same rock and was sharply rebuked for it. The Chancellor, who was the standing president of the Court of Star Chamber, would always find pretenses to elude the existing statutes and justify the usurpation by this tribunal. The civil jurisdiction claimed and exerted by the Star Chamber was only in particular cases, as disputes between alien merchants and Englishmen, questions of prize or unlawful detention of ships, and, in general, such as now belong to the Court of Admiralty. Some testamentary matters, in order to prevent appeals to Rome, which might have been brought from the ecclesiastical courts, suits between corporations, of which, says Hudson, I dare undertake to show above 100 in the reigns of Henry VII and Henry VIII, or sometimes between men of great power and interest, which could not be tried with fairness by the common law. For the corruption of sheriffs and juries furnished an apology for the irregular but necessary interference of a controlling authority. The ancient remedy by means of attaint, which renders a jury responsible for an unjust verdict, was almost gone into disuse, and depending on the integrity of a second jury, not always easy to be obtained. So that in many parts of the kingdom, and especially in Wales, it was impossible to find a jury who would return a verdict against a man of good family, either in a civil or criminal proceeding. The statutes, however, restraining the court's jurisdiction, and the strong prepossession of the people as to the sacredness of freehold rights, made the Star Chamber cautious of determining questions of inheritance, which they commonly remitted to the judges. And from the early part of Elizabeth's reign they took a direct cognizance of any civil suits less frequently than before, partly, I suppose, from the increased business of the Court of Chancery and the Admiralty Court, which took away much wherein they had been wont to meddle, partly from their own occupation as a court of criminal judicature, which became more conspicuous as the other went into disuse. This criminal jurisdiction is that which rendered the Star Chamber so potent and so odious an auxiliary of a despotic administration. The offences principally cognizable in this court were forgery, perjury, riot, maintenance, fraud, libel, and conspiracy. But besides these, every misdemeanor came within the proper scope of its inquiry, those especially of public importance, and for which the law, as then understood, had provided no sufficient punishment. For the judges interpreted the law in early times with too great narrowness and timidity. defects which, on the one hand, raised up the overruling authority of the Court of Chancery as the necessary means of redress to the civil suitor who found the gates of justice barred against him by technical pedantry, and on the other brought this usurpation and tyranny of the Star Chamber upon the kingdom by an absurd scrupulosity about punishing manifest offences against the public good. This corruption, breach of trust, and malfeasance in public affairs, attempts to commit felony, seem to have been reckoned not indictable at common law, and came, in consequence, under the cognizance of the Star Chamber. In other cases its jurisdiction was merely concurrent, but the greater certainty of conviction and the greater severity of punishment rendered it incomparably more formidable than the ordinary benches of justice. The law of libel grew up in this unwholesome atmosphere, and was molded by the plastic hands of successive judges and attorneys general. Prosecutions of this kind, according to Hudson, began to be more frequent from the last years of Elizabeth, when Coke was Attorney General, and it is easy to conjecture what kind of interpretation they received. To hear a libel sung or read, says that writer, and to laugh at it and make merriment with it, have ever been held a publication in law. The gross error that is not a libel, if it be true, has long since, he adds, been exploded out of this court. Among the exertions of authority practiced in the Star Chamber, which no positive law could be brought to warrant, he enumerates punishments of breach of proclamations before they have the strength of an act of Parliament, which this court hath stretched as far as ever any act of Parliament did. As in the 41st of Elizabeth, builders of houses in London were sentenced and their houses ordered to be pulled down, and the materials to be distributed to the benefit of the parish where the building was, which disposition of the goods soundeth as a great extremity and beyond the warrant of our laws, and yet surely very necessary, if anything would deter men from that horrible mischief of increasing that head which is swollen to a great hugeness already. The mode of process was sometimes of a summary nature, the accused person being privately examined, and his examination read in court. If he was thought to have confessed sufficient to deserve sentence, it was immediately awarded without any formal trial or written process. But the more regular course was by information filed at the suit of the Attorney General, or, in certain cases, of a private relator. The party was brought before the court by writ of subpoena, and having given bond, with sureties not to depart without leave, was to put in his answer upon oath, as well to the matters contained in the information as to special interrogatories. Witnesses were examined upon interrogatories, and their dispositions read in court. The course of proceeding, on the whole, seems to have nearly resembled that of the Chancery. It was held competent for the court to adjudge any punishment short of death. Fine and imprisonment were, of course, the most usual. The pillory, whipping, branding, and cutting off the ears grew into use by degrees. In the reigns of Henry VII and Henry VIII, we are told by Hudson, the fines were not so ruinous as they had been since, which he ascribes to the number of bishops who sat in the court and inclined to mercy. And I can remember, says he, that the most revered Archbishop Whitgift did ever constantly maintain the liberty of the free charter, that men ought to be fined salvo contenimento, but they have been of late imposed according to the nature of the offence, and not the estate of the person. The slavish punishments of whipping, he proceeds to observe, was not introduced till a great man of the common law, and otherwise a worthy justice, forgot his place of session, and brought it in this place too much in use. It would be difficult to find precedents for the aggravated cruelties inflicted on Lytton, Lilburne, and others, but instances of cutting off the ears may be found under Elizabeth. The reproach, therefore, of arbitrary and illegal jurisdiction does not wholly fall on the government of Charles. They found themselves in possession of this almost unlimited authority. But doubtless, as far as the history of proceedings in the Star Chamber are recorded, they seem much more numerous and violent in the present reign than in the two preceding. Rushworth has preserved a copious selection of cases determined before this tribunal. They consist principally of misdemeanors, rather of an aggravated nature, such as disturbances of the public peace, assaults accompanied with a good deal of violence, conspiracies, and libels. The necessity, however, for such a paramount court to restrain the excesses of powerful men no longer existed, since it can hardly be doubted that the common administration of the law was sufficient to give redress in the time of Charles I, though we certainly do find several instances of violence and outrage by men of a superior station in life, which speak unfavorably for the state of manners in the kingdom. But the object of drawing so large a number of criminal cases into the Star Chamber seems to have been twofold. First, to inure men's minds to an authority more immediately connected with the crown than the ordinary courts of law, and less tied down to any rules of pleading or evidence. Secondly, to eke out a scanty revenue by penalties and forfeitures, absolutely regardless of the provision of the Great Charter, that no man shall be immersed even to the full extent of his means. The councillors of the Star Chamber inflicted such fines as no court of justice, even in the present reduced value of money, would think of imposing. Little objection indeed seems to lie in a free country, and with a well-regulated administration of justice, against the imposition of weighty pecuniary penalties, due consideration being had of the offense and the criminal, but adjudged by such a tribunal as the Star Chamber, where those who inflicted the punishment reaped the gain, and sat like famished birds of prey, with keen eyes and bended talons, eager to supply for a moment by some wretch's ruin the craving emptiness of the exchequer. This scheme of enormous penalties became more dangerous and subversive of justice, though not more odious, than corporal punishment. A gentleman of the name Allington was fined £12,000 for marrying his niece. One who had sent a challenge to the Earl of Northumberland was fined £5,000. Another, for saying the Earl of Suffolk was a base lord, £4,000 to him, and a like sum to the king. Sir David Forbes, for opprobrious words against Lord Wentworth, incurred £5,000 to the king and £3,000 to the party. On some soap boilers who had not complied with the requisitions of the newly incorporated company, mulcts were imposed of £1,500 and £1,000. One man was fined and set in the pillory for engrossing corn, though he only kept what grew on his own land, asking more in a season of dearth than the overseers of the poor thought proper to give. Some arbitrary regulations with respect to prices may be excused by a well-intentioned though mistaken policy. The charges of inns and taverns were fixed by the judges, but even in those a corrupt motive was sometimes blended. The company of vintners or victuallers, having refused to pay a demand of the Lord Treasurer, 1 penny a quart for all wine drunk in their houses. The Star Chamber, without information filed or defence made, interdicted them from selling or dressing victuals till they submitted to pay 40 shillings for each turn of wine to the king. It is evident that the strong interest of the court in these fines must not only have had a tendency to aggravate the punishment, but to induce sentences of condemnation on inadequate proof. From all that remains of proceedings in the Star Chamber, they seem to have been very frequently as iniquitous as they were severe. To many celebrated instances, the accused party suffered less on the score of any imputed offence than for having provoked the malice of a powerful adversary, or for notorious dissatisfaction with the existing government. Thus Williams, Bishop of Lincoln, once Lord Keeper of the favourite of King James, the possessor of a season of the power that was turned against him, experienced the rancorous and ungrateful malignity of Laud, who having been brought forward by Williams into the favour of the court, not only supplanted by his intrigues and incensed the king's mind against his benefactor, but harassed his retirement by repeated persecutions. It will sufficiently illustrate the spirit of these times to mention that the sole offence imputed to the Bishop of London in the last information against him in the Star Chamber was that he had received certain letters from one Osbaldiston, master of Westminster School, wherein some contemptuous nickname was used to denote Laud. It did not appear that Williams had ever divulged these letters, but it was held that the concealment of a libellous letter was a high misdemeanour. Williams was therefore adjudged to pay £5,000 to the king and £3,000 to the archbishop, to be imprisoned during pleasure, and to make a submission. Osbaldiston to pay a still heavier fine, to be deprived of all his benefices, to be imprisoned and made submission, and moreover to stand in the pillory before his school in Dean's Yard, with his ears nailed to it. This man had the good fortune to conceal himself, but the Bishop of London, refusing to make the required apology, lay about 3 years in the Tower, till released at the beginning of the Long Parliament. It might detain me too long to dwell particularly on the punishments inflicted by the Court of Star Chamber in this reign. Such historians as have not written in order to palliate the tyranny of Charles, and especially Russworth, will furnish abundant details, with all those circumstances that portray the barbarous and tyrannical spirit of those who composed that tribunal. 2 or 3 instances are so celebrated that I cannot pass over them. Lytton, a Scots divine, having published an angry libel against the hierarchy, was sentenced to be publicly whipped at Westminster and set in the pillory, to have one side of his nose slit, one ear cut off, and one side of his cheek branded with a hot iron, to have the whole of this repeated the next week at Cheapside, and to suffer perpetual imprisonment in the Fleet. Lilburne, for dispersing pamphlets against the bishops, was whipped from the Fleet prison to Westminster, there set in the pillory, and treated afterward with great cruelty. Bryn, a lawyer of uncommon erudition and a zealous Puritan, had printed a bulky volume called Historiomastics, full of invectives against the theatre, which he sustained by a profusion of learning. In the course of this he adverted to the appearance of courtesans on the Roman stage, and by a satirical reference in his index seemed to range all female actors in the class. The Queen, unfortunately 6 weeks after the publication of Prynne's book, had performed a part in a masque at court. This passage was accordingly dragged to light by the malice of Peter Hyland, a chaplain of Laud, on whom the Archbishop devolved the burden of reading this heavy volume in order to detect its offences. Hyland, a bigoted enemy of everything puritanical and not scrupulous as to veracity, may be suspected of having aggravated, if not misrepresented, the tendency of a book much more tiresome than seditious. Bryn, however, was already obnoxious, and the Star Chamber adjudged him to stand twice in the pillory, to be branded in the forehead, to lose both his ears, to pay a fine of £5,000, and to suffer perpetual imprisonment. The dogged Puritan employed the leisure of a jail in writing a fresh libel against the hierarchy. For this, with 2 other delinquents of the same class, Burton a divine and Bastwick a physician, he stood again at the bar of that terrible tribunal. Their demeanour was what the court deemed intolerably contumacious, arising in fact from the despair of men who knew that no humiliation would procure them mercy. Bryn lost the remainder of his ears in the pillory, and the punishment was inflicted on them all with extreme and designed cruelty, which they endured, as martyrs always endure suffering, so heroically as to excite a deep impression of sympathy and resentment in the assembled multitude. They were sentenced to perpetual confinement in distant prisons, but their departure from London and their reception on the road were marked by signal expressions of popular regard, and their friends, resorting to them even at Launceston, Chester, and Carnarvon castles, whither they were sent, an order of council was made to transport them to the Isles of the Channel. It was the very first act of the Long Parliament to restore these victims of tyranny to their families. Punishments by mutilation, though not quite unknown to the English law, had been of rare occurrence, and thus inflicted on men whose station appeared to render the ignominy of whipping and branding more intolerable. They produced much the same effect as the still greater cruelties of Mary's reign in exciting a detestation of that ecclesiastical dominion which protected itself by means so atrocious. End of section 23. Read by Leah MacKenzie, Longview, Washington, January 27, 2023. Section 24 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. Abolition of the Court of Star Chamber. Popular revolt against Charles I. A.D. 1641. Henry Hallam, Lord Macaulay. Thomas Babington Macaulay. Now commenced a new era. Many English kings had occasionally committed unconstitutional acts, but none had ever systematically attempted to make himself a despot and to reduce the Parliament to a nullity. Such was the end which Charles distinctly proposed to himself. From March 1629 to April 1640, the Houses were not convoked. Never in our history had there been an interval of 11 years between Parliament and Parliament. Only once had there been an interval of even half that length. This fact alone is sufficient to refute those who represent Charles as having merely trodden on the footsteps of the Plantagenets and Tudors. It is proved by the testimony of the king's most strenuous supporters that during this part of his reign the provisions of the Petition of Right were violated by him, not occasionally but constantly, and on system, that a large part of the revenue was raised without any legal authority, and that persons obnoxious to the government languished for years in prison without being ever called upon to plead before any tribunal. For these things history must hold the king himself chiefly responsible. From the time of his third Parliament he was his own prime minister. Several persons, however, whose temper and talents were suited to his purpose, were at the head of the different departments of the administration. Thomas Wentworth, successively created Lord Wentworth and Earl of Strafford, a man of great abilities, eloquence, and courage, but of a cruel and imperious nature, was the counsellor most trusted in political and military affairs. He had been one of the most distinguished members of the opposition, and felt toward those whom he had deserted that peculiar malignity which has, in all ages, been characteristic of apostates. He perfectly understood the feelings, the resources, and the policy of the party to which he had lately belonged, and had formed a vast and deeply meditated scheme which very nearly confounded even the able tactics of the statesmen by whom the House of Commons had been directed. To this scheme, in his confidential correspondence, he gave the expressive name of Thorough. His object was to do in England all, and more than all, than Richelieu was doing in France, to make Charles a monarch as absolute as any on the continent, to put the estates and the personal liberty of the whole people at the disposal of the crown, to deprive the courts of law of all independent authority, even in ordinary questions of civil right between man and man, and to punish with merciless rigor all who murmured at the acts of the government, or who applied even in the most decent and regular manner to any tribunal for relief against those acts. This was his end, and he distinctly saw in what manner alone this end could be attained. There was, in truth, about all his notions a clearness, a coherence, a precision, which, if he had not been pursuing an object pernicious to his country and his kind, would have justly entitled him to high admiration. He saw that there was one instrument, and only one, by which his vast and daring objects could be carried into execution. That instrument was the standing army. To the forming of such an army, therefore, he directed all the energy of his strong mind. In Ireland, where he was viceroy, he actually succeeded in establishing a military despotism, not only over the aboriginal population, but also over the English colonists, and was able to boast that in that island the king was as absolute as any prince in the whole world could be. The ecclesiastical administration was, in the meantime, principally directed by William Laud, Archbishop of Canterbury. Of all the prelates of the Anglican Church, Laud was departed furthest from the principles of the Reformation and had drawn nearest to Rome. His theology was more remote than even that of the Dutch Arminians from the theology of the Calvinists. His passion for ceremonies, his reverence for holidays, vigils, and sacred places, his ill-concealed dislike of the marriage of ecclesiastics, the ardent and not altogether disinterested zeal with which he asserted the claims of the clergy to the reverence of the laity, would have made him an object of aversion to the Puritans, even if he had used only legal and gentle means for the attainment of his ends. But his understanding was narrow, and his commerce with the world had been small. He was by nature rash, irritable, quick to feel for his own dignity, slow to sympathize with the sufferings of others, and prone to the error common in superstitious men of mistaking his own peevish and malignant moods for emotions of pious zeal. Under his direction, every corner of the realm was subjected to a constant and minute inspection. Every little congregation of separatists was tracked out and broken up. Even the devotions of private families could not escape the vigilance of his spies. Such fear did his rigor inspire that the deadly hatred of the Church, which festered in innumerable bosoms, was generally disguised under an outward show of conformity. On the very eve of troubles, fatal to himself and to his order, the bishops of several extensive dioceses were able to report to him that not a single dissenter was to be found within their jurisdiction. The tribunals afforded no protection to the subject against the civil and ecclesiastical tyranny of that period. The judges of the common law, holding their situations during the pleasure of the king, were scandalously obsequious. Yet, obsequious as they were less ready and less efficient instruments of arbitrary power than the class of courts, the memory of which is still, after the lapse of more than 2 centuries, held in deep abhorrence by the nation. Foremost among these courts, in power and in infamy, were the Star Chamber and the High Commission, the former a political, the latter a religious, inquisition. Neither was a part of the old Constitution of England. The Star Chamber had been remodeled, and the High Commission created by the Tudors. The power which these boards had possessed before the accession of Charles had been intensive and formidable, but had been small indeed when compared with that which they now usurped. Guided chiefly by the violent spirit of the primate, and freed from the control of Parliament, they displayed a rapacity, a violence, a malignant energy, which had been unknown to any former age. The government was able through their instrumentality to fine, imprison, pillory, and mutilate without restraint. A separate council which sat at York under the presidency of Wentworth was armed in defense of law by a pure act of prerogative, with almost boundless power over the northern counties. All these tribunals insulted and defied the authority of Westminster Hall, and daily committed excesses which the most distinguished royalists have warmly condemned. We are informed by Clarendon that there was hardly a man of note in the realm who had not personally experience of the harshness and greediness of the Star Chamber, that the High Commission had so conducted itself that it had scarce a friend left in the kingdom, and that the tyranny of the Council of York had made the Great Charter a dead letter on the north of the Trent. The government of England was now, in all points but one, as despotic as that of France. But that one point was all important. There was still no standing army. There was therefore no security that the whole fabric of tyranny might not be subverted in a single day, and if taxes were imposed by the royal authority for the support of an army, it was probable that there would be an immediate and irresistible explosion. This was the difficulty which, more than any other, perplexed Wentworth. The Lord Keeper Finch, in concert with other lawyers who were employed by the government, recommended an expedient which was eagerly adopted. The ancient princes of England, as they called the inhabitants of the counties near Scotland, to arm and array themselves for the defence of the border, had sometimes called on the maritime counties to furnish ships for the defence of the coast. In the room of ships, money had sometimes been accepted. This old practice, it was now determined, after a long interval, not only to revive, but to extend. Former princes had raised ship money only in time of war. It was now exacted in a time of profound peace. Former princes, even in the most perilous wars, had raised ship money only along the coasts. It was now exacted from the inland shires. Former princes had raised ship money only for the maritime defence of the country. It was now exacted by the admission of the royalists themselves, with the object not of maintaining a navy, but of furnishing the king with supplies which might be increased at his discretion to any amount, and expended at his discretion for any purpose. The whole nation was alarmed and incensed. John Hampden, an opulent and well-born gentleman of Buckinghamshire, highly considered in his own neighbourhood, but as yet little known to the kingdom generally, had the courage to step forward, to confront the whole power of the government, and take on himself the cost and the risk of disputing the prerogative to which the king had laid claim. The case was argued before the judges in the Exchequer Chamber. So strong were the arguments against the pretensions of the crown that, dependent and servile as the judges were, the majority against Hampden was the smallest possible. Still, there was a majority. The interpreters of the law had pronounced that one great and productive tax might be imposed by the royal authority. Wentworth justly observed that it was impossible to vindicate their judgment except by reasons directly leading to a conclusion which they had not ventured to draw. If money might legally be raised without the consent of Parliament for the support of a fleet, it was not easy to deny that money might, without consent of Parliament, be legally raised for the support of an army. The decision of the judges increased the irritation of the people. A century earlier, irritation less serious would have produced a general rising, but discontent did not now so readily as in an earlier age take the form of rebellion. The nation had been long steadily advancing in wealth and in civilization. Since the great northern earls took up arms against Elizabeth, 70 years had elapsed, and during those 70 years there had been no civil war. Never during the whole existence of the English nation had so long a period passed without intestine hostilities. Men had become accustomed to the pursuits of peaceful industry, and, exasperated as they were, hesitated long before they drew the sword. This was the conjuncture at which the liberties of the nation were in the greatest peril. The opponents of the government began to despair of the destiny of their country, and many looked to the American wilderness as the only asylum in which they could enjoy civil and spiritual freedom. There a few resolute Puritans, who, in the cause of their religion, feared neither the rage of the ocean nor the hardships of the uncivilized life, neither the fangs of the savage beasts nor the tomahawks of more savage men, had built amid the primeval forests villages which are now great and opulent cities, but which have, through every age, retained some trace of the character derived from their founders. The government regarded these infant colonies with aversion, and attempted to violently stop the stream of immigration, but could not prevent the population of New England from being largely recruited by stout-hearted and God-fearing men from every part of the Old England. And now Wentworth exulted in the near prospect of Thoreau. A few years might probably suffice for the execution of his great design. If strict economy were observed, if all collision with foreign powers were carefully avoided, the debts of the crown would be cleared off. There would be funds available for the support of a large military force, and that force would soon break the refractory spirit of the nation. At this crisis, an act of insane bigotry suddenly changed the whole face of public affairs. Had the king been wise, he would have pursued a cautious and soothing policy toward Scotland till he was master in the south. For Scotland was of all his kingdoms that in which there was the greatest risk that a spark might produce a flame, and that a flame might become a conflagration. The government had long wished to extend the Anglican system over the whole island, and had already with this view made several changes highly distasteful to every Presbyterian. One innovation, however, the most hazardous of all, because it was directly cognizable by the senses of the common people, had not yet been attempted. The public worship of God was still conducted in the manner acceptable to the nation. Now, however, Charles and Laud determined to force on the Scots the English liturgy, or rather a liturgy which, wherever it differed from that of England, differed in the judgment of all rigid Protestants for the worse. To this step, taken in the mere wantonness of tyranny and in criminal ignorance or more criminal contempt of public feeling, England owes her freedom. The first performance of the foreign ceremonies produced a riot. The riot rapidly became a revolution. Ambition, patriotism, fanaticism were mingled in one headlong torrent. The whole nation was in arms. The power of England was, indeed, as appeared some years later, sufficient to coerce Scotland, but a large part of the English people sympathized with the religious feelings of the insurgents, and many Englishmen who had no scruple about antiphonies and genuflexions, altars, and surplices, saw with pleasure the progress of a rebellion which seemed likely to confound the arbitrary projects of the court and to make the calling of a parliament necessary. For the senseless freak which had produced these effects, Wentworth is not responsible. It had in fact thrown all his plans into confusion. To counsel submission, however, was not in his nature. An attempt was made to put down the insurrection by the sword, but the king's military means and military talents were unequal to the task. To impose fresh taxes on England in defiance of law would, at this conjuncture, have been madness. No resource was left but a parliament, and in the spring of 1640 a parliament was convoked. The nation had been put into good humor by the prospect of seeing constitutional government restored and grievances redressed. The new House of Commons was more temperate and more respectful to the throne than any which had sat since the death of Elizabeth. The moderation of this assembly has been highly extolled by the most distinguished royalists, and seems to have caused no small vexation and disappointment to the chiefs of the opposition. But it was the uniform practice of Charles, a practice equally impolitic and ungenerous, to refuse all compliances with the desires of his people, till those desires were expressed in a menacing tone. As soon as the Commons showed a disposition to take into consideration the grievances under which the country had suffered during 11 years, the king dissolved the Parliament with every mark of displeasure. Between the dissolution of this short-lived assembly and the meeting of that ever-memorable body known by the name of the Long Parliament, intervened a few months, during which the yoke was pressed down more severely than ever on the nation, while the spirit of the nation rose up more angrily than ever against the yoke. Members of the House of Commons were questioned by the Privy Council touching their parliamentary conduct, and thrown into prison for refusing to reply. Ship money was levied with increased rigor. The Lord Mayor and the Sheriffs of London were threatened with imprisonment for remissness in collecting the payments. Soldiers were enlisted by force. Money for their support was exacted from their counties. Torture, which had always been illegal, and which had recently been declared illegal even by the servile judges of that age, was inflicted for the last time in England in the month of May, 1640. Everything now depended on the event of the king's military operations against the Scots. Among his troops there was little of that feeling which separates professional soldiers from the mass of a nation and attaches them to their leaders. His army composed, for the most part, of recruits, who regretted the plough from which they had been violently taken, and who were imbued with the religious and political sentiments then prevalent throughout the country, was more formidable to himself than to the enemy. The Scots, encouraged by the heads of the English opposition, and feebly resisted by the English forces, marched across the Tweed and the Tyne, and encamped on the borders of Yorkshire. And now the murmurs of discontent swelled into an uproar, by which all spirits save one were overawed. But the voice of Stafford was still for Thorough, and he even, in this extremity, showed a nature so cruel and despotic that his own pikemen were ready to tear him to pieces. There was yet one last expedient which, as the king flattered himself, might save him from the misery of facing another House of Commons. To the House of Lords he was less averse. The bishops were devoted to him, and though the temporal peers were generally dissatisfied with his administration, they were, as a class, so deeply interested in the maintenance of order and in the stability of ancient institutions that they were not likely to call for extensive reforms. Departing from the uninterrupted practice of centuries, he called a great council, consisting of lords alone. But the lords were too prudent to assume the unconstitutional functions with which he wished to invest them. Without money, without credit, without authority, even in his own camp, he yielded to the pressure of necessity. In November 1640 met that renowned Parliament which, in spite of many errors and disasters, is justly entitled to the reverence and gratitude of all who, in any part of the world, enjoy the blessings of constitutional government. During the year which followed, no very important division or opinion appeared in the houses. The civil and ecclesiastical administration had, through a period of nearly 12 years, been so oppressive and so unconstitutional that even those classes of which the inclinations are generally on the side of order and authority were eager to promote popular reforms and to bring the instruments of tyranny to justice. It was enacted that no interval of more than 3 years should ever elapse between Parliament and Parliament, and that, if writs under the Great Seal were not issued at the proper time, the returning officers should, without such writs, call the constituent bodies together for the choice of representatives. The Star Chamber, the High Commission, the Council of York were swept away. Men who, after suffering cruel mutilations, had been confined in remote dungeons, regained their liberty. On the chief ministers of the crown, the vengeance of the nation was unsparingly wreaked. The Lord Keeper, the Primate, the Lord Lieutenant were impeached. Finch saved himself by flight. Laud was flung into the Tower. Strafford was put to death, beheaded by an act of attainder. On the day on which this act passed, the king gave his assent to a law by which he bound himself not to adjourn, prorogue, or dissolve the existing Parliament without his own consent. End of section 24. Read by Leah MacKenzie, Longview, Washington, February 13th, 2023.
Section 25 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Founding of Montreal, A.D. 1642, Alfred Sandham. The history of Montreal dates back to October 1535, when Jacques Cartier first landed on the island. An Indian village called Okalaga existed here at this time. Its outline was circular, and it was encompassed by 3 rows of palisades, or rather picket fences, one within the other, well secured and put together. A single entrance was left in this rude fortification, but guarded with pikes and stakes, and every precaution taken against siege or attack. Cartier named the place Mount Royal from the elevation that rose in rear of the site, a little way back from the river St. Lawrence. It first began to be settled by Europeans in 1542, and exactly 1 century afterward the spot destined for the city was, with due solemnities, consecrated at the era of Maisonneuve, and named Ville Marie, a designation which it retained for a long period. In 1760 it was taken by the English. Since then it has taken great leaps in the way of progress until today it is the chief commercial city in Canada and the largest city in the Dominion. Montreal has the further advantage in its natural situation of being at the head of ocean navigation. Its population today, including suburbs, is in the neighborhood of 350,000. On the death of Champlain, on December 25, 1635, Monsieur de Montmagny was appointed governor of New France, but so little attention was paid to the wants of the colony that its propensity was much retarded, the fur trade alone being conducted with any spirit. But great vigor was manifested in religious matters, and several institutions were erected. In 1630, the Hôtel Dieu at Quebec was founded by 3 nuns sent out by the Duchess de Gouillon, and Madame de la Peltrie brought out from France at her own charge another body of nuns, who established the Ursuline convent. The peopling and fortifying of the island of Montreal, with the view of repressing the incursions of the Iroquois and the conversion of the Indians, had occupied the entire attention of the first missionaries, and in 1640 the whole of this domain was ceded to a company for that purpose. Jerome Le Royer de la Deversière, a collector of taxes at La Flèche in Anjou, and a young priest of Paris, Jean-Jacques Ollier by name, having met each other, formed the idea of establishing at Montreal 3 religious communities, one of priests to convert the Indians, one of nuns to nurse the sick, and one of nuns to teach the children of the Indians and of the colonists. It was an easy matter to talk over these plans, but in order to carry them out, they must first raise some money. For this purpose, Ollier laid the matter before some of his wealthy penitents, while Dauversière succeeded in securing the Baron de Fonchamp, a devout Christian and a wealthy man, who, considering the enterprise as one calculated to further his spiritual interests, was eager to take part in it. Shortly afterward, 3 others were secured, and the 6 together formed the germ of the Société de Notre-Dame de Montréal. Among them they raised 75,000 livres. Previous to this, the island of Montreal had been granted to Monsieur de Lawson, a former president of the Company of 100 Associates, and his son possessed the exclusive monopoly of the fisheries on the St. Lawrence. After much persuasion, Dauversière and Fonchamp succeeded in securing from him a transfer of his title to them, and to make the matter more secure, they obtained, in addition, a grant of the island from its former owners, the 100 Associates. That company, however, reserved the western extremity of the island for themselves as a site for a fort and stores. The younger Lauzon also gave Dauversière and his company the right of fishery within 2 leagues of the shores of the island, which favor they were to acknowledge by a yearly donation of 10 pounds of fish. These grants were afterward confirmed by the king, and thus Dauversière and his companions became lords of the Isle of Montreal. They now proceeded to mature their plan, which was to send out 40 men to take possession of Montreal, entrench themselves, and raise crops, after which they would build houses for the priests and convents for the nuns. It was necessary, however, that some competent person should be secured who should take command of the expedition and act as governor of the newly acquired isle. To fill this important position, it was desirable that to the qualities of the statesman should be added the courage of the soldier. One in whom these were combined was found in the person of Paul de Comedie, Sieur de Maisonneuve, a devout Christian, an able statesman, and a valiant soldier. Maisonneuve at once accepted the position, while many wealthy ladies contributed toward defraying the expense of the undertaking, and also became members of the Association of Montreal. In February 1641, the Associates, with Ollier at their head, assembled in the Church of Notre Dame at Paris, and before the altar of the Virgin solemnly consecrated Montreal to the Holy Family, and to be called Ville Marie de Montreal. Maisonneuve with his party, 45 in number, reached Quebec too late to ascend the river. On their arrival at that place, they were received with jealousy and distrust. The agents of the company of 100 associates looked on them with suspicion, and Montmagny, the governor, feared a rival in Maisonneuve. Every opposition was thrown in their way, and Montmagny tried to persuade Maisonneuve to exchange the island of Montreal for that of Orleans. But Maisonneuve was not to be deceived, and he expressed his determination to found a colony at Montreal, even if every tree on the island was an Iroquois. During the winter, Maisonneuve employed his men in various labors for the future benefit of the colony, but principally in building a boat in which to ascend the river. While staying at Quebec, the party gained an unexpected addition to their numbers in the person of Madame de la Peltrie, who joined them, and took with her all the furniture she had lent the Ursulines. On May 8, 1642, Maisonneuve embarked from St. Michael, and on the 17th his little flotilla, a pinnace, a flat-bottomed craft moved by sails, and 2 rowboats, approached Montreal, and all on board raised in unison a hymn of praise. Montmagny was there to deliver the island on behalf of the company of 100 associates, while here, too, was Father Vimont, superior of the missions. On the following day they glided along the green and solitary shores, now thronged with the life of a busy city, and landed on the spot which Champlain, 31 years before, had chosen as a fit site of a settlement. It was a tongue or triangle of land formed by the junction of a rivulet with the St. Lawrence. The rivulet was bordered by a meadow, and beyond rose the forest with its vanguard of scattered trees. Early spring flowers were blooming in the young grass, and the birds flitted among the boughs. Maisonneuve sprang ashore and fell on his knees. His followers imitated his example, and all joined their voices in songs of thanksgiving. Tents, baggage, arms, and stores were landed. Here were the ladies with their servants, Montmagny, no willing spectator, and Maisonneuve, a warlike figure, erect and tall, his men clustering around him, soldiers, sailors, artisans, and laborers, all alike soldiers at need. They kneeled in reverent silence as the host was raised aloft, and when the rite was over, the priest turned and addressed them. You are a grain of mustard seed that shall rise and grow until its branches overshadow the land. You are few, but your work is the work of God. His smile is on you, and your children shall fill the land." Then they pitched their tents, lighted their fires, stationed their guards, and lay down to rest. Such was the birthnight of Montreal. The following morning they proceeded to form their encampment, the first tree being felled by Maisonneuve. They worked with such energy that by the evening they erected a strong palisade and had covered their altar with a roof formed of bark. It was some time after the arrival before their enemies, the Indians, were made aware of it, and they improved the time by building some substantial houses and in strengthening their fortifications. The activity and zeal of Maisonneuve induced him to make a voyage to France to obtain assistance for his settlement. Though his difficulties were great, he yet was enabled to induce 100 men to join his little establishment on the island. Notwithstanding this addition to his force, the progress of the colony was greatly retarded by the frequent attacks of the Indians. These enemies soon became a cause of great trouble to the colonists, and it was dangerous to pass beyond the palisades, as the Indians would hide for days, waiting to assail any unfortunate straggler. Although Maisonneuve was brave as man could be, he knew that his company was no match for the wily enemy, owing to their ignorance of the mode of Indian warfare. Therefore he kept his men as near the fort as possible. They, however, failed to appreciate his care of them, and imputed it to cowardice. This led him to determine that such a feeling should not exist if he could possibly remove it. He therefore ordered his men to prepare to attack the Indians, at the same time signifying his intention to lead them himself. He sallied forth at the head of 30 men, leaving de la Boue with the remainder to hold the fort. After they had waded through the snow for some distance, they were attacked by the Iroquois, who killed 3 of his men and wounded several others. Maisonneuve and his party held their ground until the ammunition began to fail, and then he gave orders to retreat, he himself remaining till the last. The men struggled on for some time, facing the enemy, but finally they broke their ranks and retreated in great disorder toward the fort. Maisonneuve, with a pistol in each hand, held the Iroquois in check for some time. They might have killed him, but they wished to take him prisoner. Their chief, desiring this honor, rushed forward, but just as he was about to grasp him, Maisonneuve fired, and he fell dead. The Indians, fearing that the body of their chief would fall into the hands of the French, rushed forward to secure it, and Maisonneuve passed safely into the fort. From that day his men never dared to impute cowardice to him. In 1644 the island of Montreal was made over to the Sulpicians of Paris, and was destined for the support of that religious order. In 1658 Viscount d'Argenson was appointed governor of Canada, but the day he landed, the Iroquois murdered some Algonquin Indians under the very guns of Quebec. The Indians seemed determined to exterminate the French. In addition to keeping Quebec in a state little short of actual siege, they massacred a large number of the settlers at Montreal. D'Argenson having resigned, the Baron d'Avignon was appointed governor, 1661, and on his arrival visited the several settlements throughout the country. He was surprised to find them in such a deplorable condition, and made such representation to the king as to the neglect of the company of 100 associates, that Monsieur de Monts, the king's commissioner, was ordered to visit Canada and report on its condition. At the same time, 400 more troops were added to the colonial garrison. The arrival of these troops gave life and confidence to the colonists and relieved Montreal from its dangers. The representations made by Monsieur de Monts, as well as those of the Bishop of Quebec, determined Louis XIV to demand their charter from the company of 100 associates and to place the colony in immediate connection with the crown. As the profits of the fur trade had been much diminished by the hostility of the Iroquois, the company readily surrendered its privileges. As soon as the transfer was completed, d'Avignon was recalled, and Monsieur de Massy was appointed governor for 3 years. Canada was thus changed into a royal government, and a council of state was nominated to cooperate with the governor in the administration of affairs. This council consisted of the governor, the Bishop of Quebec, and the intendant, together with 4 others to be named by them, one of whom was to act as Attorney General. End of section 25, read by Brize.
Section 26 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Presbyterianism established. Meeting of the Westminster Assembly, A.D. 1643. David Masson. Official recognition of Presbyterianism in Great Britain marked a distinct departure in ecclesiastical affairs. The Westminster Assembly, whose confession and catechisms, while not accepted in England, became and still remain the doctrinal standards of the Scotch and American Presbyterian churches, was one of the most important religious convocations ever held. The Presbyterian form of church government has been adopted by various sects, whose representatives are found in many parts of the world. The great object of the Westminster Assembly was to dictate, dogmatically, articles of faith and a form of worship that should be compulsory. It was mainly owing to the influence of Oliver Cromwell, who stood for toleration and independence within limits, that the Assembly did not have its way. Masson, the great authority on this subject, gives in the following pages a clear and comprehensive account of the religious situation in Great Britain at the time, of the composition of the Assembly, and of its labors during the 5 years and more of its continuance. At the time of the meeting of the Westminster Assembly, there was a tradition in the Puritan mind of England of 2 varieties of opinions as to the form of church government or discipline that should be substituted for episcopacy. In the first place, there was a tradition of the system of views known as Presbyterianism. From the beginning of Elizabeth's reign, if not earlier, there had been nonconformists who held that some form of the consistorial model which Calvin had set up in Geneva and which Knox enlarged for Scotland was the best for England too. Thus Fuller, who dates the use of the term Puritans as a nickname for the English nonconformists generally from the year 1564, and who goes on to say that within a few years after that date, the chief of those to whom that term was first applied were either dead or very aged, adds, "Behold, another generation of active and zealous nonconformists succeeded them. Of these, Coleman, Button, Halingham, and Benson, whose Christian names I cannot recover, were the chief, inveighing against the established church discipline, accounting everything from Rome that was not from Geneva, endeavoring in all things to conform the government of the English Church to the Presbyterian Reformation." Actually, in 1572, Fuller proceeds to tell us, a presbytery, the first in England, was set up at Wandsworth in Surrey, i.e., in that year a certain number of ministers of the Church of England organized themselves privately, without reference to bishops or other authorities, into a kind of presbyterial consistory, or classical court, for the management of the church business of their neighborhood. The heads of this Presbyterian movement, which gradually extended itself to London, were Mr. Field, lecturer at Wandsworth, Mr. Smith of Mitcham, Mr. Crane of Roehampton, Messrs. Wilcox, Standen, Jackson, Bonham, St. Low, Travers, Chark, Barber, Gardiner, Crook, and Egerton, with whom were associated a good many laymen. A summary of their views on the subject of church government was drawn out in Latin under the title Disciplina Ecclesia Sacra ex de Verbo Descripta, and though it had to be printed at Geneva, became so well known that, according to Fuller, secundum usum Wandsworth was as much honored by some as secundum usum Sarum by others. The English Presbyterianism, thus asserting itself and spreading, found its ablest and most energetic leader in the famous Thomas Cartwright, 1535 to 1603. No less by practical ingenuity than by the pen, he labored for presbytery, and under his direction Presbyterianism attained such dimensions that between 1580 and 1590 there were no fewer than 500 beneficed clergymen of the Church of England, most of them Cambridge men, all pledged to general agreement in a revised form of the Wandsworth Directory of Discipline, all in private intercommunication among themselves, and all meeting occasionally or at appointed times in local conferences or even in provincial and general synods. In addition to London, the parts of the country thus most leavened with Presbyterianism were the shires of Warwick, Northampton, Rutland, Leicester, Cambridge, and Essex. Of course, such an anomaly of a Presbyterian organization of ministers existing within the body of the prelatic system established by law, and to the detriment or disintegration of that system, could not be tolerated. And when Whitgift had procured sufficient information to enable him to seize and prosecute the chiefs, it was, in fact, stamped out. But the recollection of Cartwright and of Presbyterian principles remained in the English mind through the reigns of James and Charles, and characterized the main mass of the more effective and respectable Puritanism of those reigns. In other words, most of those Puritans, whether ministers or of the laity, who still continued members of the Church, only protesting against some of its rules and ceremonies, conjoined with this nonconformity in points of worship a dissatisfaction with the prelatic constitution of the Church, and a willingness to see the order of bishops removed and the government of the Church remodeled on the Presbyterian system of parochial courts, classical or district meetings, provincial synods, and national assemblies. During the supremacy of Laud, indeed, when any such wholesale revolution seemed hopeless, it is possible that English Puritanism within the Church had abandoned in some degree its dreamings over the Presbyterian theory, and had sunk, through exhaustion, into mere sighings after a relaxation of the established episcopacy. But the success of the Presbyterian revolt of the Scots in 1638, and their continued triumph in the 2 following years, had worked wonders. All the remains of native Presbyterian tradition in England had been kindled afresh, and new masses of English Puritan feeling, till then acquiescent in episcopacy, had been whirled into a passion for presbytery and nothing else. When the Long Parliament, at its first meeting, November 1640, addressed itself to the question of a reform of the English Church, the force that beat against its doors most strongly from the outside world of English opinion consisted no longer of mere sighings after a limitation of episcopacy, but of a formed determination of myriads to have done with episcopacy root and branch, and to see a church government substituted somewhat after the Scottish pattern. 2 years more of discussion in and out of Parliament had vastly enlarged the dimensions of this revived and newly created English Presbyterianism. The passion for presbytery among the English laity had pervaded all the counties, and scores and hundreds of parish ministers who had kept as long as they could within the limits of mere low church Anglicanism, and had stood out in their private reasonings for the lawfulness and expedience of an order of officers in the church superior to that of simple presbyters, if less lordly than the bishops, had been swept out of their scruples, and had joined themselves, even heartily, to the Presbyterian current. Thus, when the Westminster Assembly met, July 1643, to consider, among other things, what form of church government the Parliament should be advised to establish in England in lieu of the episcopacy which it had been resolved to abolish, the injunction almost universally laid upon them by already formed opinion among the parliamentarians of England, whether laity or clergy out of the Assembly, seemed to be that they should recommend conformity with Scottish presbytery. All the citizenship, all the respectability of London, for example, was resolutely Presbyterian, and of the 120 parish ministers of the city surrounding the assembly, only 3, so far as could be ascertained, were not of strict Presbyterian principles. Nevertheless, amid all this apparent prevalence of Presbyterianism, There was a stubborn tradition in England of another set of anti-prelatic views, long stigmatized by the nickname of Brownism, but known latterly as independency or congregationalism. Independents and Presbyterians are quite agreed in maintaining that the terms bishop or overseer and presbyter or elder were synonymous in the pure or primitive church and applied indifferently to the same persons, and that prelacy and all its developments were subsequent corruptions. The peculiar tenet of independency, distinguishing it from Presbyterianism, consists in something else. It consists in the belief that the only organization recognized in the primitive church was that of the voluntary association of believers into local congregations, each choosing its own office bearers and managing its own affairs, independently of neighboring congregations, though willing occasionally to hold friendly conferences with such neighboring congregations and to profit by the collective advice. Gradually, it is asserted, this right or habit of occasional friendly conference between neighboring congregations had been mismanaged and abused until the true independency of each voluntary society of Christians was forgotten, and authority came to be vested in synods or councils of the office bearers of the churches of a district or province. This usurpation of power by synods or councils, it is said, was as much a corruption of the primitive church discipline as was prelacy itself, or the usurpation of power by eminent individual presbyters, assuming the name of bishops in a new sense. Nay, the one usurpation had prepared the way for the other, and especially after the establishment of Christianity in the Roman Empire by the civil power, the two usurpations had gone on together, until the church became a vast political machinery of councils, smaller or larger, regulated by a hierarchy of bishops, archbishops, and patriarchs, all pointing to the popedom. The error of the Presbyterians, it is maintained, lies in their not perceiving this natural and historical connection of the two usurpations, and so retaining the synodical tyranny while they would throw off the prelatic. Not having recovered the true original idea of an ecclesia as consisting simply of a society of individual Christians meeting together periodically and united by a voluntary compact, while the great invisible church of a nation or of the world consists of the whole multitude of such mutually independent societies harmoniously moved by the unseen spirit present in all, Presbyterians, it is said, substitute the more mechanical image of a visible collective church for each community or nation, try to perfect that image by devices borrowed from civil polity, and find the perfection they seek in a system of national assemblies, provincial synods, and district courts of presbyters, superintending and controlling individual congregations. Independency, on the other hand, would purify the aggregate church to the utmost by throwing off the synodical tyranny as well as the prelatic and restoring the complete power of discipline to each particular church or society of Christians formed in any one place. So, I believe, though with varieties of expression, English independents argue now. But while they thus seek the original warrant for their views in the New Testament and in the practice of the primitive church, and while they maintain also that the essence of these views was rightly revived in Old English Wycliffism, and perhaps in some of the speculations which accompanied Luther's Reformation on the continent, they admit that the theory of independency had to be worked out afresh by a new process of the English mind in the 16th and 17th centuries, and they are content, I believe, that the crude, immediate beginning of that process should be sought in the opinions propagated between 1580 and 1590 by the erratic Robert Browne, a Rutlandshire man, bred at Cambridge, who had become a preacher at Norwich. Here and there in England by his tongue during those 10 years, and sometimes by pamphlets in exile, Browne, who could boast that he had been, quote, committed to 32 prisons, in some of which he could not see his hand at noonday, end quote, and who escaped the gallows only through some family connection he had with the all-powerful Lord Burghley, had preached doctrines far more violently schismatic than those of Cartwright and the majority of the Puritans. His attacks on bishops and episcopacy were boundlessly fierce, and the duty of separation in toto from the Church of England, the right of any number of persons to form themselves into a distinct congregation, the mutual independence of congregations so formed, and the liberty of any member of a congregation to preach or exhort in it, were among his leading tenets. At length, tiring of the tempest he had raised around him, he accepted a living in Northamptonshire, and though he is not known to have ever formally recanted any of his opinions, he lived on in his parsonage till as late as 1630, when Fuller knew him as a passionate and rather disreputable old man of 80, employing a curate to do his work, quarreling with everybody, and refusing to pay his rates. Meanwhile, the opinions which he had propagated 50 years before had passed through a singular history in the minds and lives of men of steadier and more persevering character. For, though Brown himself had vanished from public view since 1590, the Brownists, or Separatists as they were called, had persisted in their course, through execration and persecution, as a sect of outlaws beyond the pale of ordinary Puritanism, and with whom moderate Puritans disowned connection or sympathy. One hears of considerable numbers of them in the shires of Norfolk and Essex and throughout Wales, and there was a central association of them in London, holding conventicles in the fields, or shifting from meeting house to meeting house in the suburbs, so as to elude Whitgift's ecclesiastical police. At length, in 1592, the police broke in upon one of the meetings of the London Brownists at Islington. 56 of these were thrown into diverse jails, and some of the separatist leaders having been otherwise arrested, there ensued a vengeance far more ruthless than the government dared against Puritans in general. 6 of the leaders were brought to the scaffold, including Henry Barrow, a Gray's Inn lawyer, of such note among those early Brownists by his writings that they were also called Barrowists, John Greenwood, a preacher, and the poor young Welshman John Penry, whose brave and simple words on his own hard case, addressed before his death to Lord Burghley, thrill one's nerves yet. All these were of Cambridge training, though Penry had also been at Oxford. Others died in prison, and of the remainder many were banished. Among the observers of these severities was Francis Bacon, then rising into eminence as a politician and lawyer. His feeling on the subject was thus expressed at the time: "As for those which we call Brownists, being, when they were at the most, a very small number of very silly and base people, here and there in corners dispersed, they are now, thanks be to God, by the good remedies that have been used, suppressed and worn out, so as there's scarce any news of them." Bacon, doubtless, here expressed the feeling of all that was respectable in English society, for not only was it the theory of Brownism intrinsically that the Church of England was a false church, an institution of Antichrist, from which all Christians were bound to separate themselves, but the scurrilities against the bishops that had been vented anonymously by some particular nest of Brownists or their allies in the famous series of Martin Marprelate tracts, 1589, had disgusted and enraged many who would have tolerated moderate nonconformity. With respect to the theory of church government called independency or congregationalism, the state of the case in 1640 may be thus summed up. There was an unknown amount of traditional affection for the theory, even where it could not be articulately stated, in the native and popular anti-prelacy of England itself. This vague and diffused independency had also a few champions in known separatist ministers, who had managed to remain in England through all difficulties, and perhaps it had well-wishers in a private opinionist or two, like John Goodwin, regularly in orders in the Church of England, but the effective mass of English-born independency lay wholly without the bounds of England. partly in little curdlings of separatists or semi-separatists among the English exiles in some of the towns of Holland, but chiefly, and in most assured completeness both of bulk and of detail, in the incipient transatlantic commonwealth of New England. One thing, however, was certain all the while. These two effective aggregations of English-born independency beyond the bounds of England, the small Dutch scattering and the massive American extension, were not disassociated from England, had not learned to be foreign to her, but were in correspondence with her, in constant survey of her concerns, and attached to her by such homeward yearnings that, on the least opportunity, the least signal given, they would leap back upon her shores. The opportunity came, and the signal was given, in November 1640, when the Long Parliament met. It was as if England then proclaimed to all her exiles for opinion, quote, "Ye need be exiles no more," end quote. Accordingly, between that date and the meeting of the Westminster Assembly in July 1643, we have the interesting phenomenon of a return of some of the conspicuous representatives of independency both from Holland and from New England. The necessity of an ecclesiastical synod or convocation to cooperate with the Parliament had been long felt. Among the articles of the Grand Remonstrance of December 1641 had been one desiring a convention of a, quote, "a general synod of the most grave, pious, learned, and judicious divines of this island, assisted by some from foreign parts," end quote, to consider of all things relating to the Church and report thereon to Parliament. It is clear from the wording of this article that it was contemplated that the synod should contain representatives from the Presbyterian Church of Scotland. Indeed, by that time, the establishment of a uniformity of doctrine, discipline, and worship between the churches of England and Scotland was the fixed idea of those who chiefly desired a synod. There had been express communications on the subject between the leading English Puritan ministers and the chiefs of the Scottish Kirk. Henderson had strongly taken the matter to heart, and in connection with it he had made a notable motion in the Scottish General Assembly of August 1641. Might it not be well, he had urged, that the Scottish Church should employ itself in, quote, "drawing up a confession of faith, a catechism, a directory for all the parts of the public worship, and a platform of government wherein possibly England and we might agree," end quote. Henderson's notion was that if such an authoritative exposition of the whole theory and practice of the Kirk of Scotland could be drawn up for the study of the English, and especially if care were taken in it not to be ultra-Scottish in mere minutiae, the effect would be to facilitate the religious union of the two nations. The Scottish Assembly, at any rate, had warmly entertained the notion, and had deputed the difficult and delicate work to Henderson himself. Henderson, however, had on more mature thoughts abandoned the project. He had done so for reasons creditable to his considerateness and good sense. It had occurred to him that the English might like to think out the details of their church reformation for themselves, that it might do more harm than good to thrust an elaborated Scottish system upon them as a perfection already consummate, and that it might even be becoming in the Scots to hold themselves prepared, in the interests of the conformity they desired, to gravitate toward what might be the English conclusions on non-essential points. At all events, he had come to see that the work was too great for the responsibility of any one man. Possibly, too, he knew by that time, April 1642, that a general synod of English divines would very soon be called. Actually, in April 1642, just when Henderson gave up the business as too great for one man's strength, the English House of Commons were making arrangements for a synod of divines. On the 19th of that month it was ordered by the House, in pursuance of previous resolutions on the subject, quote, "that the names of such divines as shall be thought fit to be consulted with concerning the matter of the Church be brought in tomorrow morning," end quote. The understood rule being that the knights and burgesses of each English county should name to the House 2 divines, and those of each Welsh county 1 divine for approval. Accordingly, on the 20th, the names were given in. On that day, the divines proposed for 9 of the English counties were approved of in pairs, and on following days, the rest of the English counties, London and the 2 universities coming in for separate representation, were gone over, pretty much in their alphabetical order, the Welsh counties and the Channel Islands coming last, till on April 25th, the tale of the divines, thought fit to be consulted with, was complete. It included 102 divines, generally from the counties for which they were severally named, but by no means always so, for in not a few cases the knights and burgesses of distant counties nominated divines living in London or near it. In almost all cases, the divines named by the knights and burgesses for their several counties were approved of by the House unanimously, but a vote was taken on the eligibility of one of the divines named for Yorkshire, and he was carried by a bare majority of 103 to 99, and exceptions having been taken on the 25th to the 2 appointed for Cumberland on the 20th, their appointment was cancelled and others were substituted. On the same day on which the list of divines was completed, a committee of 27 members of the House, including Hampden, Selden, and Lord Falkland, was appointed, quote, to consider of the readiest way to put in execution the resolutions of this House in consulting with such divines as they have named, end quote. The result was that on May 9th there was brought in a, quote, bill for calling an assembly of godly and learned divines to be consulted with by the Parliament for the settling of the government and liturgy of the Church and for the vindicating and clearing of the doctrine of the Church of England from false aspersions and interpretations, end quote. On that day, the bill was read twice in the Commons and committed, and on the 19th it was read a 3rd time and passed. The Lords, having then taken the bill into consideration, proposed, May 26, 1642, the addition of 14 divines of their own choice to those named by the Commons. And, the Commons having agreed to this amendment, the bill passed both houses June 1st and waited only the King's assent. It was intended that the Assembly should meet the next month. The King had other things to do at that moment than assent to a bill for an assembly of divines. He was at York, gathering his forces for the Civil War, and by the time when it was expected the Assembly should have been at work, the Civil War had begun. Nevertheless, the Parliament persevered in their design. Twice again, while the war was in its first stage, bills were introduced to the same effect as that which had been stopped. Bill the 2nd for calling an assembly of divines was in October, and Bill the 3rd in December, 1642. In these bills, the 2 houses kept to the 116 divines agreed upon under the first bill, with, as far as I have been able to trace the matter through their journals, only 1 deletion, 2 substitutions, and 3 proposed additions. Still, by the stress of the war, the assembly was postponed. At last, hopeless of a bill that should pass in the regular way by the King's consent, the houses resorted, in this as in other things, to their peremptory plan of ordinance by their own authority. On May 13, 1643, an ordinance for calling an assembly was introduced in the Commons, which ordinance, after due going and coming between the 2 houses, came to maturity June 12th, when it was entered at full length in the Lord's journals. Quote, whereas, among the infinite blessings of Almighty God upon this nation, so runs the preamble of the ordinance, none is or can be more dear to us than the purity of our religion, and forasmuch as many things yet remain in the discipline, liturgy, and government of the Church, which necessarily require a more perfect reformation, and whereas it has been declared and resolved by the Lords and Commons assembled in Parliament, that the present church government by archbishops, bishops, their chancellors, commissaries, deans and chapters, archdeacons, and other ecclesiastical officers depending on the hierarchy is evil and justly offensive and burdensome to the kingdom, and a great impediment to reformation and growth of religion, and very prejudicial to the state and government of this kingdom, and that therefore they are resolved the same shall be taken away, and that such a government shall be settled in the church as may be agreeable to God's holy word, and most apt to procure and preserve the peace of the church at home, and nearer agreement with the Church of Scotland and other reformed churches abroad. Be it therefore ordained, etc. End quote. What is ordained is that 149 persons, enumerated by name in the ordinance, 10 of them being members of the Lord's house, 20 members of the Commons' house, and the other 119, mainly the divines that had already been fixed upon, most of them a year before, shall meet on July 1st next in King Henry VII's chapel at Westminster, and that these persons, and such others as shall be added to them by Parliament from time to time, shall have power to continue their sittings as long as Parliament may see fit, and, quote, to confer and treat among themselves of such matters and things concerning the liturgy, discipline, and government of the Church of England, or the vindicating and clearing of the doctrine of the same from all false aspersions and misconstructions, as shall be proposed by either or both Houses of Parliament, and no other. End quote. The words in italics are important. The Assembly was not to be an independent national council ranging at its will and settling things by its own authority. It was to be a body advising Parliament on matters referred to it, and on these alone, and its conclusions were to have no validity until they should be reported to Parliament and confirmed there. 40 members of the Assembly were to constitute a quorum, and the proceedings were not to be divulged without consent of Parliament. 4 shillings a day were to be allowed to each clerical member for his expenses, with immunity for non-residents in his parish or any neglect of his ordinary duties that might be entailed by his presence at Westminster. William Twist, D.D. of Newbury, was to be prolocutor or chairman of the Assembly, and he was to have 2 assessors to supply his place in case of necessary absence. There were to be 2 scribes, who should be divines, but not members of the Assembly, to take minutes of the proceedings. Every member of the Assembly, on his first entrance, was to make solemn protestation that he would not maintain anything but what he believed to be the truth. No resolution on any question was to be come to on the same day on which it was first propounded. Whatever any speaker maintained to be necessary, he was to prove out of the Scriptures. All decisions of the major part of the Assembly were to be reported to Parliament as the decisions of the Assembly, but the dissents of individual members were to be duly registered if they required it, and also reported to Parliament. The Lords wanted to regulate also that no long speeches should be permitted in the Assembly, so that matters might not be carried by impertinent flourishes, but the Commons, for reasons that are not far to seek, did not agree to this regulation. Notwithstanding a royal proclamation from Oxford, dated June 22nd, forbidding the Assembly and threatening consequences, the first meeting duly took place on the day appointed, Saturday, July 1st, 1643, and from that date till February 22nd, 1648-49, or for more than 5 years and a half, the Westminster Assembly is to be borne in mind as a power of institution in the English realm, existing side by side with the Long Parliament, and in constant conference and cooperation with it. The number of its sittings during these 5 years and a half was 1,163 in all, which is at the rate of about 4 sittings every week for the whole time. The earliest years of the Assembly were the most important. All in all, it was an assembly which left remarkable and permanent effects in the British Islands, and the history of which ought to be more interesting in some homely respects to Britons now than the history of the Council of Basel, the Council of Trent, or any other of the great ecclesiastical councils, more ancient and ecumenical, about which we hear so much. Such was the famous Westminster Assembly, called together by the Parliament of England to consider the entire state of the country in matters of religion. The business entrusted to it was vast and complex. It was to revise and redefine the national creed after its long lapse into so-called Arminianism and semi-popish error, and to advise also as to the new system of church government and the new forms of worship that should come in place of rejected episcopacy and the condemned liturgy. For it was still, be it remembered, the universal notion among English politicians that there must be a national church, and that no man, woman, or child within the land should be permitted to be out of the pale of that church. It was still the notion that it was possible to frame a certain number of propositions respecting God, heaven, angels, hell, devils, the creation of the universe, the soul of man, sin and its remedy, a life beyond death, and all the other most tremendous subjects of human contemplation that should be absolutely true, or at least so just and sure a compendium of truth that the nation must be tied up to it, and it would be wrong to allow any man, woman, or child subject to the law of England to be astray from it in any item. This was the notion, and those 149 persons were appointed to frame the all-important propositions, or find them out by a due revision of the old articles, and to report to Parliament on that subject, as well as on the subjects of church organization and forms of worship. The appointment among the original 149 or 150 members of Assembly of such persons as Archbishop Usher, Bishops Brownrigg and Westfield, Featley, Hackett, Hammond, Holdworth, Morley, Nicholson, Saunderson, and Samuel Ward, all of them defenders of an episcopacy of some kind, seems hardly reconcilable with the very terms of the ordinance calling the Assembly. That ordinance implied that episcopacy was condemned and done with, and it convoked the Assembly for the express purpose of considering, among other things, what should be put in its stead. It may have been thought, however, that it would impart a more liberal and eclectic character to the Assembly to send a sprinkling of known Anglicans into it, or it may have been thought right to give some of the most respected of these an opportunity of retrieving themselves by acquiescing in what they could not prevent. As it chanced, however, the refusal of most of these to appear in the Assembly at all, and the all but immediate dropping off of the one or two who did appear at first, saved the Assembly much trouble. It became thus a compact body, fit for its work, and in the main of one mind and way of thinking on some of the problems submitted to it. In respect of theological doctrine, for example, the Assembly, as it was then left, was practically unanimous. They were, almost to a man, Calvinists, or anti-Arminians, pledged by their antecedents to such a revision of the Articles as should make the national creed more distinctly Calvinistic than before. Moreover, they were agreed as to their method for determining doctrine. It was to be the rigid application of the Protestant principle that the Bible is the sole rule of faith, the careful interpretation of Scripture, i.e., the collecting on any occasion of discussion of all the texts in the Old and New Testaments bearing on the point discussed, and the examination of these texts singly and in their connection and in the original tongues when necessary, so as to ascertain their exact sense. This was the understood rule with them all. Learning was indeed in demand, and the chief scholars, especially the chief Hebraists and Rabbinists of the Assembly, were much looked up to. There might be references also to the fathers and to councils. No kind of historical lore but would be welcome. Only all must subserve the one purpose of interpreting Scripture, and fathers, councils, and what not could be cited not as authorities, but only as witnesses. This understanding as to the determination of doctrine by the Bible alone, accompanied as it was by a nearly unanimous preconviction that it was the Calvinistic body of doctrines alone that could be reasoned out of the Bible, was to keep the Assembly, I repeat, pretty much together from the first in matters of creed and theology. for perplexing questions as to the extent and limits of the inspiration of the Bible had not yet publicly arisen to invalidate the accepted method. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Masaniello's Revolt at Naples, Anno Domini 1647, by Alfred von Rumont. Part 1. Editor's Note. Among the various popular insurrections of which Naples has been the scene, the most memorable in violence and in effective results is that which Masaniello headed. Naples, with Sicily, was then subject to Spain, and a Spanish viceroy governed there. Popular discontent had already shown itself in tumults. These were provoked by various acts of oppression, but especially by burdensome taxation and the draining of the province of men for the Spanish service. At the same time, Naples was subject to French intrigue. It was the aim of Cardinal Mazarin, the successor of Richelieu as Prime Minister of France, to seize the rich Spanish possessions, Naples and Sicily. He foresaw the coming insurrection, and prepared to take advantage of it. Although his schemes added to the Neapolitan complications, he was not to profit by them as he hoped. Finally, in Naples, the half-smothered spirit of revolt broke out when Spain imposed a duty on fruits, raising the cost of productions upon which the majority of the people depended for subsistence. Rumont, whose mastery in the field of Italian history is well known, brings out in full light the circumstances and consequences of Masaniello's rising. End of editor's note. In May 1647, a rebellion broke out in Palermo among the lower class of people, which the viceroy, Don Pedro Fajardo, Marquis de los Vélez, was not in a condition to resist. The constant increase of the taxes on articles of food, which, especially in the manner in which they were raised, were the most felt and the most burdensome kind of taxation for the people, excited a tumult which lasted for many months, occasioned serious dissensions between the nobility and the people, and was only subdued by a mixture of firmness and clemency on the part of the Cardinal Trivulzio, the successor of Los Vélez. The news of the disturbances in Sicily reached Naples, when everything there was ripe for an insurrection, which had for a long time been fermenting and agitating men's minds. On all sides, the threatening indications increased. Notices posted upon the walls announced that the people of Naples would follow the example of the inhabitants of Palermo if the gabelles were not taken off, especially the fruit tax, which pressed the hardest upon the populace. The better the season was, the more the poor felt themselves debarred from the enjoyment of a cheap and cooling food. The viceroy was stopped by a troop of people as he was going to Mass at the church of Santa Maria del Carmine. He extricated himself from his difficulty as well as he could, laid the blame on the nobility who had ordered the tax, and promised what he never intended to perform. The associations of nobles assembled, but they could not agree. Some were of opinion that the tax should be kept because the change would interfere with their pecuniary interests, others because the money asked for by the government could not otherwise be procured. Notwithstanding these unfavorable circumstances, the Duke of Arcos, the Spanish viceroy of Naples, allowed most of the Spanish and German troops to march into Lombardy. He was deliberating how to meet the attack of the French in the north of Italy, without considering that he was stripping the country of armed forces at a moment when the continuance of the Spanish rule was more than ever in jeopardy. On the great marketplace at Naples, the scene of so many tragedies and so many disturbances, stood a miserable cottage, with nothing to distinguish it from the others but the name and the arms of Charles V., which were placed on the front wall. Here a poor fisherman lived, Tommaso Agnello, generally called by the abbreviated name of Masaniello. His father, Francesco of Ciccio, came from the coast of Amalfi and had married in 1628 Antonia Gargano, a Neapolitan woman. In the Vico Roto, by the great market, which is only inhabited by the poorest people, and where the pestilence began in the year 1656, 4 months later, the son was born who was destined to act so remarkable a part. Tommaso Agnello was baptized in the parish church of St. Catarina in Foro in June 28, 1620. On April 25, 1641, he married Bernardina Pisa, a maiden from the neighborhood of that town. Their poverty was so great that often Masaniello could not even follow up his trade of a fisherman, but earned a scanty livelihood by selling paper for the fish to be carried in. He was of middle height, well-made, and active. His brilliant dark black eyes and his sunburnt face contrasted singularly with his long curly fair hair hanging down his back. Thus his cheerful, lively conversation agreed but little with his grave countenance. His dress was that of a fisherman, but as he is in general considered a remarkable person, whatever may be thought of the part he performed, so he understood, in spite of the meanness of his attire, by his arrangement and his choice of colors, to give it a peculiarity that stamped it in the memory of his contemporaries. The life of this remarkable man, a 9 days' history, clearly shows us that he possessed wonderful presence of mind and a spirit that knew not fear. It happened once, in the midst of the discontent which was everywhere excited by the exorbitant increase of taxation, that Masaniello's wife was detained by the keepers of the gate while she was endeavoring to creep into the town with a bundle of flour done up in cloths to look like a child in swaddling clothes. She was imprisoned, and her husband, who loved her much, only succeeded in obtaining her liberation after 8 days. Almost the whole of his miserable goods went to pay the fine which had been imposed upon her. Thus hatred was smouldering in the mind of Masaniello, and the flame was stirred when he, it is not known how, quarrelled with the Duke of Maddalone's people, and was ill-used by them in an unusual manner. Then the idea seems to have occurred to him to avenge himself by the aid of the people. Many have related that instigators were not wanting. Giulio Genuino is named, formerly the favorite of the Duke of Asuna, who, after he had encountered the strangest fate, and after wearing the chain of the galley slave at Oran, on the coast of Barbary, had returned an aged man, in the habit of an ecclesiastic, to his native country, meditating upon new intrigues, as the old ones had failed. Also a captain of banditti, and a lay brother of the Carmine, who gave Masaniello money, were among the conspirators. Perhaps all this was only an attempt to explain the extraordinary fact. This much only is known with certainty, that Masaniello sought to collect a troop of boys and young people, who, among the numerous vagrant population, thronged the market and its neighborhood from the adjacent districts, as whose leader he intended to appear, as had often done before, at the feast of the Madonna of Carmel, which takes place in the middle of July. At that festival, it was the custom to build a castle of wood and canvas in the middle of the marketplace, close to which, as already has been described, was the church and convent of the Carmelites. And this castle was besieged and defended by troops of the people. The great mass of the assailants was formed out of the band of lads of the lowest class, about 400 in number, who painted the greatest part of their bodies and their faces black and red. Their tattered clothes gave them an oriental appearance. They were armed with sticks and called the Company of the Alarabes, perhaps an Arabian name. They were drilled by Masaniello and considered him as their chief. It is easy to conceive how ill the people spoke of the tax-gatherers, who, by their severity and roughness in their daily treatment, kept up perpetual quarrels and ill will with the equally rough populace, who therefore tried to deceive them. On one beautiful summer night, the custom house in the great marketplace flew up into the air. A quantity of powder had been conveyed into it by unknown hands, and in the morning nothing remained but the blackened ruins. It had been intended by this action to oblige the viceroy to take off the taxes, but without loss of time, in an opposite building, a new custom house was established. The collectors were only the more angry and unmerciful, and every day seemed to bring the outbreak nearer. Thus the morning of July 7th, 1647, approached. It was Sunday, and a number of fruit sellers with carts and donkeys and full baskets came into the town very early from Pozzuoli, and went as usual to the great market. Scarcely had they reached it when the dispute began. The question was not so much whether the tax should be paid, as who was to pay it. The men of Pozzuoli maintained that the Neapolitan dealers in fruit were to pay 5 carlins on a hundredweight. The others said it was not their business. Thus the disturbance began. Some respectable people, who foresaw the evil, hastened to the viceroy, who commissioned Andrea Naclerio, the deputy of the people, to go immediately to the marketplace and restore peace. Naclerio was getting into a boat to sail to Posillipo, where he intended to spend the day with his colleagues belonging to the Association of Nobles, when he received the order. He turned back, coasted along the shore of Marianella, and got out by the Tanner's Gate, near the fort which takes its name from the Church of the Carmelites. Here a different Sunday scene awaited him from that which he had promised himself in the fragrant and shady gardens. The market was filled with riotous people, and the uproar was so much the worse because Masaniello, with his troop of Alaribes, had met them in the morning for a grand review. The people of Pozzuoli, of bad fame since the days of Don Pedro de Toledo, quarreled and protested. The Neapolitans were not a whit behind them in fluency of speech. The tax-gatherers would listen to no remonstrances, and insisted upon the payment. Andrea Naclerio tried in all ways to obtain a hearing and to appease the tumult. He said to the Pozzuolians that they ought to pay, that the money would be returned to them. They would not. He demanded to have the fruit weighed. He would pay the tax out of his own purse. This also they refused. The tax-gatherers in Severi now lost all patience. They fetched the great scales and wanted to weigh the fruit by force. Then the vendors pushed down the baskets so that the fruit rolled along the ground, and called out to the people, "Take what you can get and taste it. It is the last time we shall come here to the market." From all sides boys and men flung themselves upon the baskets and the fruit. The signal was given for an insurrection. The tax-gatherers drove the people back. The people made use of the fruit as their weapons. Andrea Naclerio rushed into the thickest of the crowd. The captain of the sbirri and some of the respectable inhabitants of the adjacent tan quarter hastened hither, and bore him in their arms out of the knot of men who in one moment had increased to a large mass. For idle people had flocked thither from the neighboring street, from the dirty and populous Lavinaro, as well as from the coast. The deputy was rejoiced to reach his boat, and made the rowers ply vigorously, that he might bring the noise of the tumult to the palace. But the populace proceeded from fruit to stones. Put to flight, the tax-gatherers in Sbirri crowded into the custom-house, destroyed the table and chairs, set fire to the ruins as well as the account-books, so that soon a bright flame rose up amid the loud rejoicings of the bystanders. Meanwhile, Andrea Naclerio had reached the palace. He related the whole proceeding to the viceroy, and pointed out to him at the same time that only the abolition of the fruit tax could appease the people. The Duke of Arcos resolved to try mildness. 2 men of illustrious birth who were more beloved by the crowd than the others, Tiberio Carafa, Prince of Bisignano, and Ettore Ravascieri, Prince of Satriano, repaired to the marketplace as peacemakers. Noclerio was not satisfied with this. He feared that Don Tiberio would, in his kindness, promise more than could be performed, and so only make matters worse. What he had foreseen happened. When Bisignano reached the market and found the crowd still wild with rage, he announced that the viceroy would not only abolish the fruit tax, but all the other gabels. They might make merry and be satisfied. The rioters listened. A promise from the viceroy of the abolition of all the gabels, that was worth hearing. Masaniello had kept quiet during the assault upon the deputy and tax-gatherers, and to a certain degree had acted as mediator. "Now," he exclaimed, "we will march to the palace." The great mass of the people followed him. Another troop surrounded Bisignano, who would gladly have freed himself from his wild escort, and trotted his horse when he came to the king's gate, but they soon reached him again, and so much forgot the respect due to his rank that they laid their hands on him and compelled him to accompany them to San Lorenzo, the residence of the superior town magistrate. Arrived there, they cried out for the privileges of Charles V, an idea instilled into them by Giulio Genuino, who, disguised and with a long beard, made one of the procession, and was the soul of all the intrigues that were hidden under the wild impulses of the masses. Don Tiberio Carafa esteemed himself fortunate to escape from his oppressors. He crept into a cell and went to Castelnuovo, from whence he repaired to Rome, so exhausted from the scene he had witnessed that he died mad not long afterward. Meanwhile, the far more numerous band was on its way to the palace. Drummers marched in advance. Masaniello had mounted a horse and held up a banner. Some of his followers were provided with sticks, and others armed with poles. They had, in their haste, seized upon any implements that they could find. Numerous lads, old guards of the leader, accompanied the strange procession. Whistling and making a blustering noise, most of them in rags and barefooted, a genuine mob, who soon became aware how much was left to their will and discretion. The Duke was in the palace, and with him many of the nobles belonging to the town, who advised him to strengthen his Spanish guard immediately. But he would not, whether from fear of irritating the people, or because he did not consider the danger so imminent. The Grand Master of the Horse, Don Carlo Caracciolo, with Don Luis Ponce de Leon, a cousin of the viceroy's, and governor of the vicarial court, were standing in one of the balconies at the moment when the crowds reached the square before the palace, and Masaniello, waving his banner 3 times before the guard, called out, "Long life to the King of Spain! Down with the gabels!" a cry which was repeated by thousands of people. Caracciolo went down and began to talk to the people. They remained standing. They complained of the oppressive taxes. They complained of the bad bread. They held him out pieces of it. He might judge himself whether it was food for men or dogs. They urged upon all the deposition of the eletto, on whom, as usual, the blame was laid that things were not more prosperous. At first affairs went on tolerably well. With great dexterity, Don Carlo kept the crowd away from the entrances, while he corresponded by means of his vassals with the viceroy, who consented to Noclerio's deposition, to the abolition of the duties on fruit and on wine. Now the audacity of the crowd increased. Why not ask for more when everything was granted to them? The flour tax also. Caracciolo objected. Things could not go on so. But in the same moment, new masses of many thousand men crowded into the square. The negotiator was obliged to give way, and had only time to inform the viceroy that he might withdraw into Castelnuovo. When the people found the outer gate of the palace unguarded, they rushed into the court and forced their way up the great stairs. At the end of it, at the entrance of the hall, stood the German bodyguard. They crossed their halberds to ward off the crowd, but the pressure was too violent. After a short struggle, their arms were wrenched from them. Ill-treated and bleeding, they could no longer defend the entrance against the assailants. Meanwhile, the Duke of Arcos had made his appearance at one of the balconies, and told the crowd in the Spanish language to compose themselves. He would do their will. But they did not understand him, and cried out that he must keep to what he had promised them by the Prince of Bisignano. The viceroy saw that he was losing time. Already the foremost of the assailants stormed at the doors of the first saloon, which had been locked in haste. Now every moment was precious. In vain did Don Carlo Caracciolo try once more to appease the people. A blow from an iron staff wounded him in the arm, and he was hit by 2 stones. The doors of the first saloon fell with a loud crash to the ground. Now the crowd saw no further impediment. Everything remaining in the palace was torn asunder. The viceroy, causing the various doors to be bolted behind him, hastened to the gallery, that he might reach the spiral staircase leading into the courtyard. Now he repented that he had not followed Caracciolo's advice, who had desired him to make his escape to the castle. Andrea Naclario concealed himself in the apartments of the vice-queen, let himself down by a rope into the garden, and fortunately reached the fortress. But the mob broke everything that they found in the royal apartments. The panes of the high windows clattered upon the ground, and in the midst of wild rejoicings and laughter, all the valuable household furniture was flung down from the balconies into the streets, including the chairs, the great parasol of the governor of the Collateral Council, and the mangled papers of the secretary. Even the balustrades of the balconies did not escape the vandal fury of the populace, and with heavy iron poles and hammers they dashed in pieces the beautifully polished works of sculpture. The Duke of Arcos had descended the spiral staircase when he perceived that the bridges of the castle were already drawn up, the portcullis let down. He believed that he could save himself by crossing the square to the opposite convent of the Minimi, as he imagined that the rebels were far too much occupied with plundering the palace to attend to him. But he miscalculated. Scarcely had he reached the square when he was recognized and surrounded. A knight of San Iago, Don Antonio Taboada, was accidentally passing by. He succeeded in penetrating through the crowd to the viceroy and lifted him into his carriage. The rescue of the Duke of Arcos turned upon a hair. One of the people, it is said Masaniello himself, wanted to thrust his sword into him, but the blow was parried by Don Emmanuel Valles. A runaway Augustinian monk seized him by the hair and screamed, "Abolish the taxes!" The carriage could not go on. The horses pranced. Some of the people seized the reins. The coachman was on the ground. Then many of the nobles pressed through the crowd, making themselves a passage, partly by violence, partly by fair words. The Count of Conversano, the Marquises of Torrecuzzo and Brienza, the Duke of Castile Airola, the Prior of Rochella Carafa, Don Antonio Enriquez, and Carlo Caracciolo. The viceroy was indebted to them for his rescue. They surrounded the carriage with drawn swords. The rebels had already taken the harness off the horses. 2 noblemen took possession of it, put it on as well as they could, and Caracciolo jumped upon the coach box, fastened in the loose horses, while the other nobles remained at the door. But there was no getting further. The cries, the uproar, the mass of men increased every instant. So few against so many. If there was any delay, no exit would remain. Don Carlos's mind was quickly made up. He opened the doors of the carriage, dragged out the half-dead viceroy, seized him by the arm while the rest of the nobles surrounded them, raising high their swords and warding off the pressure of the mob. With the cry, "Make room for the king!" they got through the crowd. Thus they reached the gates of the convent. It was shut up. The populace yelled and threatened the monks with 1,000 maledictions if they opened it. The general and the provincial of the order were present, both Spaniards. They ordered the gate to be half opened to admit the viceroy. Thus it was accomplished. Caracciolo gave the duke a push, and he was saved. But the nobleman to whom he was indebted for his safety remained without, exposed to the fury of the mob, now become so much more savage as they saw that their victim had escaped. Carlo Caracciolo saved himself with difficulty. A stone wounded the Marquis of Brienza in the neck. The people tried to break open the gates of the convent, which the monks had barricaded in haste. "Long life to the King of Spain! Down with the bad government!" This was the cry, echoed from 1,000 voices. The Duke of Arcos showed himself at the window. He repeated that he would grant what was desired. He threw down a declaration signed by himself. Nothing was of any avail. The rebels tried to get into the convent through the church. They threatened to drag the viceroy to the market. The alarm spread through the town. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Masaniello's Revolt at Naples, Anno Domini 1647, by Alfred von Rumont. Part 2. The night came. What a night! 100,000 men marched with loud cries through the town. The churches were open and resounded with prayers for the restoration of peace. The Theatines and Jesuits left their convents and arranged themselves in processions, singing litanies to the Madonna and the saints. But the Ora Pro Nobis was overpowered by the fury of the crowd. Although the first forced their way down the Toledo to the palace, and the others penetrated to the great marketplace, they were obliged nevertheless to withdraw without having accomplished their object. All the highwaymen and murderers, of which Naples was full, left their hiding places. The first thing done was to break open the prisons and set the prisoners at liberty, all excepting those confined in the prisons of the Vicarial Court, for the castle of Capuano inspired the rebels with respect, whether because of a very large imperial eagle of Charles V fixed over the portal, or because the garrison of the old fortress, together with the sbirri, stood with lighted matches behind the crossbars and threatened the assailants with a bloody welcome. The prisoners in the Vicarial Court now sought to set themselves free, and began by destroying the crossbars with heavy beams. But some shots, which laid 2 of them dead on the ground, warned them to desist from their attempt. All the other prisons were cleared, and the archives and everything that could be found in them was burned. The toll booths throughout the town were demolished. The mob went from one gate to another. Everywhere the toll gatherers had escaped. Nobody thought of making any resistance, and as there were no more prisons to be broken open, no more custom houses to be destroyed, the populace began to attack the houses of those who they knew had, by farming tolls or in any other way, become rich at the expense of the people. There was no mention of defense. The proprietors were glad to save their bare lives. Many rewarded with gold the services of rowers who conveyed them to a villa at Posillipo or to any other place beyond the town. But the houses were emptied. First that of the cashier of taxes, Alfonso Vagliano. Beautiful household furniture, plate, pictures, everything that could be found was dragged into the streets, thrown together in a heap and burned. And when one of the people wanted to conceal a jewel, he was violently upbraided by the rest. Hitherto but few, comparatively, of the rebels had been armed. They felt this deficiency, and wanted to procure themselves arms and artillery. With this view they attacked the convent and belfry of San Lorenzo. But the small Spanish garrison received them with sharp firing, and they were obliged to retire. They only committed the more acts of wanton cruelty. The most fearful confusion prevailed. First in one place and then in another, the sky was red with the conflagration. Suddenly a lurid light illuminated the towers and projecting buildings. The marketplace was the principal quarter of the insurgents, who still wanted a leader. There, toward midnight, 4 men, masked, wearing the habit of one of the Holy Brotherhoods, entered a circle of men composed of the dregs of the populace. Among them was Masaniello. Giulio Genuino, one of the 4 men, took off his mask. He had excited and fanned the flame the whole day, and now he sought in the darkness of night to complete what he had begun. They had done right, he said, to let the King of Spain live. For it was not a question of taking the crown of Spain off his head, but to put an end to the oppression of the people by his covetous ministers. They must not rest till they had obtained this, but to obtain it, it was necessary above all things to procure themselves arms, and by the choice of a leader, to give union and steadiness to their undertaking. They all agreed with him, and that very same night they followed his advice and provided themselves with arms. They stormed the shops of the sword cutlers, and took possession of 5 pieces of light artillery belonging to the proprietor of a ship. And even during this first night, the name of Masaniello passed from mouth to mouth. The morning came, but it brought neither assistance nor repose. When the day dawned, there was a beating of drums, a ringing of bells, and country people pouring in from all sides. The discontented vassals of the barons in the neighborhood, the banditti, and vagabonds of all kinds increased the masses of the populace of the capital, who were augmented by troops of horrible women and children more than half naked, making the most dreadful uproar. Arms of all kinds were in the hands of the insurgents. Some of them made use of household and agricultural implements, both for attack and defense. Unfortunately, various powder magazines fell into their hands. At Little Molo they stormed a house in which ammunition had been placed. It caught fire and blew up. About 40 persons were killed and double the number wounded, most of them severely. The exasperation only increased. It was soon observed that it was not blind fury alone which conducted the rebellion. Clever management was evident. The Count of Monterey had given the people a sort of military constitution, as he divided them into companies according to the quarters of the town, which resembled those hermandades which the Archbishop of Tortosa, afterward Pope Adrian VI, formed in the time of Charles V in Spain, and that afterward caused an insurrection of the Comuneros. This practice in the forms of war was now of use to the insurgents, and when on the second morning some of the working classes and mechanics, and persons indeed that belonged to a higher class of citizens, joined themselves to the actual mob, thinking to obtain a better government in consequence of the insurrection, the danger increased. The 2 principal leaders were Domenico Perron, formerly a captain of Sibiri, and Masaniello, whom the people about the marketplace and the Lavanaro and its vicinity had chosen. But Giulio Genuino conducted the whole affair by his counsel. A formal council of war was held in Castel Nuovo. The viceroy was quite aware that the utmost he could do with his few troops would be to defend these fortresses of the town against the people, but that he could not subdue them. He was, moreover, reluctant to make use of firearms, as the insurgents proclaimed aloud everywhere their loyalty to the king. So he resolved to open a negotiation, to regain his lost ground, or at least to gain time. The Duke of Arcos had been accused of having, even in these early moments, conceived the plan to push the nobles forward, with the view to make them more hateful than ever to the populace, and thus to annihilate their influence completely, a policy that was so much the more knavish the more faithfully the nobles had stood by him during these last eventful 24 hours, at the peril of their own lives. Whatever his plan may have been, the result was the same. Whether the idea proceeded from the Duke of Arcos or his successor, the Count of Onate, the insurrection of 1647 caused the ruin of the aristocracy. The Prince of Montesarchio was the first whom the Viceroy sent as a messenger of peace. The name of Davalos was through Pescara and Del Vasto closely associated with the warlike fame of the times of Charles V. His reputation had been brilliant from the period of the Moorish wars until now. Great possessions secured him great influence in many parts of the kingdom. Montesarchio rode to the marketplace provided with a written promise of the Viceroy's touching the abolition of the taxes. He took an oath in the church of the Carmelites that the promise should be kept. The people refused to believe him. Then the Duke of Arcos resolved upon sending others. The general of the Franciscans, Friar Giovanni Mistanza, who was in the castle, directed his attention to the Duke of Maddaloni. Diomed Carafa had been for some time again a prisoner in Castel Nuovo. Transactions with the banditti and arbitrary conduct toward the people had brought him to captivity, which was shared by his brother Don Giuseppe. For what reason he was selected for this work of peace, who had so heavily oppressed the lower classes, and had committed such acts of violence that he had the credit of being the leader of the most licentious cavaliers, is uncertain. It was said to be because he, as a patrician of the Segio del Nido, had most counteracted the mischief of the tax, and therefore the populace was better inclined toward him than the members of the other sedeles. But others said, and indeed with more justice, that the acquaintance which he had with Domenico Perrone was the real cause of it, for this man had been first a leader of Subiri and then of banditti, and Diomed Carafa had had a great deal to do with both. However this might be, the Viceroy summoned him. He was to go to the great marketplace and try to conclude a peace with the leaders of the people. There should be no further mention of his crimes or of punishment. Don Giuseppe Carafa was also received again into favor. The Duke mounted his horse and rode with several noblemen to the marketplace. Arrived there, he employed all his eloquence. In the name of the Viceroy, he promised free trade in all articles of food, and a general pardon. At first, Maddaloni was well received. He was but too well known to many of the insurgents, and his mad conduct had procured him followers as well as enemies. But as he only repeated the same promises which had been made by the others, the crowd were out of humor. "No deceitful promises!" screamed 1,000 voices. The privileges of Charles V. These privileges had long possessed the minds of the people. During the disturbances under the Duke of Assuno, many fabulous tales had been told about them. Genuino had then, as now, brought them forward. Not only freedom from taxes was contained in them, but an equality of power between the people and the nobility in the affairs of the town, by increasing the votes of the first, and by conceding a right of veto on resolutions affecting the people through the intervention of their deputies. This privilege they would have. This the Viceroy should confirm to them. They all screamed at the same time, but at last Maddaloni obtained a hearing. He promised to bring them the document. He would ask the Viceroy for it without delay. He was glad to escape the crowd, who prevented either himself or his horse from moving. Negotiations for peace could not check the fury of the people or its mania for destruction. As on the day before they had demolished the custom houses, now the houses of all who had lately become rich were destroyed. They had already begun on the previous evening, but this was only a prelude. Masaniello, who had not left the marketplace the whole day, drew up a catalogue in concert with his associates of all the houses and palaces, the effects of which were to be destroyed. Many noblemen who believed that they might have some influence with the mob had ridden and driven to the marketplace, but they returned home without accomplishing anything, or went again to Castel Nuovo, where numbers of them took refuge from the pressure of necessity. In the evening, the flames burst forth in all parts of the town. Much valuable property was sacrificed amid the rejoicings of the frantic populace, who screamed, "That is our blood! So may those burn in hell who have sucked it out of us." As on Sunday the Jesuits and Theatines, now the Dominicans, tried to appease the people. Their long processions were to be seen in the square of the obelisk, moving on to the houses of Sangro, Saluzzo, and Carafa with burning torches. But the populace interrupted their prayers and litanies with angry words and many reproaches, and sent them home. Till late in the night the brilliantly lighted churches were filled with agonized supplicants. Early on the morning of July 9th, a more dreadful scene took place than on either of the earlier days. The destruction began at daybreak. All the property of the councillor Antonio Miroballo in the Borgo del Vergini was burning before his palace. Andrea Naclario had caused the best furniture to be removed. The people traced it, destroyed it, dashed to pieces everything in the house and in the adjoining beautiful garden. At Alfonso Valenzano's, everything that he possessed was ruined. In a place of concealment, 2 small casks were found full of sequins, a box containing precious pearls, and a small packet of bills of exchange. It was all thrown into the fire. All the rich and noble persons who were concerned in the farming of tolls, as well as all members of the government, saw their houses demolished. 5 palaces of the Secretary General of the Kingdom, the Duke of Caivano, together with those of his sons, were burned. In one of them, at Santa Chiara, the valuable pictures which that noble, a lover of the fine arts, had collected, were destroyed. The carpets of silk, stuff interwoven with gold, the sumptuous silver vessels, and every sort of work of art, the worth of which was valued at more than 50,000 ducats. The mob had already become so brutal that they stabbed the beautiful horses in their stalls and threw the lapdogs into the flames, while they trampled down the rare plants in the gardens and heaped up the trees for funeral piles. Above 40 palaces and houses were consumed by the flames on this day, or were razed to the ground, while the unhappy possessors looked on from the forts and watchtowers of Castel Nuovo upon the rapid conflagration, heard the threatening of the alarm bells and drums, and the howlings of the unbridled populace, among which many thieves were pursuing their business and filling their pockets with plunder. News came out of the neighborhood that the peasants were rising on all sides, and that many beautiful castles belonging to illustrious noblemen were already in flames. Stupefied by the uproar, by the advice of 100 councillors, by a 2 days' insurrection, the Duke of Arcos did not nevertheless give up the attempt at a reconciliation. Certainly he risked nothing by it, for he had no other means in his power, but the hazard to the nobleman who delivered his messages was so much the greater. With great difficulty, Montesarchio and Satriano escaped the rage of the populace. 6 cavaliers were enclosed by barricades, and only regained their freedom by promising to obtain the transmission of their privileges. To oblige the viceroy, the Duke of Maddaloni rode once more into the marketplace, carrying with him a manifesto according to which all the gabelles which had been introduced since the time of Charles V were abolished, and a general amnesty granted for the crimes already committed. Scarcely had Diomed Carafa read the paper when the tumult began again, worse than before. The bystanders screamed out that this was not what they wanted. He was deceiving them in concert with the viceroy. In vain he sought to appease them. The tumult increased. Suddenly Masaniello sprang upon the Duke. It was said that he had once received blows, instead of gold, from one of his servants when he had sold fish at his palace. Perhaps it is only one of the many fables that are attached to the name of the fisherman of Amalfi. Amid wild imprecations, he seized the reins of his horse, took hold of the knight by his belt and long hair, tore him from the saddle with the assistance of his followers, and caused his hands to be tightly bound together by a rope. Then he delivered the prisoner to Domenico Perrone and his associate Bernardino Grasso, to be strictly guarded. The last remnant of personal respect for the nobility which the populace had preserved on earlier occasions, in the midst of all their disturbances, had now quite disappeared. The hand of Masaniello had torn asunder the tie of centuries of habit. The viceroy was dreadfully shocked when he knew the danger into which Maddaloni had fallen for his sake. He sent the prior of the Johannites, Friar Gregorio Carafa, brother of the Prince of Rocella, and afterward Grand Master of Malta, to try and obtain the freedom of the Duke. The sensible and placable words of the prior were as useless as his promises. The populace only answered him by screaming for the privileges of Charles V., for the privileges, in gold characters, which Giulio Genuino affirmed that he had seen. Gregorio Carafa felt himself in the same danger as Maddaloni, and returned to the castle without having accomplished anything, but the populace swore that they would allow no parliament which did not deliver up the document. Masaniello's prisoner did not remain long in confinement. The man into whose charge he had been committed was under old obligations to him. He conducted him into the convent of the Carmelites, and confined him in one of the cells. But when the night came, he favored his flight. Diomed Carafa escaped out of the convent in disguise. The fearful tumult and the drunkenness of the people were favorable to him. Unrecognized, he gained his liberty. He ascended to the foot of the heights of Capo di Monte, which overlook Naples and its Gulf. He wandered to the farmhouse of Chiejano, a considerable distance from the town, where he met a physician who was riding home after visiting a rich man, and he borrowed his horse. Thus, toward the dawn of day, crossing the streets that were known to him, he reached Cardito, a place on the road leading from the capital to Caserta. Maria Loffredo, to whom the place belonged, received him and procured him the means of escape from the imminent peril of his life by forwarding him to La Torella in Principato, where the day before the uncle of his wife, Don Giuseppe Caracciolo, had retired with his family. Here the Duke found his wife and children, who, upon the news of his imprisonment, had placed themselves under the protection of their relations. The nobility fled on all sides, when they not only saw their property, but even their lives in danger. But we must return to Naples, where one event followed another in rapid succession. When the viceroy saw that the efforts of his messengers proved ineffectual, he resolved to invoke the aid of the archbishop. He did it unwillingly, for the Spanish rulers never trusted the spiritual superior pastors of Naples, with whom they had perpetual disputes about jurisdiction. Moreover, Cardinal Filo Marino endeavored to stand as high in the favor of the people as he was low in that of his fellow nobles. But the Duke of Arcos had no choice, and so he followed the advice of the papal nuncio, Monsignor Emilio Altieri, afterward Pope Clement X, and sent to the archbishop to request him to come to the castle. Asconio Filomarino declared, in the presence of the members of the Collateral Council, that without producing the old document and the ratification of its contents, any negotiation was useless, and he would only undertake it under this condition. Then an eager search was instituted, and the Charter of Privileges was found among the archives of the town, in the monastery of San Paolo. Armed with this, the archbishop went to the Carmine, where he was received with rejoicings. The adjacent market was now the headquarters of the leaders of the people. Here business was transacted, from here orders were issued. Here Masaniello, Genuino, and their adherents took counsel together, as did the Duke of Arcos and his faithful followers in the castle. None thought of returning home this fine summer evening. The Archbishop soon perceived that he had deceived himself in fancying that he could still the waves of this stormy sea. He became conscious that it was not this or that privilege which the tumultuous populace desired, that their minds were chiefly bent upon destruction and murder, and after that upon obtaining quite different rights. While he read to them the old charter and announced the new concessions of the viceroy, he perceived how orders were issued and arrangements made in direct contradiction to his mission of peace. He saw the mischief spreading rapidly, that every moment was precious, and that the ruin of the city was no spectral illusion. He resolved not to leave the convent that night, indeed to remain in it until the peace was entirely concluded. The apprehensions of the prelate were but too well founded. Another fearful evening ensued. The rebellion had gained new strength from the successes of the afternoon. The people had stormed the convent of San Lorenzo, and thereby got possession of the artillery of the town. Masaniello, with his troops, had made prisoners of war 2 divisions of troops which the viceroy wished to gather round him out of Pozzuoli and Torre del Greco. All this only excited men's minds the more. The proscription list of the day before did not appear long enough to the people. They desired the destruction of 36 palaces of the nobility, and many were consumed by the flames. Houses were burning in the principal streets of the town, and the square blazed with gigantic piles of furniture, pictures, books, and manuscripts. Everything that was found was cast into the flames. The mothers ran to and fro with their children, whose little hands dragged after them what they could. As if around charcoal piles, the charcoal burners, those half-naked, half-savage inhabitants of the caves and alleys, of the poisonous quarters of the poor in Naples, hovered with a fearful activity about these holocausts to the fury of the people, in perpetual motion and with unceasing cries and howlings. The entrances to the principal streets were secured by artillery. The bells were ringing incessantly, during which they carried about in procession effigies of Philip IV, proclaiming, "Long life to the King of Spain," and planted the royal banner to wave together with that of the people upon the lofty steeple of San Lorenzo. In this manner passed the night. Cardinal Filomarino remained in the convent of the Carmelites, in active negotiation with the heads of the people. Many were the difficulties. The insurgents went as far as to demand that the castle of St. Elmo should be delivered up to them, and a wild storm burst out when the words of pardon and rebellion were mentioned in concessions of the viceroy. "We are no rebels," they roared confusedly. "We want and need no pardon." The archbishop was exhausted when the morning came, and still no result. As the former day had ended in fire and desolation, so the present one, it was Wednesday, July 10th, commenced with desolation and fire. The news of Maddalone's flight was like pouring oil upon the flames. If he had escaped, his effects should atone for it. Already the day before they had wanted to set fire to his palace, as well as those of many of the Carafas, that of Don Giuseppe, of the prince, and of the prior of Rocella, of the prince of Stigliano, and others belonging to the family. Now a dense multitude moved toward the Borgo del Vergini, where, by the church of Santa Maria della Stella, without the then city walls, Diomed Carafa resided. But the affair turned out differently from what they had expected. Armed servants occupied the house. Numerous arquebuses glittered from the windows, and the people from the market and from Lavanaro, who knew Masaniello's bravos only too well, contented themselves for the present with smashing some of the panes of glass by flinging stones, and reserved their vengeance for a better opportunity which did not fail them. Masaniello had, meanwhile, with a presence of mind and a dexterity to which our admiration cannot be denied, profited by the time to extend and strengthen the authority so rapidly acquired over his contemporaries and superiors. He held council and issued decrees with his associates, with Genuino, who continued the soul of the insurrection, with the new deputy of the citizens, Francesco Antonio Arpajo, Genuino's old accomplice in his intrigues, and some insignificant persons. If during the first 3 days everything had been done in wild confusion, now the insurrection was formally organized. The people were informed that they were to assemble according to their quarters in the town, and meet in the marketplace. The companies were formed immediately. More than one of them consisted of women belonging to the lowest class. It may be imagined what a band they formed when we consider the horrid race of women belonging to this class at Naples, in which corrupt blood struggles for preeminence with dirt and rags. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Masaniello's Revolt at Naples, Anno Domini 1647, by Alfred von Rumant. Part 3. Masaniello now placed himself at the head of his troop of people, and marched with them in procession through the town. They were 114,000 in number, most of them provided with firearms, for all the shops and magazines for arms, as well as the houses of the nobility, had been ransacked. Those among the citizens who would not march with them were obliged to stand armed before their own dwellings at the command of a fisherman, and in the name of the most faithful people of the most faithful town of Naples, and in those who, by the grace of God and our Lord Jesus Christ and the Virgin Mary, hold in their hands the government of the same. Oppressive decrees were issued. On one side were the royal arms, and on the other those of the people. This Masaniello, writes Cardinal Filomarino, has risen in a few days to such a height of authority and influence, and has known how to acquire so much respect and obedience, that he makes the whole town tremble by his decrees, which are executed by his followers with all punctuality and obedience. He shows discretion, wisdom, and moderation. In short, he has become a king in this town, and the most glorious and triumphant in the world. He who has not seen him cannot imagine him, and he who has cannot describe him exactly to others. All his clothing consists of a shirt and stockings of white linen, such as the fishermen are accustomed to wear. Moreover, he walks about barefooted and with his head uncovered. His confidence in me and respect for me are a real miracle of God's, whereby alone the attainment of an end or understanding in these perplexing events is possible. How the pious Archbishop deceived himself in thinking that he had obtained his aim! Still, he subdued the first storm which interrupted the negotiation, but the following one neither he nor anyone else could get the mastery over. He had been to Castel Nuovo to obtain from the Viceroy the ratification of the conditions stipulated for by the leaders of the people, and was on the point of concluding the agreement in the Carmelite monastery, when in an instant the most dreadful tumult began. Domenico Perrone, who had remained near Masaniello, had showed himself but little since the flight of the Duke of Maddaloni, because the suspicion was abroad that he had favored his escape. The church was full of men who prevented the termination of the conferences, when this Perron stepped up to the fisherman and took his place by his side, as if he had something to tell him. At this moment a shot was fired. Masaniello hastened to the gates and cried out, "Treason!" Many shots were fired behind him. None hit him. Things went on wildly in the marketplace. From 200 to 300 banditti attacked the populace, who quickly recovered themselves and easily defeated the assailants. The most horrible carnage followed. The people, relates Filomarino, thronged with great violence to the convent, in the belief that their banditti or their adherents were concealed. They ransacked everything, but found nothing excepting 6 barrels of powder. Your Holiness may imagine the state of indescribable confusion of the town, while 30,000 armed men, breathing rage and vengeance, rushed about, murdering all suspicious persons. The worst part went on in the church and convent of the Carmine, where I was staying. In my room I gave many dying persons the absolution, among them a traitor, who was shot down at my side. When the carnage came to an end, it was suddenly rumored that the banditti had poisoned the springs at Poggio Reale, which supply the greater part of the town with water. The fury of the people was again roused. I caused a pitcher of water to be brought, and drank it in the presence of many persons, which silenced the suspicion. And as your Holiness is much respected in this town, and even from the time in which you were a nuncio here, they have a pleasant recollection of you. So in the time of utmost need, I bless the people in your name, and admonish them to be quiet for the love of you, which also does not fail of its effect. The Viceroy was so much the further from coming to any agreement, the more Masaniello's power and authority increased, and the more uncomfortable and dangerous the position of the Viceroy became in the midst of a rebellious city, in the confined space in the castle, and a scarcity of provisions. He therefore thought himself obliged to discover in writing a knowledge of the unsuccessful plan of Diomed Carafa, and pressed the Archbishop to hasten the business. This was not easy, owing to the savage excitement of the victorious and drunken populace, and the intrigues of the artful advisers of the fishermen, who were pursuing at the same time their own selfish aims. The streets were become to such a degree the theatre for deeds of violence that Masaniello issued an order that each person was obliged to keep a lamp or torch burning before his own dwelling. The assaults made with daggers, pocket pistols, and other short weapons were so frequent that after the leader of the people had been twice shot at, a prohibition was issued against wearing cloaks and long clothes that would conceal such weapons. Even women were no longer allowed to wear certain articles of clothing, which, on account of their size, were called guard infante, and even Cardinals Filomarino and Trivulzio laid aside their robes. In the most important positions of the city, barricades were built with baskets full of earth and heavy planks for the double purpose of repelling the sallies of the Spaniards from the castle and preventing them from receiving supplies from without. The people were masters of the whole town, with the exception of Castel Nuovo, the park, and the adjoining artillery, and of the castles del Uvo, San Telmo, and Piso Falcone, positions which placed it in the power of the Spaniards to turn Naples into a heap of ruins if they made use of the artillery. But the Duke of Arcos wished to spare the town as long as possible, and the castles were weakly garrisoned, and still less stocked with provisions. At length, on Thursday, July 11th, on the 5th day of the insurrection, an agreement was concluded. In the Church of the Carmelites, it was solemnly announced that the Viceroy had formally confirmed the old privileges of the town and increased them by new ones, which were immediately made known. As a proof and seal of the reconciliation, Masaniello, who had now, besides the power, the title also of a Captain General of the most faithful people, was to have a conference with the Viceroy. It was difficult to persuade the fisherman to take this step. He owned that he saw the gallows before him. He would confess thoroughly before he went, and it required all the Archbishop's power of persuasion to decide him. At last he consented, under the condition that the conference should be in the palace, and not in the castle. He previously issued a proclamation through the whole town to know how many armed men could be marched out. The answer was 140,000, but 300,000 if there were arms ready for them. A number of men indeed poured forth from the environs, but it is easy to perceive the exaggeration of the numbers. When everything was arranged, Masaniello began to dress himself. He had fasted the whole day, excepting some white bread dipped in wine after the cardinal's physician had tasted it, for he was possessed with the idea of being poisoned, and almost starved himself. His dress was of silver brocade. He wore at his side a richly ornamented sword. His head was covered with a hat with a white plume in it. In such pomp he is represented in a remarkable picture by the hand of Domenico Garguillo, called Mico Spadone, whose paintings have represented to us many of the scenes of this revolution. The fisherman of Amalfi is riding at the head of a tumultuous crowd, surrounded by adults and boys. His white horse is made to gallop. Upon his breast is to be seen a medallion with a picture of the Madonna of Carmel. In the middle of the marketplace, where the scene opens opposite to the Church of the Carmelites, there are bloody heads, ranged in a double row round a marble pedestal on which no statue is any longer to be seen, and the gibbet and the wheel await the new victims among those who are persecuted or have already been dragged thither by the populace. The afternoon was already advanced when Cardinal Filomarino got into his carriage before the church, with his house steward, Giulio Genuino, and 2 persons of his suite. Masaniello rode at his right hand, and at his left Arpaja, the deputy of the people. In the streets through which the procession passed, from the marketplace to the square of the castle, the people were armed and formed into bands of 6,000 companies, who lowered their colors before the cardinal and the captain general. Thousands and thousands had hastened thither to witness so remarkable a spectacle. In the square of the castle were placed over the gate of the palace of the Prince of Celmare the effigies of Charles V and Philip IV under a canopy. Masaniello stopped, drew out the charter of the old privileges, together with the new, that he carried before him on his saddle, and spoke to the assembled crowd, to whom he announced that everything was settled. The people replied that what he had done was well done, and so the procession marched on, preceded by a trumpeter proclaiming, "Long life to the King and the most faithful people of Naples." The Viceroy had repaired to the palace, which had been hastily prepared. He received the deputation of the people in the saloon of Alva, where the frescoes recalled the most glorious times of Spain. Masaniello flung himself down before him. The Viceroy raised him up with friendly words, embraced him, went with him and the cardinal into the adjoining royal saloon, and when the throng of people filled the square and the uproar continued to increase, he entreated him to show himself on the balcony. Masaniello did it, but when he re-entered the saloon, he was so overpowered by the sensations of the day that he sank unconscious on the ground. Now the Viceroy became uneasy when he thought of the vengeance of the people if anything happened to their idol. But Masaniello recovered, and the actual conference began. The articles of the treaty were confirmed, and their publication was to take place 2 days afterward. Masaniello was recognized in his office as Captain General of the people, received a golden chain, and was conducted by the proud Duke to the stairs, and publicly called a faithful servant of the king and a glorious defender of the people. He kissed the hand of the viceroy, and was dismissed by him with another embrace. The peace was concluded, though not yet solemnly ratified. But how little did the state of the town correspond to it! In the same night, while Masaniello was entertained by Cardinal Filomarino, a cry was again raised of treason and banditti. Watch-fires were kindled, and the clatter of arms heard. The captain general of the people governed, as there was no magistrate in Naples. In the obscurity of the night, he caused the heads of 14 persons to be cut off, without trial or judgment, upon the accusation of their being banditti. He had a wooden scaffold erected before his house of the same sort as the booths of the mountebanks. Here he issued his orders, and printed decrees appeared. By the command of the illustrious Lord Maso Agnello of Amalfi, Captain General of the most faithful people. He had memorials and petitions brought to him on the point of a halberd, and read to him by his secretary, upon which he issued his orders like an absolute ruler. The price of oil and of corn was fixed. It was forbidden to show oneself in the streets after the 2nd hour in the night, excepting to minister the last rites of the church, or to visit the sick and women in labor. All priests were to present themselves, that it might be investigated whether they were real ecclesiastics or banditti in disguise. A number of burdensome directions about costume were published. There was a rich harvest for spies and accusers. What had been at the first a defense against tyranny and arbitrariness became now only worse tyranny. No families of noble rank could remain. None could trust or even order about their servants, for Masaniello summoned the domestics to arms and rewarded their treachery to their lords. Armed bands under known leaders had formed themselves and went their own ways unchecked. 5 days were sufficient to put an end to all discipline and order. During these wild doings, no privacy could be had. If the errors of the nobility had been borne hitherto, now began the saturnalia of the populace, and they were far more bloody and horrible than those of the nobles. This was the condition of the town of Naples at the time when King Philip's viceroy and the captain general of the most faithful people met in the cathedral on July 17th to publish solemnly the new treaty. The venerable church had witnessed many changes in the relations and destinies of the kingdom proclaimed in her vaulted halls, with the history of which it had, so to speak, grown up. But never had it been the theatre for such a degradation of the royal power. Before the ceremony took place, the Duke of Arcos was obliged to submit to many humiliations. No cavalier was allowed to accompany him in the procession, because Masaniello had forbidden it. The fishermen had disarmed all persons of rank, but armed popolans stood in double rows along the streets, which were necessarily cleansed from dirt and rubbish, and the balconies were hung with tapestry. The cardinal archbishop in pontifical attire took his seat under the baldachin, while at some distance from him sat the viceroy and Masaniello. The Knight of Alcantara, Donato Capola, Duke of Canzano, read the articles instead of the secretary of the kingdom. The principal contents were the confirmation of the old privileges of Ferdinand of Aragon till the time of Charles V, a remission of all guilt and punishment for crimes of lèse majesté, and on account of the disturbances, an equality of the nobility and the people with reference to the number of votes in affairs of the town, the abolition of all gabelles and taxes which had been introduced since the time of the Emperor Charles V, with the exception of those upon which private persons had rights, liberty of the market, and remission of punishment for the excesses committed in the destruction of houses and property. The ratification of the treaty from Madrid was to follow within the 3 months. Till that time, the people were to continue in arms. During the reading of these articles, Masaniello had been very uneasy, and had made observations first on one point and then on another. When Donato Capola had finished reading, he wanted to take off his sumptuous dress of silver brocade in the middle of the church, because he declared that he was now nobody. When he was hindered from doing this, he flung himself upon the ground and kissed the feet of the cardinal. The Duke of Arcos swore to the contract with his hand upon the Gospels. The archbishop sang the Te Deum, and the people shouted, "Long life to the King of Spain!" The companies fired their rifles. The viceroy returned through the streets, swarming with men, to the castle, and everywhere resounded the cry, "Long life to the king, and to the Duke of Arcos!" Then, as Masaniello returned home, the companies all lowered their colors as he passed. The power of the fisherman of Amalfi was at its height, but already he was near his ruin. The unusual way of life, the always increasing excitement, the constant speaking and watching, the small quantity of nourishment which he took from dread of poison, all this in the most fearful heat of summer, affected him bodily and completely turned his head. His actions can only be explained by their being the beginning of insanity. If a crowd of people did not please him, he attacked and wounded them right and left. All the persons, amounting to 1,000, that lived near his cottage on the market-place, he expelled from their dwellings, that these might be destroyed, and he might build a large palace for himself. He lavished gold and silver with prodigality, and gave a number of prostitutes rich dowries. He distributed the titles of princes and dukes, gave great banquets at Poggio Real and at Posillipo, to which he invited the viceroy, and sent his wife and mother in magnificent dresses to visit the Duchess of Arcos. "If your excellency is the vice-queen of the ladies," said the fisherman's wife, "I am the vice-queen of the women of the people." But fear of the Duke of Maddaloni haunted him like a spectre. He ordered his beautiful villa at Posillipo to be destroyed, and made his people ransack once more his pillaged palace at Santa Maria della Stella. The barber of the Duke and a Moorish slave bought their lives, the first by giving him various jewels that had been concealed, and the other told him that it was Diomed Carafa who had caused the admiral's ship to be set on fire, which had been blown into the air the preceding May. The Moor, for this lie, obtained the command of 4 companies of the people. The fishermen put to death many poor musicians, merely because they had been in the service of Maddaloni. The Duke's correspondence was intercepted, but as it was written in cipher, it only increased the suspicion. The new master of Naples repaired himself to the palace of Carafa and wanted to dine there, but he changed his mind and had a dinner served up with great pomp at a neighboring convent. While he was eating there, some of his people dragged thither 2 portraits of the Duke and his father, Don Marzio. Upon them he vented his childish rage, smashed the frames, cut out the heads, which he put on pikes, which he commanded to be placed on the table before him. On his return from the market, he put on a suit of Carafa's clothes of blue silk embroidered with silver. He hung on his neck a gold chain, and fastened in his hat a diamond clasp, all the property of his enemy who had escaped. Then he flung himself on a horse, drew forth his pistols with both hands, and threatened to shoot anyone who approached him or who showed himself at the windows, galloped to the sea, where was the gondola of the viceroy, undressed himself in it, was dried with fine Dutch linen, and put on a shirt of Maddaloni's trimmed with lace. And hearing that Maddaloni had gone toward Piedimonte d'Alife, he ordered a troop of 2,000 men to march thither and seize him. But as these men, undisciplined in arms as usual, played their parts as heroes better in the streets than in the open field, they fared wretchedly. The Prince of Colabrano, a cousin of the Duke's, with some other friends, surprised them suddenly in the mountains with not more than 100 men. Many perished in battle, others of their exertions and hunger, and when the intelligence of Masaniello's unfortunate end reached them, the wretched remainder of the troops returned to Naples. Masaniello's supremacy was approaching its termination. Madness and cruelty strove within him. It was the worst kind of mob rule. At the entrance of the Toledo, not far from the royal palace, a high gallows was erected. Every complaint was listened to, and no defense. No one felt secure in his home or in his family. The houses of the nobility all stood empty, and the most sensible of the people saw that the continuation of this state of things could only lead to universal ruin. The churches were profaned under the pretext that treasure or banditti were concealed in them. The terrible decorations of the great marketplace were increased by above 200 heads, and spread a real plague under the scorching rays of the sun. Cardinal Filomorino had either lost his influence, or else the dread of losing his popularity made him impotent. Yet he wrote to the Pope, "The wisdom, the acuteness, and the moderation first shown by this man are entirely gone since the signature of the capitulation, and are changed into audacity, rage, and tyranny, so that even the people, his followers, hate him." Among these followers, before all, were Genuino and Arpajo. But when they saw that they could do nothing with this harebrained man, that everything was going to ruin, and that their own ill-acquired position was therefore in the greatest danger, they came to an understanding with the Viceroy and his collateral council. The Viceroy, in his own person, conferred with common murderers, and the feast of Our Lady of Carmel, on Thursday, July 16th, was fixed for the execution of the plan. During the night all the military posts were strengthened. Soldiers were concealed in different houses, and the galleys were brought near the shore. Silently and gloomily the masses filled the streets. A dull mood seemed to have taken possession of everyone. The Archbishop was celebrating High Mass in the church of Santa Maria del Carmine. Scarcely was it ended, and the prelate gone, when Masaniello, with a crucifix in his hand, mounted the pulpit. His speech was a mixture of truth and madness. He complained of the inconstancy of the people, enumerated his services, described the oppressions that would fall upon them if they deserted him. He confessed his sins and admonished the others to do the same before the Holy Virgin, that they might obtain the mercy of God. And as he raised the crucifix to bless the people, a woman called to him to be silent, that the Mother of God would not listen to such nonsense. He began to undress himself in the pulpit to show how emaciated he was by labor and sleepless nights. A Carmelite monk then sprang upon the lunatic, compelled him to descend the steps, and dragged him, with the assistance of the rest of the monks, into the convent, where, in a complete state of exhaustion, he flung himself on a bed in one of the cells and fell asleep. The mercenaries hired by the Duke of Arcos and 9 men belonging to the people had been for a long while in the church, armed with daggers and pistols. Scarcely was the divine service ended, which had been interrupted by this scandalous scene, when these men hastened to the convent and inquired for Masaniello. The monks wanted to defend him. An uproar took place. The sleeper awoke, believed that they were some of his followers, and hastened to the gates. At the same moment the murderers pressed into the passage and perceived their victim. 5 shots were fired. Mortally wounded by one of them, he fell to the ground while he covered his face with his hand, uttering the cry, "Ah, ye vagabonds!" Salvatore Cataneo cut off his head with a blunt knife, seized hold of it by the hair, and hastened out with the cry, "Long life to the King of Spain!" The populace stood there thunderstruck. No sound was heard, but none detained the murderers, who hurried off. They soon met some small bands of Spanish soldiers, whom they joined, and exclaiming, "Long life to Spain," they went on. The viceroy, accompanied by numerous noblemen, had just left the castle to go into the park, when the news of the accomplishment of the deed reached him. It is said that he showed his joys in a way unbecoming his high rank, but Don Francesco Capicelatro, who was present, only remarks that the news arrived at the moment that the Duke of Arcos had said he would pay 10,000 ducats to any person who would bring him Masaniello, dead or alive. The tumult began immediately afterward. The murderers came, bearing the head upon a pike. Boys seized the corpse, dragged it through the streets, and buried it outside the city walls by the gate which leads to the marketplace. Many best known as partisans of the murdered man atoned by their lives for their short day of power. His relations were secured, but still the humor of the people was so little to be trusted that the viceroy caused the fortifications to be hastily put in repair. The news of the deed reached Cardinal Filomarino while on his way from the Carmine to his own house. He went directly to the palace, and then rode with the Duke of Arcos and many of the principal nobles to the cathedral, and from thence through the streets to the market. The armed troops of people still stood everywhere. They lowered their colors with the cry, "Long life to the king and the Duke of Arcos!" The privileges were confirmed, and a general pardon proclaimed, from which only Masaniello's brother and brother-in-law were excluded. Francesco Antonio continued to be deputy of the people. Giulio Genuino entered upon his promised office as one of the presidents of the chamber, on the very same day many of the nobles returned to their deserted mansions. The populace was still as if stunned, but as soon as the following morning, when the price of bread was raised because the commissary general of provisions and the bakers declared that it was quite impossible to subsist upon the hitherto low prices, the humor of the people suddenly changed. The mob complained that its hero and deliverer had been given up. They hastened to dig up the corpse. They sewed the head to the body, washed it, put on it some sumptuous clothes, and laid it with his bare sword and staff of command upon a bier covered with white silk, which was borne by the captains Masaniello had appointed. About 4,000 priests conducted the procession by the order of the archbishop, who wavered incessantly between the two parties, and excited more evil than good. The standard-bearers dragged their banners upon the ground. The soldiers lowered their arms. The dull sound of muffled drums was heard. Above 40,000 men and women followed the coffin, some singing litanies, and others telling their beads. The bells pealed from all the steeples. Lights were burning in all the windows. The procession had left the Carmine at the 22nd hour of the day. It did not return till the 3rd hour of the night. The corpse was lowered into the earth with the usual ceremonies in the vicinity of the church doors. Never had a viceroy or a great prince been borne to the grave as was Tommaso Agnello of Amalfi. End of Masaniello's Revolt at Naples, by Alfred von Rumont.
Section 30 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Peace of Westphalia. War of the Fronde, A.D. 1648. Arthur Hassel. By the arbitrary impositions of the minister, Cardinal Marazan, an insurrection was provoked in France whereby Marazan was temporarily driven from power. This struggle is sometimes called the War of the Fronde, and, as an episode in French history, although productive of little definitive result, it has a dramatic as well as a political interest. It shows the higher French nobility and the representatives of the people arrayed against the party of the court during the early minority of Louis XIV. The Fronde is the name that was given to the anti-court party. The word Fronde means a sling, and the origin of its use as a party name is attributed to an epigram. Someone is said to have compared the Frondeurs, as the members of the party were called, to children with slings, who let fly stones and then hide or run away. This outbreak followed closely upon the conclusion of the Peace of Westphalia, which ended the 30 Years' War. To Marizan, the great advantages gained by France through that treaty were mainly due. The whole period is remarkable for its antagonisms and cross-purposes, and these are brought to view by Hassel with much subtlety of insight and felicity of observation. The Peace of Westphalia constitutes an important epoch in the history of Europe. It marked the close of the struggle in Central and Northern Europe between the Reformation and Counter-Reformation movements, and the failure of the attempts of Emperor Ferdinand III to form all Germany into an Austrian and Roman Catholic empire. After the Peace of Westphalia, commercial rather than religious motives regulated the policy of the chief states of Europe. But the peace did not merely mark a revolution in men's ways of thought. It also signalized a remarkable change in the balance of forces on the continent. For upward of a century, the Habsburgs, supreme in Vienna and Madrid, and closely united by family ties, had threatened to impose their will upon Europe. After 1648, the danger ceased. The weakness of the emperor and the strength and independence of the German princes rendered any close union with Spain impossible, while Spain herself, though she struggled till 1659 against her impending fate, was already a declining power. From another point of view, the Peace of Westphalia had a special interest. It affords an admirable illustration of a successful effort on the part of the German princes to strengthen their own position at the expense of the central power. All over Europe the monarchical principle was being assailed. In Holland, the power of the stadtholder depended entirely on the will of the merchant aristocracy. In England, a republic was shortly to be established. In Italy, the revolt of the Messalino seemed at one time likely to lead to the formation of a Neapolitan government independent of Spain. And even in Russia, aristocratic discontent against the Tsar existed. Thus, the movement in France against Marizan, which shortly developed into the Fronde struggle, was but one of the similar manifestations of a general tendency all over Europe to attack monarchical institutions. Marizan was well aware of the impossibility of checking the general disaffection in France till Austria had been humbled, and thereafter he devoted all his efforts to bring the war to a successful conclusion. The actual Congress was not opened at Munster till April 10, 1644, and it was not till the end of 1645 that the negotiations seriously began. The questions to be settled were many and complicated. France and Sweden demanded compensation, either in land or money. The Elector of Brandenburg wished to occupy all of Pomerania, which the Swedes had seized. The Elector Palatine demanded restoration to his dominions. Then there were the innumerable questions dealing with the religious situation, the United Provinces, Italy, Catalonia, Portugal, the constitution of the empire, the position of the German princes. Early in the proceedings, Marizan brought forward France as the protector of the ancient German liberties, and so secured the friendship of the imperial towns and the German princes. The Landgrave of Hesse, the Elector of Treves, and the Duke of Neuburg readily accepted the protection of France. It proved impossible to gain the fickle Duke of Lorraine. It was equally difficult to win over the powerful Elector of Bavaria. Maximilian I of Bavaria had played an important part in the 30 Years' War, but from June 1644 he began to enter periodical negotiations with Marizan. The Cardinal placed no reliance on these negotiations, which he recognized were meant to sow discord between France and her allies. Consequently, it was not until after the Battle of Nordlingen, followed later by the devastation of his territory by the Turin, that Maximilian made serious overtures to France. In an atmosphere of intrigue such as existed at Munster, Marizan did wisely in pressing on military operations. There is no doubt that the continuation of the war had completely disorganized the financial administration. Various devices, such as the toise, had been employed by the government to raise funds, but each attempt had been met by fresh opposition. In 1647 recourse was had to a tax known as the Edit du Tarif, which modified the existing regulations upon the entry of provisions into Paris. Great opposition was raised by the Parliament, which still more violently opposed in January 1648 a tax upon all possessors of lands. A lit de justice was necessary to provide for the requirements of the government. The operation of the unpopular tax, or rachet, as it was termed, was postponed, and the creation of new maitre de requête provided a certain amount of money. At the lit de justice, Omer Talon, the intrepid avocat général, delivered an eloquent oration on the condition of the French peasants. For 10 years, sire, he said, the country has been ruined, the peasants reduced to sleep upon straw, the furniture sold to pay taxes. To minister to the luxury of Paris, millions of innocent people are obliged to live upon rye and oat bread, and their only protection is their poverty. The creation of new maitre de requête was stoutly opposed, but in vain, Broussel distinguishing himself by his attack upon the government. Thus, while the victory was prepared by Turenne, Condé, and Schomberg, a revolution was breaking out in Paris, and in many other parts of the kingdom resistance to the government was the order of the day. Brittany and Toulouse showed a special audacity in their attacks on government officials. At his wits' ends for money, Emery resolved to demand, as a condition of the renewal of the Paulette, a tax made by those officials whose offices were hereditary, a fine of 4 years' salary. In the hope of conciliating the Parliament of Paris, the fine was not imposed on that body. The Parliament, however, placed itself at the head of the opposition, and on May 13, 1648, and in the sovereign courts, the Chambre compite, the Cour des Aides, and the Grand Council, signed a bond in union, and the courts decided to send representatives to a conference in the Chamber of St. Louis. Like Louis XIV in 1789, the Queen Mother endeavoured to prevent the meeting of the deputies. Like Louis, she failed in her object, and the court was forced to yield. The Spaniard had taken Courtrai, and it was well to temporize. Money was urgently needed, and Marizan hoped by appealing to the patriotism of the Parliament to obtain the requisite supplies. He represented that the conduct of the Parliament strengthened the cause of Spain and ruined the credit of France. Unless money was forthcoming, it would be impossible to keep up the French armies or to maintain order at home. Catalonia would have to be abandoned. The alliance with Sweden and Hesse would be broken off. In a word, all would be lost. The Parliament, however, was dead to all sense of patriotism, and was prepared to sacrifice the nation to its own petty interests. Orleans, who had joined the malcontents, promised that the deputies who had been imprisoned or exiled by Marizan should be restored. Marizan, hoping for some striking success on the frontier, determined to temporize, and on June 30, 1648, in open defiance of the orders of the government, the Chamber of St. Louis was constituted as a permanent political body to carry out reforms. With its establishment, the First or Parliamentary Fronde began its stormy career. In appearance, the Parliament of Paris was like the English Parliament, bent on securing valuable constitutional rights. Its members demanded proper control of the taxes, liberty for the individual, the abolition of the lettres de cachet, but in doing so they were encroaching on the rights of the States General, which was the only representative assembly of the French nation, and, moreover, it was soon evident that the Parliament aimed primarily at securing its own privileges. Each step in the struggle between the Parliament and the Crown brings out more conclusively the selfishness of the lawyers and their lack of statesmanship. In the new or second Fronde, the nobles made no pretence of securing for the nation constitutional rights. They openly demanded provincial governments, pensions, and gifts of money. Thus, the principal cause of the failure of the Fronde movement was apparent from the first. The Parliament had no constitutional basis. Its opposition to Marizan, which was in many respects justified, was tainted by the egoism and selfishness of its members. It had, in reality, no great aims, and it had no hold on the people. As time went on, the movement was rapidly wrecked by the intervention of the nobles and court ladies. De Retz was under the influence of the Duchess Chevreuse. The Duke of Beaufort was governed by the Duchess of Montbazon. Condé revealed all of his plans to the Duchess of Chatillon, who had conveyed them to Marizan. Turenne was encouraged in disloyalty by the Duchess of Longueville. There was no lack of ability on the side of the opposition. Moll and de Retz represented talents of different qualities, and the latter remained the most brilliant pamphleteer of the period. Rochefoucauld, who at one time was under the sway of the Duchess of Longueville, gave ample evidence in his Maximes of consummate ability and of profound knowledge of human nature, while Turenne and Condé, who at the period were united against the crown, were two of the ablest generals of the day. Among conspicuous men of the day who opposed Marizan, Chavigny and Chateauneuf were perhaps the most dangerous, but the association of these heroes of the Fronde with the court ladies ruined all chances of success. Love affairs and politics became hopelessly intermingled, and the new Fronde has remained a ridiculous episode in French history. Though the old Fronde was narrow-minded and selfish, and the new Fronde absurd, the movements were fraught with great danger to the monarchy. In 1648, Marizan at first failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, and he thought that he had only to combat the intrigues of some of the nobles. In the latter phases of the struggle, he often erred through his belief in diplomacy and his tendency to follow moderate counsels, but he never faltered in his determination to preserve the rights of the French monarchy. He easily outmatched his opponents in intrigue, and eventually, supported by the bourgeoisie and the mass of the nation, he triumphed over both the Parliament and the nobles. Throughout the early months of 1648, the opposition of the Parliament was intensified by the folly and unpopularity of Emery, the superintendent of the finances, and by the failure of Marizan to master the details of the French administrative system. Moreover, he had given some justification for the attacks made upon him by the favours which he showered upon his own relations, and by the means employed in order to secure for his brother the title of cardinal. The truth is, Marizan cared little for home affairs and gave no thought to matters connected with the commerce and agriculture of France. Unlike Henry IV and Richelieu, he made no attempt to open up new sources of prosperity for France by founding colonies, encouraging trade, introducing manufactures, or protecting agriculture. His neglect of the internal administration was largely answerable for the financial embarrassments of France, for the misery of the people, and to a large extent for the outbreak of the First Fronde. At the same time, it must be remembered that his predecessor was in some measure responsible for the troubles which ensued after his death. Richelieu had made no efforts to reform the financial administration of France, and both the direct and indirect taxes were levied unfairly and oppressively. The financiers who farmed the indirect taxes made enormous fortunes out of the taxpayers. Fraud and peculation were common. The provinces were in a state of wretchedness. The sale of offices, the system of farming the taxes, and the gabelle, or tax on salt, were left untouched. The enormous and harmful concessions given to the nobles during the minority of Louis XIII had not been revoked or diminished. On his accession to office, Marizan found that the revenues of the next 3 years had been spent. Moreover, on Richelieu's death, few men of marked capacity were to be found in France. Like Frederick the Great in the next century, Richelieu was jealous of any initiative on the part of his colleagues. He generally concentrated in his own hands all the threads of the administration, and controlled the generals in the field. His system produced useful agents, but neither statesmen nor able commanders. The concentration of all authority in his own hands checked reforms in the government departments, and one writer has stated that the Fronde would never have taken place if Richelieu had thought more of securing efficiency in those departments to which he could not give sufficient personal attention, and less on concentrating all authority in his own hands. After Richelieu's death, a policy of firmness, if not severity, was required. The easy rule of Anne of Austria, with its pardons and concessions, resulted in an increase in independence on the part of the nobles, and led ultimately to the Fronde. The policy of leniency brought numerous difficulties and dangers, which Marizan in the end succeeded in overcoming. That he was able to do so was probably due to his own perseverance, partly to the policy of Richelieu, who had weakened the nobles and the Parliament, and deprived them of all substantial power. Had Richelieu lived, the Fronde could never have occurred. That it did occur was due to Marizan's inability to rule with the same iron hand as his more illustrious predecessor. Rarely had a minister occupied in carrying on a prolonged war been so involved in internal difficulties as was Marizan. He had to superintend the movements of the French generals in Flanders, Germany, Italy, and Spain, and at the same time to keep in constant communication with his agents at Munster, who carried on complicated peace negotiations under his instructions. During the earlier part of his ministry, successes abroad strengthened the government at home, enabled it to take a firm attitude towards its opponents. In 1643, the victory of Rocroi had aided in the establishment of Anne of Austria's regency. In 1645, the triumph at Nordlingen had enabled Marizan to suppress the rising opposition of the Parliament of Paris. And in 1646, the capture of Mardyke, Dunkirk, Piombino, and Porto Longini had effaced the recollection of the failure or tabello, but in 1648 the situation at home was more critical, and political passions ran high. Marazan's neglect of the internal administration had led to a revival of the cabals, suppressed in 1643, while the Parliament of Paris found in the general misery and misgovernment of the country some justification for its opposition to the court and the minister. Turenne's victory of Zusmarshausen in May 1648 passed almost unnoticed in Paris, which was then seething with discontent. Marazan, however, hoped that a victory won by the popular Condé in Flanders would at any rate arrest attention, strike the imagination of the Parisians, and enable the court to deal with a telling blow at its opponents. That the opposition had any real ground of complaint Marazan never seems to have acknowledged, and he certainly at this time failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. The leaders of the Parliamentary Front were to a great extent men who represented the highest type of citizen life, and who had the welfare of France at heart. In attacking a wasteful administration and a ruinous system of taxation, the Fronde movement is deserving of respect. There was much to urge against the frauds of contractors, unjust imprisonments, and the creation of new offices, and many of the suggested reforms of the Chamber of St. Louis were excellent. On May 15, 1648, delegates from the four sovereign courts, the Parliament, the Grand Council, the Chambre des Comptes, and the Cour des Aides, had met in the Chamber of St. Louis to reform the abuses which had crept into the state. The 32 delegates who sat in that chamber formulated their demands and practically claimed a share in the legislative authority. Their principal demands were: 1. That no tax should be levied unless previously voted by the Parliament of Paris. 2. That no one should be kept in prison for more than 24 hours without being tried. 3. That an investigation into the exhortations of the farmers of taxes should be made. 4. That a quarter of the taille should be remitted, and that money gained from that source should be strictly appropriated to the wars. 5. That the intendants should be abolished. 6. That no new office should be created without the agreement of the Parliament of Paris. The Parliament of Paris thus proposed to take up a position similar to that occupied by the English Parliament, but the Parliament of Paris was unfitted to be a legislative body. It was merely a close corporation of hereditary lawyers, whose claim to political functions had been summarily dismissed by Richelieu. The demand for the abolition of the intendants at once testified to its want of statesmanship. Among Richelieu's beneficial measures, none was more valuable than the appointment of the intendants. By abolishing them, the Parliament of Paris was strengthening the unity of the whole internal administration. Without the intendants, the provinces would once again fall into the incapable hands of the nobles. Feudalism would again be rampant, and general confusion and anarchy would ensue. The Parliament no doubt attacked the intendants in the hope of succeeding to their functions, and thus securing a considerable voice in the administration of the provinces. The intendants, too, whose full title was Intendants of Justice, Police, and Finance, had often intrigued upon the jurisdiction of the Parliament, which was always jealous of any invasion of its judicial powers. The proposals of the Chamber of St. Louis constituted a distinct attack on the royal power. They also implied on the part of the sovereign courts an invasion of the rights of the nation. The king alone had legislative power, and the States General alone had the right to present him their grievances. At this crisis, it is evident that the Parliament wished to supersede the States General and to take their place. Such a usurpation on the part of a body of lawyers could not be tolerated, either by the government or by the nation, and the resistance of the former eventually received the full support of the French people. Anne of Austria, in her determination to preserve for her son all the royal prerogatives intact, was furious at the demands of the sovereign courts, and was prepared to enter upon a contest with them without delay. Marazan, however, persuaded her to temporize. Orleans, on July 7th, presided over a conference in his palace, and certain concessions were made by Marazan to the opposition. The superintendent, Emery, was dismissed, and the incapable Marshal de Malaret substituted. A chamber of justice was set up to deal with all those abuses connected with the financial administration. Over the abolition of the intendants there was much angry dissension. Eventually Anne gave a reluctant consent to the suppression of all except those of Languedoc, Provence, the Lyonnais, Picardy, and Champagne. During these conferences, Orleans showed a sympathy with the Frondeurs, and it was evident that he would not uphold the royal cause. Being determined at the first opportunity to resist the pretensions of the Parliament, and being desirous to sound the loyalty of Condé, Anne of Marazan summoned the prince to Paris. It was probably arranged at some interviews which took place on July the 19th, and the following day, that the prince should first crush the Archduke Leopold, and then return to aid the government in overcoming the resistance of the Parliament. Till Condé had won a decisive victory, the government thought it was well to continue to temporize, and Anne of Austria simulated a desire to satisfy all the demands of the Frondeurs. On July 31st, a royal declaration agreed to the majority of the claims made by the sovereign courts and in the chamber of St. Louis. No satisfactory guarantee was, however, given with regard to the personal liberty of the subject, and Bruxelles and other extremists continued to agitate. The situation, which in many respects resembled that of 1792, remained critical, the Frondeurs desiring further radical changes, while the court anxiously awaited developments on the frontier. At last, August the 22nd, 1648, arrived the news of Condé's victory at Lens. "Heaven has at last declared in our favour," wrote Marazan, "in the Low Countries no less than in other places." The victories of Sommarshausen, Tortosa, and Prague had been crowned by the victory of Lens. The superiority of the French arms was proved, and the courts prepared to crush the opposition of the Parliament. The success at Lens would, in Marazan's opinion, enable him to force Spain to make peace, and to triumph over the Parliament. By the advice of the Count of Chavannay, the King's Council, which included, besides the Queen Regent and Marazan, the Dukes of Orleans and Longueville, the Chancellor Ségur, Meilleraye, the Superintendent of the Finances, decided, like the court of Louis XIV in July 1789, to carry out a coup d'état and to arrest 3 members of Parliament, Broussel, Blancmesnil, and Chaton. The arrests were to take effect in August. On August the 26th, the day on which a Te Deum was sung in Notre Dame in honour of the victory at Lens, the attempt to carry out the coup d'état was made. Unlike Charles I in his attempt to arrest the 5 members, the action of the French government was partially successful. Chaton escaped, but Broussel and Blancmesnil were seized. The populace of Paris at once rose and erected barricades. The whole city was in uproar. The news that Masaniello had headed a rising in Naples against the tax-gatherers helped to excite the mob, just as the victories of the English Parliament had encouraged the aspirations of the French Parliament. At this point, Paul de Gondet, better known as the Cardinal de Retz, the intriguing coadjutor of the Archbishop of Paris, became prominent. He appeared at the Palais Royal and advised the Queen Regent to yield to the popular wish and release Broussel and Blancmesnil. Having failed in his object, he set to work to inflame still further the passions of the multitude. On August the 27th, this situation became yet more serious, and the Chancellor, Ségur, attacked by the mob, nearly lost his life. The Parliament endeavoured, at first without success, to induce Anne to release the prisoners, but at length, yielding to the advice of Orleans and Marazan, she consented to a compromise. The Parliament agreed not to interfere in political matters, and Broussel and Blancmesnil were released. The barricades disappeared, and outwardly Paris was pacified. But all danger was by no means over. The Duke of Longueville had, during the troubles, held a very ambiguous attitude, and it was evident that he and other nobles were not loyal to the court. The troops had shown signs of mutiny. The days of the League seemed likely to return. On August the 29th, Marazan made certain suggestions to the regent, which testified to his foresight and determination. He was resolved to restore the royal authority and to subdue the Parliament. He was determined to enforce the supremacy of the king in Paris, and until that had been accomplished, the reputation of France would suffer abroad, trade would languish, the conclusion of the war would be deferred. Like Mirabeau, Marazan recognized the necessity of removing the king and court from the influence of the capital. He therefore advised the departure of the court to Rueil, Conflans, or Saint-Mars, when the return of Condé could be awaited. On that general's arrival, Paris could, if necessary, be coerced by force of arms. Meanwhile, he urged the adoption of temporizing measures and a policy of conciliation, with the object of dividing the enemies of the royal authority. Many of the bourgeoisie were opposed to the late seditious conduct of Paris, and the older members of the Parliament were disposed to peace. But a powerful party in the Parliament was determined to regain its political powers, and on the instigation of de Retz, held meetings in order to consult upon the necessary measures to be taken. Moreover, the Count of Cavaet had deserted the cause of the court and urged the Parliament to resist Marizan to the uttermost. It was obvious that a further collision between the royal authority and the Parliament was inevitable. Marizan's mind was made up. On September the 13th, the court moved to Rueil, where it was joined by Orleans, Ségur, Meilleraye, and Condé. Two of the cardinal's opponents, the Marquis of Châteauneuf and the Count of Chavigny, at once felt the heavy hand of the minister. The former was exiled. The latter was placed under arrest. The attempts of a deputation of the Parliament, headed by its president, Mathieu Mollet, to secure the release of Chavigny and to induce the Queen Regent to return to Paris, failed, and the King's Council annulled the decree of the Parliament itself. The Parliament prepared to take defensive measures, but the outbreak of hostilities was averted by the temporary triumph of pacific spirit in the court. It is difficult to account for this sudden change. It is probably due to the fact that Marizan could not depend upon the wholehearted support of Condé in carrying out an energetic policy. Condé indeed stood apart from de Retz and looked with contempt upon the long-robed Parliament as much as he did upon the canaille. Like Napoleon, he scorned mob rule and disorder, but for years he had been alienated from Marizan and hated him as much as he despised the Frondeurs. Yielding to the persuasions of de Retz, Condé advocated the assembling of a conference, hoping to bring about Marizan's exclusion from its meetings. The conference first met at Saint-Germain on September the 25th, the royal authority being represented by Orleans, Condé, Conté, and Longueville, and it lasted 10 days, till October the 4th. After long discussions, the members agreed to an ordinance which was published on October the 22nd, 1648, and known as the Declaration of Saint-Germain. Most of the demands of the Chamber of St. Louis were conceded. The financial, judicial, and commercial administration of the kingdom was regulated, and measures were taken to check arbitrary arrests and to reform the methods of taxation. This ordinance was the most important of acts of the First or Parliamentary Fronde, and represents the high watermark of constitutional advance made by the Parliament and its supporters. It almost seemed that constitutional life was at last to begin in France. But if examined closely, the Declaration of October the 22nd bears full evidence as to the selfish and narrow aims of the Parliament, and shows how every so-called constitutional effort on its part was tainted by its determination to secure its own privileges. In the Declaration, it is specifically stated that the charges and privileges of the Parliament should be guaranteed through the regular payment of the rents of the Hôtel de Ville, a matter in which the bourgeoisie was interested, was enforced, and though there was a reference in general terms to the amelioration of the lot of the mass of the people, the Declaration was principally concerned with securing and confirming the privileges of the Parliament. So far, Marizan and Anne had been forced to yield, and the Parliament had apparently won the day. But Marizan had only simulated a yielding spirit. In reality, he was more determined than ever to establish the royal authority, to crush all opposition in Paris by a concentration of troops under a trusted commander. By his advice, Anne had made promises which she never intended to keep, and Marizan was simply biding his time. One of his most striking characteristics was his perseverance in carrying out his plans. Having fixed upon a policy, he carried it through in the end, though compelled to adopt various and unexpected methods before success was attained. It is noteworthy that the Treaty of Westphalia and the treaty with the Frondeurs were signed on the same day. It is equally noteworthy that, while the Frondeurs were seemingly triumphant, Marizan was making careful preparations for the civil war which he regarded as inevitable. On October the 24th, 1658, the Peace of Westphalia was signed between France and Sweden on the one hand and the representatives of the Emperor and the Empire on the other. France secured Upper and Lower Alsace, the Saône-Gauche, and the prefecture of 10 imperial towns, in other words, the practical ownership of Alsace, though the rights of the imperial princes were for a long time a matter of difficulty. She also obtained recognition of her possession of 1. Metz, Toul, and Verdun, and 3 bishoprics conquered by Henry III with their districts, 2 of Old Brissac, situated on the right bank of the Rhine, while the privilege of keeping a garrison in Philipsburg was also granted to France. Further, no fortress was to be placed on the right bank of the Rhine between Basel and Philipsburg. Indirectly, France gained enormously. Her ally Sweden secured a foothold in northern Germany, together with a vote in the Diet, and the practical independence of the princes of the empire was recognized. Marizan had successfully carried on the foreign policy of Richelieu, and the situation of the great European states in 1648 speaks volumes for his skill and energy. The power of the House of Habsburg was in many respects seriously curtailed. The Austrian branch could no longer aim at establishing a universal monarchy, and came out of the war with its resources much weakened. The Spanish branch had lost her preponderance in Italy. Portugal had regained her independence. Catalonia was in revolt. Though Spain continued the war until 1659, she only lost by doing so, and her defeats and losses strengthened the position of France. French influence remained supreme in Germany for some 30 years, and was only destroyed by the ambition and short-sightedness of Louis XIV. Marizan had not merely advanced the boundary of France towards the Rhine, but he had established French preponderance in Europe, and had insisted on the recognition of the balance of power. The Peace of the Pyrenees in 1659 completed the work of the pacification of Westphalia. The conclusion of the war between France and the Emperor was hardly noticed in Paris, and this fact in itself is a striking illustration of the want of patriotism of the Frondeurs. Moreover, de Retz, in October 1648, was actually considering the advisability of inviting the Spaniards to march on Paris. His plan was to send St. Albal, his friend and relation, to Brussels to engage Fusendania to advance. Already the parliamentary front was falling into the hands of plotters and traitors. On October the 30th, the court returned to Paris, and 2 months of anxiety followed. Orleans was, with difficulty, induced to forgo his feelings of resentment towards Marizan, and to remain faithful to the royal cause. His support was all the more valuable as the Parliament was disposed to harass the government at every opportunity. It complained that the promises of the Declaration of October the 22nd were not carried out, that the grievances of the taxpayers had not been remedied. Moreover, like the National Assembly in 1789, it was much agitated at the gradual concentration of troops around Paris. Though Orleans and Condé visited the Parliament in December and promised that the Declaration of October the 22nd should be loyally executed, the attacks on the government, and especially on Marizan, increased in violence. Countless pamphlets styled Marizanades were published containing abuse of the cardinal. It was the fashion to hate Marizan, is the declaration of a court lady, and the hatred was shared by the nobles and the workmen of Paris. He gained no thanks for the conclusion of the Peace of Westphalia, but was attacked for not bringing the war with Spain to a close. These attacks on the cardinal were intensified by the support which they gained from de Retz. In the existing complications lay his chance of securing at least notoriety. Utterly unprincipled and absolutely devoid of any patriotic feelings, de Retz hoped during the coming troubles to become the practical ruler of Paris. For 5 years Paris read little else but marinades, which, with very rare exceptions, were utterly devoid of literary merit. These attacks on his authority and position implied, in Marizan's opinion, the growth of revolutionary views, and he warned the Queen Mother that the situation in France resembled that in England at the opening of the Civil War. He thought that his own position was like Strafford's, and he was prepared to act vigorously. The encroachments on royal power increased, and the cardinal advocated a fresh retirement from Paris. On January the 5th, 1649, the court, under circumstances of haste and secretly, moved suddenly to Saint-Germain, and the Parisians the following morning saw war, siege, and famine at the gates. The Civil War had begun, and continued from January the 6th to April the 1st, 1649. Marizan hoped by means of troops to cut Paris off from all supplies, and to starve it into surrender, but the army of 15,000 was not large enough for carrying out so elaborate a scheme, and Marizan had to be content with occupying the principal posts outside the city. Under Condé, the military operations were efficiently performed, and the Parisians, with their hastily raised army, could do little but defend themselves. Though risings took place in the north and southeast, the War of the First Fronde concentrated itself around the capital. At first, Paris adopted a bold attitude. Under the influence of the Duchess of Longueville, who now sank to the level of a mere adventuress, the Frondeurs were joined by many princes, such as her brother, the Prince of Conté, her husband, the Duke of Longueville, the Marshal de la Mothe, the Duke of Bouillon, and the Duke of Beaufort. The latter, together with de Retz, became the real leaders of the resistance to the court, and were the last to be reconciled to the government. While de Retz headed the parliamentary movement, Beaufort, the idol of the markets, led the mob. Hoping to stir up the provinces, the Duke of Longueville proceeded to Normandy, but Marazin at once sent the Count of Harcourt to suppress all rebellious movements. In spite of this danger and of small risings in the southwest, the War of the First Front was mainly an attempt on the part of the Parliament of Paris to remedy certain existing evils in the government, though de Retz hoped to win a decisive success by the means of treason of Turin. The treason of Turin was more serious than the possible rebellion in the provinces. That general, perhaps beguiled by the Duchess de Longueville, proposed to lead his army, composed mainly of Germans, to Paris. Fortunately, the German auxiliaries refused to follow him, and Turenne was compelled later to retire to Hellebron and thence to Holland. Freed from all fear of any serious risings in the provinces, and for the moment from any hostile movement on the part of Turenne, Marazin was able to devote his energies to the task of subduing Paris. There, on January the 12th, the mob had seized the arsenal and had secured possession of the Bastille. 2 days later, on January the 14th, Beaufort occupied Charenton, important as facilitating the entry of provisions into Paris. Possessed of Charenton and the town of Brize-Comte-Robert, the Parisians could feel secure from all danger of being starved into surrender. In spite, however, of these successes, and of the continual efforts of de Retz, Beaufort, the Parisian levies proved no match for Condé's regular troops, before whom they fled on January the 23rd, and again on January the 29th. These reverses, together with the loss of Charenton on February the 8th, encouraged the party of moderation among the clergy and the members of the Parliament to raise their voices in favour of peace. The people of Paris were becoming weary of the war, resented the sufferings to which they were subject, and complained of the conduct of their generals. From being a determined stand for liberties and reforms, the war was already showing signs of degenerating into a mere selfish struggle on the part of the nobles against the centralization of the royal power, and especially against Marazin. In many respects, the siege of 1649 foreshadowed those of 1870. There was the same levity and anarchy, the same endurance and courage. Condé and Moltke both experienced similar difficulties in their attempt to subdue the French capital. Through the influence of de Retz, negotiations were entered into with Spain, and a Spanish envoy arrived in Paris. But a reaction had begun, and the moderate party in the Parliament protested against dealings with Spain. The clergy favoured a settlement, and the news of the execution of Charles I shocked the consciences of the more reasonable men on both sides. The loss, too, on February the 25th, of the town of Brize-Comte-Robert increased enormously the difficulties of securing supplies. Though de Retz remained master of the Parisian populace and intractable, and though the nobles of the Fronde stood aloof, moderate councils prevailed, and on February the 28th the Parliament decided to send deputies who should treat not with Marazin, but with the courts. The interest of the royal cause demanded a settlement, even though of a temporary character. Turenne was still anxious to march to the aid of Paris. The Archduke Leopold was ready to invade France, and some of the French governors of the frontier towns were intriguing with the Spaniards. Concessions were therefore advisable. On March the 11th a compromise was patched up, known as the Treaty of Rueil. But in Paris the terms were refused. The extreme members of the Parliament were furious when they realized that Marazin was to remain in power, and that, till the end of 1649, the Parliament was not to discuss political questions. It was not until April the 2nd that the treaty, slightly modified, was accepted, and the 12 weeks' war came to an end. The right of the Parliament to take some part in state affairs was reluctantly allowed by Marazin, and the treaty was registered. The Parisian troops were then disbanded. But the main object of the Frondeurs, the expulsion of Marazin from France, remained unfulfilled, and the people and nobles regarded the treaty with no enthusiasm. End of section 30.
Section 31 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Linda Sonrisa Jones.
The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Religious Toleration Proclaimed in Maryland, A.D. 1649, G.L. Davis. Whatever peculiar credit may belong to the first colonists in other parts of North America for their services to human rights and liberty, it remains the signal glory of the Maryland founders to have established, almost at the beginning of their enterprise, the principle and practice of religious tolerance, at least within the limits of Christian faith. From the planting of the colony by Cecilius Calvert, an English Roman Catholic, in 1633, to the formal enactment of toleration was only 16 years, but the colonists were fully ripened for the step when it was taken. Their new settlement had, in fact, begun, with Catholic and Protestant dwelling together in harmony, neither attempting to interfere with the religious rights of the other, and religious liberty obtained a home, its only home in the wide world, at the humble village which bore the name of St. Mary's. The Charter of Maryland was a compact between a member of the English and a disciple of the Roman Church, between an Anglo-Catholic king and a Roman Catholic noble, between Charles I of England and Cecilius, the second Baron of Baltimore and the first Lord Proprietary of Maryland. To the confessors of each faith it was the pledge of religious freedom. If not the form, it had the spirit and substance of a concordat, in a sense quite as strong as any of those earlier charters of the English crown, to which the chief priest of Rome was, in any respect, a party. This is the inference faithfully drawn from a view of the instrument itself, from a consideration of the facts and circumstances attending the grant, and from a study of the various interpretations, essays, and histories of the many discourses and other publications which have appeared upon this prolific theme. It accounts for the prohibition of any construction of the Charter inconsistent with the true Christian religion. Footnote 36. The words in the English copy of the Charter are God's holy and true Christian religion. In the Latin, Sacrosancta Dei et vera Christiana religio. This in a grant to the Roman Catholic proprietary is intended doubtless as a simple security for the members of the English Church. It suggests the reason also why the obligation to establish the religion of Englishmen was omitted in the case of Maryland, but expressly or tacitly imposed either by the charters or by the orders given to most, if not all, of the other Anglo-American colonies. It is not less in harmony with the supposition of King Charles's regard for the rights of his Anglo-Catholic brethren, who subsequently came to St. Mary's, than with that generally admitted sincerity of Lord Baltimore, which cannot be reconciled to the notion of his accepting a grant directly opposed to the principles or to the practice of his own faith. It is supported by the fact that the object of the Calverts in asking for the charter was to found a colony including the members respectively of the English and of the Roman Church, an object which, we cannot doubt, was known to the king who signed the instrument. And it is fully confirmed by the action of the provincial legislature, the best commentary upon the spirit of the charter, and by one of the first judicial decisions still preserved upon the records. Such is the meaning of the charter historically interpreted, and such the earliest principle and practice of the government: freedom to the Anglican and freedom to the Roman Catholic, a freedom of conscience, not allowed but exacted. A freedom, however, of a wider sort springs forth at the birth of the colony, not demanded by that instrument, but permitted by it, not graven upon the tables of stone or written upon the pages of the statute book, but conceived in the very bosom of the proprietary and of the original pilgrims, not a formal or constructive, but a living freedom, a freedom of the most practical sort. It is the freedom which it remained for them and for them alone either to grant or to deny, a freedom embracing within its range and protecting under its banner all those who were believers in Jesus Christ. And the grant of this freedom is that which has placed the proprietary among the first law reformers of the world, and Maryland in advance of every state upon the continent. Our ancestors had seen the evils of intolerance. They had tasted the bitter cup of persecution. Happy is he whose moral sense has not been corrupted by bigotry, whose heart is not hardened by misfortune, whose soul, the spring of generous impulse, has never been dried up by the parching adversities of life. The founders of Maryland brought with them in the Ark and the Dove the elements of that liberty they had so much desired themselves in the Old World, and which to others in the New, of a different faith, they were too good and too just to deny. Upon the banks of the St. Mary's, in the soil of Maryland, amid the wilderness of America, they planted that seed which has since become a tree of life to the nation, extending its branches and casting its shadows across a whole continent. The records have been carefully searched. No case of persecution occurred during the administration of Governor Leonard Calvert, from the foundation of the settlement of St. Mary's to the year 1647. His policy included the humblest as well as the most exalted, and his maxim was, "Peace to all, proscription of none." Religious liberty was a vital part of the earliest common law of the province. At the date of the charter, 1632, toleration existed in the heart of the proprietary, and it appeared in the earliest administration of the affairs of the province. But an oath was soon prepared by him, including a pledge from the governor and the privy councillors, directly or indirectly, to trouble, molest, or discountenance no person whatever in the province professing to believe in Jesus Christ. Its date is still an open question, some writers supposing it was imposed in 1637 and others in 1648. I am inclined to think the oath of the latter was but an augmented edition of the one in the former year. The grant of the charter marks the era of a special toleration, but the earliest practice of the government presents the first, the official oath the second, the action of the Assembly in 1649 the third, and to advocates of a republican government the most important phasis in the history of the general toleration. The oath of 1648 is worthy of attention in another particular. It contained a special pledge in favor of the Roman Catholics, a feature which might have been deemed requisite in consideration of the fact that the proprietary had appointed a Protestant gentleman for the post of lieutenant general or governor. Some also of the privy councillors were of the same faith. The little provincial parliament of Maryland assembled at St. Mary's in the month of April during the year 1649. This was about 15 years after the landing of the Pilgrims under Governor Calvert, about 30 years later than the settlement of the Puritans at Plymouth, and more than 40 subsequently to the arrival of the Anglo-Catholics at Jamestown in Virginia. The members of the Assembly at St. Mary's met in a spirit of moderation, but seldom the characteristic of a dominant party. The province was at peace with the aboriginal tribes within its limits. The unhappy contest with Colonel William Claiborne had been virtually terminated. The rebellions of Captain Richard Ingle and other Protestant enemies effectively suppressed. The reins of government recovered and the principles of order once more established. Governor Calvert, the chief of the Maryland Pilgrims, after a trying but heroic and honorable administration, had died, amid the prayers and blessings of his friends, without a stain upon his memory. Thomas Green had also for a short period been the governor, and the principal key of authority was then held by Captain William Stone. The assembly was composed of the governor, the privy councillors, and the burgesses. In many particulars its model was not unlike that of the primitive parliaments of England. The governor and the privy councillors were appointed by Cecilius, the feudal prince, or proprietary of the province. The burgesses, who were chosen by the freemen, represented the democratic element in the original Constitution of Maryland. The delegates were sent by Kent and by St. Mary's, the only two counties at that time within the limits of the principality, the former upon the east, the latter upon the west side of the great bay. And while there is no reason for asserting the want of harmony upon the business of this assembly, it is a remarkable fact that for more than 2 centuries the most strongly marked differences have existed between the shores of the Chesapeake, not only of a geographical but also of a political character. Kent, in the midst of many sad reverses, had grown out of a settlement founded as early as 1630 by Colonel Claiborne, in the spirit of a truly heroic adventure, under the jurisdiction established at Jamestown, and during the administration, it is supposed, of Governor Harvey, upon an island of the Chesapeake called Kent. But then the Isle of Kent, a purchase, to quote the colonel's own words, from the kings of that country, and the original center of the country represented at St. Mary's, though now included within the limits of Queen Anne's, an island still noted for the beauty of its scenery and the wealth of its waters in fish and fowl, and the only dwelling place of the colonists upon the eastern shore at the time of this assembly, the seat also of opulence and elegance at a period anterior to the American Revolution, and presented in the Virginia House of Burgesses before the settlement of St. Mary's. Footnote 37. The Virginians, says Chalmers, boasted, with their wonted pride, that the colonists of Kent sent burgesses to their assembly and were subjected to their jurisdiction before Maryland had a name. Nor was the boast without foundation. Their early legislative journals show conclusively that the island was represented by Captain Nicholas Martin, but above all distinguished as the first focal point of Anglo-American civilization within the present boundaries of the state of Maryland. Footnote 38. The date of the settlement cannot be accurately given. Ethan Allen supposes it was during the year 1629. St. Mary's, which had also been purchased from the Indians, how honorable to the memory of those who took part in that transaction, and which had borne the appellation of Augusta, Carolina, included a territory of 30 miles extending toward the mouth of the Potomac and embracing the St. Mary's, which flows into that river. Within this country was also the small city which had been founded upon the site of an aboriginal village, and which, like the river upon which it stood, derived its beautiful name from the Blessed Virgin. It was the chief star in a constellation of little settlements and plantations, and for a period of about 60 years was the provincial capital of Maryland, a city of which nothing now remains deserving the dignity of ruins. A few relics only are preserved, the records and everything belonging to the government having long since been removed to Annapolis, but a spot still consecrated in the affections of the country. Judging from the number of wholesome laws enacted in 1649, as well as the shortness of their session, for it did not include 25 days, it would seem the assemblymen of this year were certainly not very fond of talking or speech-making. It appears also that some of them, like our Saxon forefathers, could neither read nor write. It can be proved from the records that 2 of them at least were in the habit of making a signet mark. But did they not leave a mark also upon the country and upon the world? The act concerning religion, for that is the title of the law, forms so important a link in the aim of this narrative that its leading provisions should be stated. The design was 5-fold: to guard by an express penalty the most sacred things of God, to inculcate the principle of religious decency and order, to establish upon a firmer basis the harmony already existing between the colonists, to secure in the fullest sense of freedom as well as protection to all believers in Christianity, and to protect quiet disbelievers against every sort of reproach or ignominy. In determining the different lines and landmarks, a regard of course must be had to the spirit of the charter, to the theological notions of the age, and to the character of the elements which then composed the population of the province. 1. The proprietary had the right, upon all doubtful points, to construe the charter in that manner which was most favorable to himself. but no interpretation was allowed inconsistent with the Sacrosancta Dei and the Vera Christiana Religio, the former implying a prohibition of the most wicked kind of blasphemy, as well as the desecration of the most holy institutions, the latter defining or bounding the pledge of religious freedom to the Roman Catholic by securing the same liberty for the English churchman. And there cannot be reasonable doubt that among statesmen, as well as ecclesiastics, 2 centuries ago, the Lord's Day and the Trinity, or fundamental article of revealed religion, were 2 of the most sacred things of God. This fact accounts for the penalty against those who were guilty of violating the sanctity of the Sabbath or of cursing God, that is, denying the great doctrine of the Athanasian Creed. 2. A history is not an argument. In any other place, a dispute indeed upon a question of religious decency would be quite as useless as one upon a point of taste. But the world, either Roman Catholic or Protestant, is hardly yet so wise as to be prepared to condemn Lord Baltimore and the Assembly of Maryland for the imposition of a fine of £5 upon the man who should dare to speak reproachfully of the Blessed Virgin, or of the heroic evangelists and apostolic martyrs of the primitive Church. 3. There is a striking difference between religious uniformity and social harmony, and it was an object of the law to tolerate the want of the one and to promote the growth of the other. In this particular, it was but the development of the policy which had been adopted under the first governor's administration. Bounded by the preceding explanations, the law throughout breathes the spirit of peace and charity as well as harmony. 4. Freedom in the fullest sense was secured to all believers in Christianity, to Roman Catholics and Protestants, to Episcopalians and Puritans, to Calvinists and Arminians, and to Christians of every other name coming within the meaning of the assembly. A Christian was a believer in Jesus Christ. The belief in Christ was synonymous with a faith in his divinity, and the recognition of his Godhead was equivalent, such is the clear intention of the Act, to a confession of that article in the Apostolic Creed which teaches the great doctrine of the Trinity. The Act of the Assembly also fully explains the oath which had been imposed upon the governor and the privy councillors, and the believer enjoyed not only a freedom but also a protection. He who troubled, molested, or discountenanced him was, according to the law, fined for his offense. 5. From the language of the Act, as well as the subsequent practice of the government, it is evident that the quiet disbeliever was also protected. A case can easily be given, but it is enough for the reader to look at that section of the law which forbids the application, in a reproachful sense, to any person or persons whatsoever, of any name or term relating to matter of religion. The Act, it will be observed, covers a very broad ground. It is true, it did not embrace every class of subsequent religionists. A Jew, without peril to his life, could not call the Savior of the world a magician or a necromancer. A Quaker, under the order of the government, was required to take off his hat in court or go immediately to the whipping post. The Mormon, who dignifies polygamy with the notion of a sacrament, who disseminates the gospel in the propagation of his species, would not have been allowed, we may suppose, to marry more than one woman. But as early as 1659, a well-known non-believer in the Trinity lived here, transacted his business, and instituted without objection his suits in the civil courts. Nor were the Jewish disabilities entirely removed till a period long after the American Revolution, and this feature of the law, all things considered, was not more of a reproach to the legislators of 1649 than the Constitution of the State to the Reformers of 1774. We have no evidence, indeed, that any Quakers were in Maryland at the passage of the law, and when they came, their case was misunderstood, for the dislike toward them arose from their supposed want of respect for the constituted authorities and their refusal to take the oath of submission. A constitutional difficulty might also readily occur to anyone, as it certainly did to the proprietary, who was bound by the charter to maintain the fundamental principles of Anglo-Saxon law, which had always regarded the instrumentality of the oath in the administration of the practical justice as the cornerstone of a system. But every disposition was manifested to render them comfortable, and they soon became a flourishing and influential denomination. Notwithstanding the imperfection which ever marks human legislation, it is wonderful to think how far our ancestors went in the march of religious freedom. The earliest policy of Maryland was in striking contrast with that of every other colony. The toleration which prevailed from the first, and 15 years later was formally ratified by the voice of the people, must therefore be regarded as the living embodiment of a great idea, the introduction of a new element into the civilization of Anglo-American humanity, the beginning of another movement in the progress of the human mind. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Great Civil War in England. Execution of Charles I, A.D. 1649. Lord Macaulay. No period of English history is more crowded with important events than that of the Civil War. The intolerant reign of James I had brought him into conflict not only with the religious elements in the kingdom, but also with Parliament. Like James, his son and successor, Charles I was a stubborn believer in the divine right of the monarch, and as James had shown throughout his reign a flagrant disregard of law, so Charles, from the outset, betrayed the same disposition. He surrounded himself with advisers who supported his favourite views. In the first 15 months of his reign, he summoned 2 parliaments only to dissolve them in anger. Next, he raised money by forced loans and other expedients which were odious to many of his subjects. For the first time, England was now divided between 2 great parties. Matters proceeded with constantly increasing friction, and at last, the struggle developed into civil war. Macaulay's summary of it, and Knight's picture of its culmination in that most melancholy tragedy, the execution of the king, cover the subject in its essential aspects, without unnecessary dealing with minor details. Lord Macaulay. In August 1642, the sword was at length drawn, and soon, in almost every shire of the kingdom, 2 hostile factions appeared in arms against each other. It is not easy to say which of the contending parties was at first the more formidable. The houses commanded London and the counties round London, the fleet, the navigation of the Thames, and most of the large towns and seaports. They had at their disposal almost all the military stores of the kingdom, and were able to raise duties, both on goods imported from foreign countries, and on some important products of domestic industry. King Charles was ill provided with artillery and ammunition. The taxes which he laid on the rural districts occupied by his troops produced, it is probable, a sum far less than that which the Parliament drew from the city of London alone. He relied, indeed, chiefly for pecuniary aid on the munificence of his opulent adherents. Many of these mortgaged their land, pawned their jewels, and broke up their silver chargers and christening bowls in order to assist him. but experience has fully proved that the voluntary liberality of individuals, even in times of the greatest excitement, is a poor financial resource when compared with severe and methodical taxation, which presses on the willing and unwilling alike. Charles, however, had one advantage which, if he had used it well, would have more than compensated for the want of stores and money, and which, notwithstanding his mismanagement, gave him, during some months, a superiority in the war. His troops at first fought much better than those of the Parliament. Both armies, it is true, were almost entirely composed of men who had never seen a field of battle. Nevertheless, the difference was great. The parliamentary ranks were filled with hirelings whom want and idleness had induced to enlist. Hampden's regiment was regarded as one of the best, and even Hampden's regiment was described by Cromwell as a mere rabble of tapsters and serving men out of place. The royal army, on the other hand, consisted in great part of gentlemen, high-spirited, ardent, accustomed to consider dishonour as more terrible than death, accustomed to fencing, to the use of firearms, to bold riding, and to manly and perilous sport, which has been well called the image of war. Such gentlemen, mounted on their favourite horses, and commanding little bands composed of their younger brothers, grooms, gamekeepers, and huntsmen, were, from the very first day on which they took the field, qualified to play their part with credit in a skirmish. The steadiness, the prompt obedience, the mechanical precision of movement, which are characteristic of the regular soldier, these gallant volunteers never attained. But they were at first opposed to enemies as undisciplined as themselves, and far less active, athletic, and daring. For a time, therefore, the Cavaliers were successful in almost every encounter. The Houses had also been unfortunate in the choice of a general. The rank and wealth of the Earl of Essex made him one of the most important members of the parliamentary party. He had borne arms on the continent with credit, and, when the war began, had as high a military reputation as any man in the country. But it soon appeared that he was unfit for the post of commander-in-chief. He had little energy and no originality. The methodical tactics which he had learned in the War of the Palatinate did not save him from the disgrace of being surprised and baffled by such a captain as Rupert, who could claim no higher fame than that of an enterprising partisan. Nor were the officers who held the chief commissions under Essex qualified to supply what was wanting in him. For this, indeed, the Houses are scarcely to be blamed. In a country which had not, within the memory of the oldest person living, made war on a great scale by land, generals of tried skill and valour were not to be found. It was necessary, therefore, in the first instance, to trust untried men, and the preference was naturally given to men distinguished either by their station or by the abilities which they had displayed in Parliament. In scarcely a single instance, however, was the selection fortunate. Neither the grandees nor the orators proved good soldiers. The Earl of Stamford, one of the greatest nobles of England, was routed by the Royalists at Stratton. Nathaniel Fiennes, inferior to none of his contemporaries in talents for civil business, disgraced himself by the pusillanimous surrender of Bristol. Indeed, all of the statesmen who at this juncture accepted high military commands, Hampden alone appears to have carried into the camp the capacity and strength of mind which had made him eminent in politics. When the war had lasted a year, the advantage was decidedly with the Royalists. They were victorious both in the western and in the northern county. They had wrested Bristol, the second city in the kingdom, from the Parliament. They had won several battles, and had not sustained a single serious or ignominious defeat. Among the Roundheads, adversity had begun to produce dissension and discontent. The Parliament was kept in alarm, sometimes by plots and sometimes by riots. It was thought necessary to fortify London against the royal army, and to hang some disaffected citizens at their own doors. Several of the most distinguished peers, who had hitherto remained at Westminster, fled to the court at Oxford. Nor can it be doubted that if the operations of the Cavaliers had at this season been directed by a sagacious and powerful mind, Charles would soon have marched in triumph to Whitehall. But the king suffered the auspicious moment to pass away, and it never returned. In August 1643, he sat down before the city of Gloucester. That city was defended by the inhabitants and by the garrison with a determination such as had not, since the commencement of the war, been shown by the adherents of the Parliament. The emulation of London was excited. The trained bands of the city volunteered to march wherever their services might be required. A great force was speedily collected and began to move westward. The siege of Gloucester was raised. The royalists in every part of the kingdom were disheartened. The spirit of the parliamentary party revived, and the apostate lords, who had lately fled from Westminster to Oxford, hastened back from Oxford to Westminster. And now a new and alarming class of symptoms began to appear in the distempered body politic. There had been, from the first, in the parliamentary party, some men whose minds were set on objects from which the majority of that party would have shrunk with horror. These men were, in religion, independents. They conceived that every Christian congregation had, under Christ, supreme jurisdiction in things spiritual, that appeals to provincial and national synods were scarcely less unscriptural than appeals to the Court of Arches or to the Vatican, and that popery, prelacy, and Presbyterianism were merely three forms of one great apostasy. In politics, the independents were, to use the phrase of their time, root and branch men, or, to use the kindred phrase of our own time, radicals. Not content with limiting the power of the monarch, they were desirous to erect a commonwealth on the ruins of the old English polity. At first, they had been inconsiderable, both in numbers and in weight, but before the war had lasted 2 years they became not indeed the largest, but the most powerful faction in the country. Some of the old parliamentary leaders had been removed by death, and others had forfeited the public confidence. Pym had been borne, with princely honours, to a grave among the Plantagenets. Hampden had fallen, as became him, while vainly endeavouring, by his heroic example, to inspire his followers with courage to face the fiery cavalry of Rupert. Bedford had been untrue to the cause. Northumberland was known to be lukewarm. Essex and his lieutenants had shown little vigour and ability in the conduct of military operations. Such a conjuncture it was that the independent party, ardent, resolute and uncompromising, began to raise its head, both in the camp and in the House of Commons. The soul of that party was Oliver Cromwell. Bred to peaceful occupations, he had, at more than 40 years of age, accepted a commission in the parliamentary army. No sooner had he become a soldier than he discerned, with the keen glance of genius, what Essex, and men like Essex, with all their experience, were unable to perceive. He saw precisely where the strength of the Royalists lay, and by what means alone that strength could be overpowered. He saw that it was necessary to reconstruct the army of the Parliament. He saw also that there were abundant and excellent materials for the purpose, materials less showy indeed, but more solid than those of which the gallant squadrons of the king were composed. It was necessary to look for recruits who were not mere mercenaries, for recruits of decent station and grave character, fearing God and zealous for public liberty. With such men he filled his own regiment, and while he subjected them to a discipline more rigid than had ever before been known in England, he administered to their intellectual and moral nature stimulants of fearful potency. The events of the year 1644 fully proved the superiority of his abilities. In the south, where Essex held the command, the parliamentary forces underwent a succession of shameful disasters, but in the north, the victory of Marston Moor fully compensated for all that had been lost elsewhere. That victory was not a more serious blow to the Royalists than to the party which had hitherto been dominant at Westminster, for it was notorious that the day disgracefully lost by the Presbyterians had been retrieved by the energy of Cromwell and by the steady valour of the warriors whom he had trained. These events produced the self-denying ordinance and the new model of the army. Under decorous pretexts, and with every mark of respect, Essex and most of those who had held high posts under him were removed, and the conduct of the war was entrusted to very different hands. Fairfax, a brave soldier, but of mean understanding and irresolute temper, was the nominal Lord General of the forces, but Cromwell was their real head. Cromwell made haste to organise the whole army on the same principles on which he had organised his own regiment. As soon as this process was complete, the event of the war was decided. The Cavaliers had now to encounter natural courage equal to their own, enthusiasm stronger than their own, and discipline such as was utterly wanting to them. It soon became a proverb that the soldiers of Fairfax and Cromwell were men of a different breed from the soldiers of Essex. At Naseby took place the first great encounter between the Royalists and the remodelled army of the Houses. The victory of the Roundheads was complete and decisive. It was followed by other triumphs in rapid succession. In a few months, the authority of the Parliament was fully established over the whole kingdom. Charles fled to the Scots, and was by them, in a manner which did not much exalt their national character, delivered up to his English subjects. While the event of the war was still doubtful, the Houses had put the primate to death, had interdicted within the sphere of their authority the use of the liturgy, and had required all men to subscribe that renowned instrument known by the name of the Solemn League and Covenant. Covenanting work, as it was called, went on fast. Hundreds of thousands affixed their names to the rolls, and, with hands lifted up toward heaven, swore to endeavour, without respect of persons, the extirpation of popery and prelacy, heresy and schism, and to bring to public trial and condign punishment all who should hinder the reformation of religion. When the struggle was over, the work of innovation and revenge was pushed on with increased ardour. The ecclesiastical polity of the kingdom was remodelled. Most of the old clergy were ejected from their benefices. Fines, often of ruinous amount, were laid on the Royalists, already impoverished by large aids furnished to the king. Many estates were confiscated. Many proscribed cavaliers found it expedient to purchase at enormous cost the protection of eminent members of the victorious party. Large domains belonging to the crown, to the bishops, and to the chapters were seized, and either granted away or put up to auction. In consequence of these spoliations, a great part of the soil of England was at once offered for sale. As money was scarce, as the market was glutted, as the title was insecure, and as the awe inspired by powerful bidders prevented free competition, the prices were often merely nominal. Thus many old and honourable families disappeared and were heard of no more, and many new men rose rapidly to affluence. But while the Houses were employing their authority thus, it suddenly passed out of their hands. It had been obtained by calling into existence a power which could not be controlled. In the summer of 1647, about 12 months after the last fortress of the Cavaliers had submitted to the Parliament was compelled to submit to its own soldiers. 13 years followed, during which England was, under various names and forms, really governed by the sword. Never before that time, or since that time, was the civil power in our country subjected to military dictation. The army, which now became supreme in the state, was an army very different from any that has since been seen among us. At present, the pay of the common soldier is not such as can seduce any but the humblest class of English labourers from their calling. A barrier almost impassable separates him from the commissioned officer. The great majority of those who rise high in the service rise by purchase. So numerous and extensive are the remote dependencies of England that every man who enlists in the line must expect to pass many years in exile, and some years in climates unfavourable to the health and vigour of the European race. The army of the Long Parliament was raised for home service. The pay of the private soldier was much above the wages earned by the great body of the people, and, if he distinguished himself by intelligence and courage, he might hope to attain high commands. The ranks were, accordingly, composed of persons superior in station and education to the multitude. These persons, sober, moral, diligent, and accustomed to reflect, had been induced to take up arms not by the pressure of want, not by the love of novelty and licence, not by the arts of recruiting officers, but by religious and political zeal, mingled with the desire of distinction and promotion. The boast of the soldiers, as we find it recorded in their solemn resolutions, was that they had not been forced into the service, nor had enlisted chiefly for the sake of lucre, that they were no Janissaries, but free-born Englishmen who had, of their own accord, put their lives in jeopardy for the liberties and religion of England, and whose right and duty it was to watch over the welfare of the nation which they had saved. A force thus composed might, without injury to its efficiency, be indulged in some liberties which, if allowed to any other troops, would have proved subversive of all discipline. In general, soldiers who should form themselves into political clubs, elect delegates, and pass resolutions on high questions of state, would soon break loose from all control, would cease to form an army, and would become the worst and most dangerous of mobs. Nor would it be safe in our time to tolerate in any regiment religious meetings at which a corporal versed in Scripture should lead the devotions of his less gifted colonel and admonish a backsliding major. But such was the intelligence, the gravity, and the self-command of the warriors whom Cromwell had trained, that in their camp a political organisation and a religious organisation could exist without destroying military organisation. The same men who, off duty, were noted as demagogues and field preachers were distinguished by steadiness, by the spirit of order, and by prompt obedience on watch, on drill, and on the field of battle. In war, this strange force was irresistible. The stubborn courage characteristic of the English people was, by the system of Cromwell, at once regulated and stimulated. Other leaders have maintained order as strict. Other leaders have inspired their followers with zeal as ardent. But in his camp alone, the most rigid discipline was found in company with the fiercest enthusiasm. His troops moved to victory with the precision of machines, while burning with the wildest fanaticism of crusaders. From the time when the army was remodelled to the time when it was disbanded, it never found, either in the British Islands or on the continent, an enemy who could stand its onset. In England, Scotland, Ireland, Flanders, the Puritan warriors, often surrounded by difficulties, sometimes contending against threefold odds, not only never failed to conquer, but never failed to destroy and break in pieces whatever force was opposed to them. They at length came to regard the day of battle as a day of certain triumph, and marched against the most renowned battalions of Europe with disdainful confidence. Turenne was startled by the shout of stern exultation with which his English allies advanced to the combat, and expressed the delight of a true soldier when he learned that it was ever the fashion of Cromwell's pikemen to rejoice greatly when they beheld the enemy, and the banished cavaliers felt an emotion of national pride when they saw a brigade of their countrymen, outnumbered by foes and abandoned by friends, drive before it in headlong rout the finest infantry of Spain, and force a passage into a counterscarp which had just been pronounced impregnable by the ablest of the marshals of France. But that which chiefly distinguished the army of Cromwell from other armies was the austere morality and the fear of God which pervaded all ranks. It is acknowledged by the most zealous royalists that, in that singular camp, no oath was heard, no drunkenness or gambling was seen, and that, during the long dominion of the soldiery, the property of the peaceable citizen and the honour of woman were held sacred. If outrages were committed, they were outrages of a very different kind from those of which a victorious army is generally guilty. No servant girl complained of the rough gallantry of the redcoats. Not an ounce of plate was taken from the shops of the goldsmiths. But a Pelagian sermon, or a window on which the Virgin and Child were painted, produced in the Puritan ranks an excitement which it required the utmost exertions of the officers to quell. One of Cromwell's chief difficulties was to restrain his musketeers and dragoons from invading by main force the pulpits of ministers whose discourses, to use the language of that time, were not savoury, and too many of our cathedrals still bear the marks of the hatred with which those stern spirits regarded every vestige of popery. To keep down the English people was no light task, even for that army. No sooner was the first pressure of military tyranny felt than the nation, unbroken to such servitude, began to struggle fiercely. Insurrections broke out even in those counties which, during the recent war, had been the most submissive to the Parliament. Indeed, the Parliament itself abhorred its old defenders more than its old enemies, and was desirous to come to terms of accommodation with Charles at the expense of the troops. In Scotland, at the same time, a coalition was formed between the Royalists and a large body of Presbyterian, who regarded the doctrines of the Independents with detestation. At length the storm burst. There were risings in Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex, Kent, Wales. The fleet in the Thames suddenly hoisted the royal colours, stood out to sea, and menaced the southern coast. A great Scottish force crossed the border and advanced into Lancashire. It might well be suspected that these movements were contemplated with secret complacency by a majority both of the Lords and of the Commons. But the yoke of the army was not to be so shaken off. While Fairfax suppressed the risings in the neighbourhood of the capital, Oliver routed the Welsh insurgents and, leaving their castles in ruins, marched against the Scots. His troops were few when compared with the invaders, but he was little in the habit of counting his enemies. The Scottish army was utterly destroyed. A change in the Scottish government followed. An administration hostile to the king was formed at Edinburgh, and Cromwell, more than ever the darling of his soldiers, returned in triumph to London. And now a design to which at the commencement of the Civil War no man would have dared to allude, and which was not less inconsistent with the Solemn League and Covenant than with the old law of England, began to take a distinct form. The austere warriors who ruled the nation had, during some months, meditated a fearful vengeance on the captive king. When and how the scheme originated, whether it spread from the general to the ranks or from the ranks to the general, whether it is to be ascribed to policy using fanaticism as a tool, or to fanaticism bearing down policy with headlong impulse, are questions which, even at this day, cannot be answered with perfect confidence. It seems, however, on the whole probable that he who seemed to lead was really forced to follow, and that on this occasion, as on another great occasion a few years later, he sacrificed his own judgment and his own inclinations to the wishes of the army. For the power which he had called into existence was a power which even he could not always control, and that he might ordinarily command, it was necessary that he should sometimes obey. He publicly protested that he was no mover in the matter, that the first steps had been taken without his privity, that he could not advise the Parliament to strike the blow, but that he submitted his own feelings to the force of circumstances, which seemed to him to indicate the purposes of Providence. It has been the fashion to consider these professions as instances of the hypocrisy which is vulgarly imputed to him. But even those who pronounce him a hypocrite will scarcely venture to call him a fool. They are therefore bound to show that he had some purpose to serve by secretly stimulating the army to take that course which he did not venture openly to recommend. It would be absurd to suppose that he who was never by his respectable enemies represented as wantonly cruel or implacably vindictive would have taken the most important step of his life under the influence of mere malevolence. He was far too wise a man not to know, when he consented to shed that august blood, that he was doing a deed which was inexpiable, and which would move the grief and horror not only of the Royalists, but of 9/10 of those who had stood by the Parliament. Whatever visions may have deluded others, he was assuredly dreaming neither of a republic on the antique pattern, nor of the millennial reign of the saints. If he had already aspired to be himself the founder of a new dynasty, it was plain that Charles I was a less formidable competitor than Charles II would be. At the moment of the death of Charles I, the loyalty of every cavalier would be transferred, unimpaired, to Charles II. Charles I was a captive. Charles II would be at liberty. Charles I was an object of suspicion and dislike to a large proportion of those who yet shuddered at the thought of slaying him. Charles II would excite all the interest which belongs to distressed youth and innocence. It is impossible to believe that considerations so obvious and so important escaped the most profound politician of that age. The truth is that Cromwell had at one time meant to mediate between the throne and the Parliament, and to reorganize the distracted state by the power of the sword, under the sanction of the royal name. In this design he persisted till he was compelled to abandon it by the refractory temper of the soldiers and by the incurable duplicity of the king. A party in the camp began to clamour for the head of the traitor, who was for treating with Agag. Conspiracies were formed, threats of impeachment were loudly uttered, a mutiny broke out, which all the vigour and resolution of Oliver could hardly quell, and though by a judicious mixture of severity and kindness he succeeded in restoring order, he saw that it would be in the highest degree difficult and perilous to contend against the rage of warriors who regarded the fallen tyrants as their foe, and as the foe of their God. At the same time, it became more evident than ever that the king could not be trusted. The vices of Charles had grown upon him. They were, indeed, vices which difficulties and perplexities generally bring out in the strongest light. Cunning is the natural defence of the weak. A prince, therefore, who is habitually a deceiver when at the height of power, is not likely to learn frankness in the midst of embarrassments and distresses. Charles was not only a most unscrupulous but a most unlucky dissembler. There never was a politician to whom so many frauds and falsehoods were brought home by undeniable evidence. he publicly recognised the Houses at Westminster as a legal parliament, and at the same time made a private minute in council declaring the recognition null. He publicly disclaimed all thought of calling in foreign aid against his people. He privately solicited aid from France, from Denmark, and from Lorraine. He publicly denied that he employed papists. At the same time, he privately sent to his generals directions to employ every papist that would serve. He publicly took the sacrament at Oxford as a pledge that he never would even connive at popery. He privately assured his wife that he intended to tolerate popery in England, and he authorised Lord Glamorgan to promise that popery should be established in Ireland. Then he attempted to clear himself at his agent's expense. Glamorgan received, in the royal handwriting, reprimands intended to be read by others, and eulogies which were to be seen only by himself. To such an extent, indeed, had insincerity now tainted the king's whole nature, that his most devoted friends could not refrain from complaining to each other, with bitter grief and shame, of his crooked politics. His defeats, they said, gave them less pain than his intrigues. Since he had been a prisoner, there was no section of the victorious party which had not been the object both of his flatteries and of his machinations. But never was he more unfortunate than when he attempted at once to cajole and to undermine Cromwell. Cromwell had to determine whether he would put to hazard the attachment of his party, the attachment of his army, his own greatness, nay, his own life, in an attempt which would probably have been in vain to save a prince whom no engagement could bind. With many struggles and misgivings, and probably not without many prayers, the decision was made. Charles was left to his fate. The military saints resolved that, in defiance of the old laws of the realm and of the almost universal sentiment of the nation, the king should expiate his crimes with his blood. He for a time expected a death like that of his unhappy predecessors, Edward II and Richard II, but he was in no danger of such treason. Those who had him in their grip were not midnight stabbers. What they did in order that it might be a spectacle to heaven and earth, and that it might be held in everlasting remembrance. They enjoyed keenly the very scandal which they gave. That the ancient constitution and the public opinion of England were directly opposed to regicide made regicide seem strangely fascinating to a party bent on effecting a complete political and social revolution. In order to accomplish their purpose, it was necessary that they should first break in pieces every part of the machinery of government, and this necessity was rather agreeable than painful to them. The Commons passed a vote tending to accommodation with the king. The soldiers excluded the majority by force. The Lords unanimously rejected the proposition that the king should be brought to trial. Their house was instantly closed. No court known to the law would take on itself the office of judging the fountain of justice. A revolutionary tribunal was created. That tribunal pronounced Charles a tyrant, a traitor, a murderer, and a public enemy, and his head was severed from his shoulders before thousands of spectators in front of the banqueting hall of his own palace. In no long time it became manifest that those political and religious zealots to whom this deed is to be ascribed had committed not only a crime, but an error. They had given to a prince, hitherto known to his people chiefly by his faults, an opportunity of displaying on a great theatre, before the eyes of all nations and all ages, some qualities which irresistibly call forth the admiration and love of mankind, the high spirit of a gallant gentleman, the patience and meekness of a penitent Christian. Nay, they had so contrived their revenge that the very man whose life had been a series of attacks on the liberties of England now seemed to die, a martyr in the cause of those liberties. No demagogue ever produced such an impression on the public mind as the captive king, who, retaining in that extremity all his regal dignity, and confronting his death with dauntless courage, gave utterance to the feelings of his oppressed people, manfully refused to plead before a court unknown to the law, appealed from military violence to the principles of the Constitution, asked by what right the House of Commons had been purged of its most respectable members and the House of Lords deprived of its legislative functions, and told his weeping hearers that he was defending not only his own cause, but theirs. His long misgovernment, his innumerable perfidies, were forgotten. His memory was, in the minds of the great majority of his subjects, associated with those free institutions which he had, during many years, laboured to destroy, for those free institutions had perished with him, and, amid the mournful silence of a community kept down by arms, had been defended by his voice alone. From that day began a reaction in favour of monarchy and of the exiled house, a reaction which never ceased till the throne had again been set up in all its old dignity.
End of section 32. Read by Bryn Roberts. Kings Winford, January 2023.